KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. My name is Sean Pendergast. His name is Seth Payne. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. I'll tell you what, Sean, sometimes the best way to feel better about yourself and your own circumstances is to insult others and put others down.
I've been doing
Time-tested.
Doing it for years.
Psychologists recommend it highly.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time doing it, honestly. When I look at the Bears, I'm going to watch that game last night, and I'm thinking, oh, boy, here come two teams, the Vikings and the Bears, that really spent heavily in the offseason to bolster their offensive line, way more aggressive than the Texans were. If they just start marching down the field, if both of these offensive lines look incredible, I'm going to be miserable. For the Bears, it might have looked like that for a while, but everything kind of fell apart at the end of the game. But then I'm looking at the Bears' record, and I didn't realize they've only had one winning season since 2012.
Yeah.
That's the year they went to the playoffs.
Yep.
It's just unbelievable they've turned into. I guess, and yes, the Bears are bad, but it's just I feel bad for the people of Chicago.
Way more bad.
I feel better about the people of Houston.
Yeah. They way more bad than good in their history, no doubt. Look. The Bears are at the top of the teams that I root against in the NFL, and I root against a lot of teams. It's really hard for me. Some of these games on Sundays, man, when I got two teams that I don't like or root against going against each other, it's like, ugh. Like the Dolphins and the Colts playing each other this weekend. Like I think Mike McDaniel is just a little skate rat stoner, and so does Rex Ryan. We'll get to that later in the show. And meanwhile, they play the Colts, who inherently I root against the Colts because they're in the Texans division and a variety of other reasons. Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears, is very, very high up the list of people I root against, because I think he's a pub hound. I think he's more about Ryan Poles than he is his own football team, which is why I really enjoyed staying up last night to watch this Bears offensive line, which everybody was saying it's now a top 5 offensive line because they spent a bunch of money on it, and they got Ben Johnson to direct this whole thing as the new head coach. If you only watch the first quarter of the game, you're like, well, this is clicking. This is good. Caleb Williams, 10 for his first 10. It was working, man. And if you stayed up, you would know that it did not work in the end. They were up 17-6. They got a pick 6 in the third quarter of that game. The Bears did to go up 17-6. And J.J. McCarthy was a mess in this game. He obviously threw the pick 6, but even before that, he was not good. Like through the first quarter, he was like 1 for 2 for 5 yards. It was bad. He looked like a guy making his first start. And then in the fourth quarter, he was excellent. He was the fourth quarter you go
throws.
Yeah, and he scrambled for a touchdown to put him up 27-17, like a 20-yard scramble. You go, all right, all this stuff. I get skeptical sometimes when guys get drafted because they're, quote, a winner. Guy's a winner, man.
Yeah.
He's just with the 11th pick. Guy's just a winner. And last night, look, it's one game in, but last night, all those things came true. And I would say the two teams that spent heavily on the offensive line, the Bears, it looked good early. It did not look good at all late. The Vikings did not look good early, and it looked really good late. I don't know what that says about either coach. You got two of the better offensive minds in football in Ben Johnson and Kevin O'Connell, orchestrating that whole thing. I will say this, compared to the Texans, that I would say the Texans had almost no moments with their offensive line. I mean, they didn't score any touchdowns, so they got one trip into the red zone. So I would say, compared to those two teams, they had no moments. I would say with the Bears and the Vikings, two teams that spent a ton of money on the offensive line, you can at least see, so they have evidence at least that it could work for them.
You can see, you try to look and see exactly how it might play out or where the spots of football are. And there, and this is how it always works out. It's never as bad as you thought, it's never as good as you thought. With the Texans, there's some things they can build on, and with the offensive line and some positive things they did. It's just they certainly aren't like, oh, wow, this is going to be one of the best offensive lines in the league. It's certainly not like that. No. But I'm also trying to remember that, man, though that Rams defensive front, it's just chock full of demons, man.
Yeah.
that was a big test for those guys in their first day in a scheme. I'm not making excuses or anything. I'm just saying you got to let it play out a few games to see exactly where they are.
On the broadcast last night in the second half, when the Vikings started moving the football, they brought this made me feel better about the Texans after week one, was the big impetus for the Vikings to go spend money on Ryan Kelly and Will Fries and revamp that offensive line was the playoff loss to the Rams where Sam Darnold got sacked 9 times. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, that was the team the Texans played on Sunday. So I feel that team basically forced a 14-win team from last year to say, hey, man, we need to go do some things. I'm like, all right, so that was a really good front that they. Okay, Sean, you feel a little bit better. That was a really good front that they played on Sunday.
It was a really good front. It's not an excuse for not scoring a single touchdown in the game.
It's not.
And I can't, I can't sit here and act like, oh wow, well, they didn't have Christian Kirk. Once Christian Kirk comes back, it's gonna be different. There's Christian Kirk single-handedly takes you from a 3 field goal team to a 7 touchdown team.
Totally,
let's be honest here.
But this not good news yesterday. Cade Stover, broken foot, out indefinitely, according to the reports out there.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about Cade Stover out indefinitely with a broken foot?
I don't feel good at all, especially since he played the entire game, and you wonder, or at least it looked like
he came out. Okay, he came out. I was watching this in my rewatch. I'm going, okay, because I had heard the news of that while I was doing my rewatch. He was in until there were 2.5 minutes left in the game. He himself got an illegal shift penalty. And that was the last play that he played in the game.
That was the last one.
You would have thought that he got benched for it or something because they went 4 wide the rest of the game almost.
Yeah, and that's where and they started to move the ball too. That's another discussion. But can we blame the illegal shift on him playing through a broken foot? I don't know. I guess the fact that the fact that he came out on that play, where he probably didn't get injured on that play, it makes me feel, with zero medical background or justification for this whatsoever, that maybe it's not that big a deal, and that he had been playing on it, and it's one of these small fractures that they just got to let heal up.
Yeah, no point did he get.
We know with.
Did he get helped off the? At no point did he get helped off the field. I think is what you're saying. Yeah.
But I mean, a Liz Frank or something seems to be kind of like that, and that we also know that foot injuries or foot fractures can be finicky. That it seems like it's never as simple as it should. Whenever you hear about, it's just a small stress fracture or something, it seems like it takes forever and ever. Going back to the Kevin Johnson days. Remember Kevin Johnson? It seems like he had a foot injury that popped up once about every 6 weeks.
Totally. The thing for me, this is one of the positions where they chose to go very light on the 53-man roster. Okay, you got 2 tight ends. You can piece the rest of the tight end to get stuff together with bringing Harrison Bryant up off the practice squad, or Jakob Johnson can play a little hybrid tight end for you or whatever. You've got one true tight end as of today, and we'll see what they do. They've not put Cade Stover, nor have they put Jake Andrews, who, according to Aaron Wilson, is going to be out for a while with a high ankle sprain. Neither of them have been put on IR, but it's only Tuesday on a week where they don't start practicing until Thursday. So they've got, everything's pushed back a day this week for the Texans. So maybe they end up doing it tomorrow or Thursday. But week one was costly to them, man. They lost their starting center, and I would submit they lost the better of the 2 tight ends. Cade Stover was a more useful player coming out of training camp than Dalton Schultz, because Cade Stover was a monster run blocking in the preseason. And in that game, he was pretty good blocking in that game on Sunday, too.
I mean, they both got used up at times by some of those really good defensive ends. I mean, that's what happens. I mean, there's times as a tight end, as George Kittle calls it, it's the art of getting your butt kicked slowly. You're just sometimes have to be it's like a martial art where you're like, I think Aikido is like this. I'm not sure. Correct me, texters. But where you're just trying to use the other guy's aggression against you and slowly kind of just take away some of the oomph. So you're not going to win every battle or be dominating unless you're Gronk or something. This is where with the offensive line, you can even look at last night and say, okay, well, the Bears' offensive line fell apart in the fourth quarter. It wasn't worth spending all that money. The biggest problem with the Texans' offensive line right now is because you didn't really bolster it with about a lot of people that have a proven track record, the depth. It's the depth. And the reason when people are asking, why didn't they put Drew Scruggs in? I don't get mad at them shuffling the lineup. I get mad at the fact that they have a backup interior offensive lineman that they don't feel good about putting on the field when the starting guard gets injured. It's that, if you're not going to have a bunch of marauders up front, you got to at least have some depth behind them. And the depth is really, really shaky right now. And guess what? There's going to be more injuries along the offensive line at some point this season.
Yeah.
You can say that about any position group. So the depth is very, very, very shaky right now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at least the one saving grace with this Jake Andrews injury, it's one of the few places on the offensive line they're just going to plug in the backup. They're just going to, as opposed to moving three guys around to accommodate the fact that you don't have good players on your bench. Jake Andrews is out, they'll just throw Jared Patterson in there, and that's fine. He started way more games than Jake Andrews has in the NFL. So that it looks like Jared Patterson is going to be your center for a little while. All right.
We don't really know. We've never gotten like an update on Irv Smith and when he might be completely healthy, have we?
I think they didn't put him on the IR designated to return.
Yeah.
He's on the regular IR, which I think means he's done for the year.
He's done for the year completely.
I think so,
The initial report was that it might be designated to return. Okay.
From what I remember, I'll look it up during the break. This is important now because Kate Stover's out. I remember Jalen Reed having the designation to return, and I remember Irv Smith, and there was one other they put on IR, the other IR. So
it was that confusing report because remember Aaron Wilson had said that they were going to release him, but that might be on IR. And all right.
Yeah, he's on IR. He's a Texan still. He's still an employee of the Houston Texans, but I'll check. I'll check that during the break. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're off and running on a Tuesday. We got Ross Tucker joining us at 7 o'clock today, so that'll be fun. We'll get up to speed with Ross, and we got a petty cast at 8 o'clock that is going to be one of the greatest petty casts of all time. There was so much petty floating around the world of sports over the last couple of days that we'll get to. Did my rewatch yesterday. We've just got some leftovers, and then we'll flush this Rams game. But I've got some observations from my rewatch, including just some incredible versatility in one area for the Houston Texans that I think they want to get rid of this versatility. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Yeah, Irv Smith is just on the plain old IR. My bad, everybody, on that. I'll tell you one thing. If I were on the injured reserve right now, oh my gosh, the Daisy Corporation would be so happy about this because
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, let's not exaggerate our words here early in the morning, texters. 9631 on the text page. I'm stunned that our tight end room is so bad that a Cade Stover injury is being treated like we've lost Tony Gonzalez. The guy should have been cut after last season. All right, two things. One,
but the guy should have been cut after last season.
Yeah, that's a bad take. That's one of the things.
Yeah, that's a horrible take. That's an incredibly bad take.
Should have been cut.
Yeah.
He's a fourth-round pick who did some decent things as a rookie. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Why are you still drunk?
Did we treat it like it was like they lost Tony Gonzalez? It was literally like the third thing. We went to it after we talked about Monday Night Football last night.
Yeah.
At what point were we treating Cade Stover like he was Tony Gonzalez? It's news. It's the one news item for a team that was off yesterday, the Houston Texans. Yeah. Team that you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610, by God.
It's and listen, pal. If you were upset about the Texans perhaps only scoring three field goals in that game, do you think that the loss of some of the starters or guys who play a lot is going to make it a better team?
Right.
Is that what you think somehow? No, actually, wow, this is a good thing. Hopefully all 11 starters get injured because surely there'll be a better football team after that.
Cade Stover, second highest PFF score on the offense on Sunday.
Yeah. Right. Which isn't, again, we're not treating that like that's a Tony Gonzalez type of performance or what have you.
But he played all right.
It's not good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Highest PFF.
I know a guy is like, hey, okay, so what? Your boss, demoted you and gave you a pay cut. What are you so upset about? It's not like you're living on the streets.
Right.
Yeah, there's degrees to all of this.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Man. How did that guy figure out a way to dress up, like trying to charade as a positive thinking guy while being the most negative guy on earth?
I don't know.
You gotta listen, buddy. You gotta take the day off. You gotta go home and you gotta sit and think about where you are in life. All right?
You might like that.
That's where I'm concerned about you and your attitude and the way you react to things.
Yep. All right. It is so decreed by Pope Zaza. Take the day off. 9631. By the way, best PFF score on offense. C.J. Stroud for the Houston Texans.
Yeah. Well, C.J. he actually did really well when under pressure, and that's how it looked like at times.
9 of 10 for over 100 yards. Yeah.
Yeah. And now there were also times, though, where I think C.J. still looks a little skittish in the pocket. I think last year did a little bit of damage, and I can't blame him for still being skittish behind that offensive line. The offensive line wasn't – it wasn't the complete and total disaster that you felt like after the game. But there's times where he's got to figure out, all right, can I sit here and be comfortable in this pocket, even though it's clean for now, versus, what happened last year when he would try to do that. It's a tough spot to be in as a quarterback.
All right, so some leftovers from the game on Sunday. I had a chance to rewatch it yesterday, and I know you've rewatched it too, Seth. The very first play of the game, this is kind of a throwaway in watching it the first time because, we were all still getting our food out of the fridge and popping our drinks and things like that up here in the live lounge getting ready. So I didn't really watch the opening kickoff. Dameon Pierce just letting the ball roll through the landing area right in front of him and then going and kneeling on it in the end zone, essentially costing the team at least however many yards he would have got if he had just scooped it up and tried to return it. For those who don't know, if the ball lands in the landing area, if the ball lands between the 20 and the goal line and it hits the ground, and then rolls into the end zone, it comes back out to the 20. If it goes into the end zone in the air, it goes out to the 35. That's an important distinction. So the ball came back out to the 20-yard line, where if Dameon had just been aware and scooped the thing up, the Texans would have been starting, I would guess probably at least maybe 8 to 10 yards ahead of that. And it's a little thing. And at the time, it doesn't feel like a lot. But once you know how that game ended with all the mistakes and the penalties, special teams wasn't great in this game, I didn't think. On the rewatch, it's one of those things that's a little infuriating.
It's the only thing that I wonder about, and I hesitate because this new rule is new to all of us, is I don't know exactly what the specific rules are on that. Like when somebody catches a punt with their feet on like the 1 yard line or whatever and tries to return it, you understand there's time-tested rules for that. I don't know exactly how they handle this specific situation. Okay. So it didn't look good. I'm guessing that you're 100% correct to be upset about that. And I think you're probably correct, too, because there There's at least one other instance in the game where, boy, it was bad. It looked like last year exactly because Damian is in pass protection in the backfield, and it looks like he's checking the Mike linebacker to see if he blitzes, and the Mike backer doesn't blitz. So Damian just releases out of the backfield, ignoring completely that one of the other linebackers is indeed blitzing. Meanwhile, the offensive tackle is just getting completely destroyed and unaware, or it just really couldn't pick it up. And Damian just leaves. And Stroud himself was also unaware of exactly what was going on. So it was Stroud directing traffic and then having to rely on guys like Damian to also, think on the fly at times and everything. There's going to be some hiccups, and we warned you of this. I think the Rams did a really good job, perhaps, of knowing that CJ was doing a lot more of directing traffic and setting the calls, and were able to. I think there were a few times at least where they were able to dupe CJ into thinking the pressure was coming from one side, and it came from the exact opposite side.
It looked like it. You're exactly right. It looked like it. The first 2 minutes of this game had the Dameon Pierce kickoff volleys, a holding penalty, which I know was questionable, but it was a penalty. Got called a penalty. A basic stunt getting pressure, and then a delay of game penalty. This is in the first 2 minutes of the game. These things all happened with the Texans. So what were you doing all summer?
I know, we're right. Yeah, you're on your scripted plays. Here you go. And you get a delay of game while you're on the plays that you've practiced.
Yes.
That you've gone through walkthroughs at the hotel with, all of that.
Okay, yeah. I'm very curious your thoughts on this. I think Ariante Ursery is going to want to burn the tape of this game by and large. I thought the little bit of time he spent on the left side when they had to bring Blake Fisher in, when Cam Robinson went out, I watched him on those reps. Those reps were better. It was only 4 reps, but they were better than, and it was hard to be worse than he was at times on the right side of the offensive line. But what did you think of Ariante Ursery, having rewatched
I just say a lot of what I expected versus this defensive front. I think he did some good things in the game. I think he shows a general awareness, but he's a rookie who's flip-flopping in his first NFL game versus one of the best defensive fronts in the league. And there were times where, some of the things I was concerned about just where he doesn't quite still know how to use all that size and strength he has. He kind of gets caught bending at the waist at times instead of being in a good football position. He lets guys get into his body. Like he's gonna have to work through that, and that's what you expect out of a guy in his first game.
Yeah.
So if he had come out there and just shut everybody down, you wouldn't be able to shut me up this morning. We'd be talking about Ariante Ursery every single segment all week.
Yeah.
But that's where you are with him right now.
There were a couple.
I'm perturbed that Cam Robinson, the veteran, isn't the guy who can be trusted to go left and right. If you're going to pay a guy a good chunk of money to be a bridge tackle or whatever to make it easier to get your younger guy involved, maybe we go with a guy that you could feel comfortable putting on the right side of the line.
That is a take. I've not heard anybody say that. I like that. Yeah, you're the vet. You're in your 9th season in the league, and you're getting paid $12 million a year. Get over on the right side, buddy. We're paying you a lot of good. We're paying you good, hard, cold cash to be a tackle for this team. Take one for the squad. There were just a couple plays where I'm like, crap. Ursery's going to be on the next cut-up of Jared Verse that comes out in week 8.
You're going to have to watch these all up. You're going to have to watch the NFL Top 100 next year.
And into this lap. Yeah, well, maybe Ursery will get to do some of those vignettes. They'll interview him. What was it like getting dominated by Jared Verse in your first game ever in the NFL? Nico Collins had 5 targets in this game. I'm not telling anybody anything new that you guys didn't already know. This was a big thing. I went back and looked up the numbers, Seth. Mm-hmm. In 2024, last season, with Bobby Slowick, Nico Collins had fewer than 6 targets. Keep in mind, he only had 5 on Sunday for a full game. He only had fewer than 6 targets last year twice. Both times they were games he left in the first quarter. The Buffalo game where he left with the hamstring injury, the Tennessee game in Week 18 where they took all the starters out once they hit all their statistical milestones. Yeah. And Nico actually had 5 targets in the first quarter of that game. Say what you will about Bobby Slowick. There was never an issue with Bobby Slowick getting the ball, at least targeting his best playmaker last year.
And again, CJ said this after the game. The Rams did a good job of showing a lot of cover 2, zone stuff, deep zone stuff, that disguised also to make it really tough to get Nico downfield. And I sent one of those clips to Cecil Shorts. It was a classic. Like, I'm like, all right, I'm pretty sure this is cover 2, but I'm not sure because this doesn't look like your normal. The Rams aren't operating by the normal rules that you operate. And Cecil said he watched it about 9 times, and it was like, because I'm asking. There was this one specific play where CJ had thrown over the middle on a 3rd and long. And I was curious about, all right, should CJ have waited and seen what happened downfield with Nico? And really, probably not. Like if the Rams were dead set on taking Nico Collins out of the game, you got to find your production elsewhere, and that's where they fall short. I mean, it's the same thing. This is what felt like last year was, okay, they want to take Nico Collins out of the game. Great. You know what that does? That creates opportunities elsewhere. And it just that's not how it worked out. They were stuck in the same position of like, well, they took away our Nico. What do we do? Yeah, I don't know.
Kick field goals. Okay, we'll just kick field goals. Yeah, 3 of them.
And they did a lot of what Bobby Sloak would do too, is running a whole lot of condensed formations where you got tight ends and fullbacks and everybody else down in the box. Yeah. And if you're going to run the ball, great, but you're probably not going to be churning yardage in that unless you're really, really good and physically dominating on the line of scrimmage. And the Texans' offensive line, they're not going to dominate that defensive front.
God, not that one.
They were better than last year. And I know this sounds like I'm trying to get an attaboy for a C+ or something, but it is big. The fact that there were 0 tackles for a loss in the game when they were running as much as they were with the running backs that they were running with, it's a substantial step forward. It's not what's going to win you the Super Bowl, but they weren't shooting themselves in the foot with getting tackled for a loss. For a 5-yard loss on 1st down. They were shooting themselves in the foot with penalties and sacks at times. But the reason that the average 3rd down was 3rd and 11 was more because of penalties and the 3 sacks than it was anything else. So that is progress. Yeah, it's not as bad in that regard. At least.
Okay, well the penalties were bad, and this is the thing. And going back and watching, I will credit them this: they were quite diverse and versatile when it came to their types of penalties. 8 different types of penalties committed by 11 different guys, Seth. 11 penalties committed by 11 different. So we didn't have a Laramie situation where we had one guy. Yeah, no, we had 11
That's complementary transgressing.
It's exactly right. We had 11 guys making little mistakes instead of one $26 million guy making 5 mistakes with penalties. And the second half was, I mean, and I'm being jokey about this. The second half was, the third quarter was absurdly bad. Illegal use of hands by Stingley. Illegal shift by Jaden Higgins. False start by Laken Tomlinson. The 2 most brutal penalties of the game for me for the Texans were the ones that were towards the end of the third quarter. Blake Fisher comes in for 4 snaps, and one of them, he's grabbing the face mask. I think it was a Verse or Young, one of the 2.
It was Young.
Yeah, like he's getting pushed off a ledge.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Either one, whoever it was.
It was egregious.
Grabs and he's falling backwards, holding onto it like he's falling off a building. And then, dude, Darrell Taylor, the offsides at the end of the third quarter. Like the only reason Matthew Stafford is at the line of scrimmage, because the play clock has more time on it than the game clock at that point. The only reason he's at the line of scrimmage in a game that they're leading is to try to draw you off sides. And with 3 seconds left in the quarter, he gives you a hut, and Darrell Taylor jumps into the backfield. What are you doing, man?
It's an unforgivable mistake, and yet it's one that I have to confess to making. I did it versus the Colts, and I knew that they were in a situation. It was Peyton Manning with the Texans in a year that was not going well for us at all. I think it might have been our 2-14 season. But this is what happened. I knew they were trying to draw us off sides, but you know what Peyton did? He had the tight end go into motion, but he jumped back to go into motion. And I thought, screw this. And I jumped off sides and hit the tight end. And I got flagged. They would later outlaw that. They would later outlaw it, but I basically had to be the test case to show the world that, no, this is unjust.
Oh, wow.
Should I have chosen that moment to do it? Perhaps not. But I felt that this is wrong, and I will not abide it.
So there is a Seth Payne rule out there now.
It's not. I mean, it was like 10 years later, and it had nothing to do with me.
I'm going to call it the Seth Payne rule. That's good for the show.
It was so bogus. He would go on a hard count, and the tight end would jump back really brutally. And I remember making the conscious decision of like, well, screw this.
Yeah.
And I tried to draw the penalty, and now they flagged.
Did you stand over him, tell him to go die? Do you remember who the tight end was? Was it Dallas Clark?
In my mind it was, but that might be me just trying to make it seem like a cooler situation.
Yeah, it's cooler if it's Dallas Clark.
I'm pretty sure it was Dallas Clark. Totally, it was definitely a white guy, and it was bogus, man.
Yeah,
it was bogus.
I'm glad
but this was, Darrell Taylor's got to be smarter than that. These pre-snap penalties, the illegal shifts especially. That, again, felt like Bobby Slowick.
Yes.
Felt like, all right, come on, you guys. Remember, this is, you know why it's personally devastating to me? It's because I said the one thing that I think that we're going to see out of this offense is that it's going to be a cleaner operation. I feel like from watching training camp, it looks like it's going to be a cleaner operation, and yet it was not a cleaner operation.
It's what we were sold. D'Amico said that when he was asked in the week leading up to the first game, what do you notice differently about the offense this year than last year? Boy, they're on the details. They are sure on the details, and perfecting their job. And 11 Penn, wasn't all the offense with the penalties, but the penalties on the offense, I don't think they got a single holding penalty. The penalties on the offense were all procedural things.
No, they got a holding penalty.
They did? Yeah. I'm not looking. Yeah. I transcribed all the penalties from the game, from the box score into this, and there's not a single hold.
It says right there in the show prep, first quarter, a hold on Cam Robinson.
Cam Robinson. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It was a bad call.
You wrote it down.
It was a bad call. Yeah. I was looking for holding. I just wrote hold. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's get to headlines. This is a huge series for the Astros. If you're trying to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs, big series for the Astros. We'll get to in headlines. We got Texans news. The football talk in this segment is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Hey, when your watch needs service, don't trust it to just anybody. Zadok Jewelers has master watchmakers.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with the Texans. The headline from yesterday, Cade Stover, tight end, who got the most snaps at tight end. He got, I think, 57% of the snaps, and Dalton Schultz got 53%. I mean, Cade Stover was a big part. It was planning on being a big part of the offense, suffered a broken foot at some point in that game on Sunday. He was still in the game with under 3 minutes to go in the game, and never at any point were the cameras focused on him leaving the field. He left the field after an illegal shift penalty by him with 2.5 minutes to go in the game and then never returned. So we don't know how severe it is.
Yeah, and I think the thing about Stover is, and I could say this about most of the guys on the offense, they're going up against a really good defensive line with the Rams, and they did some good things in that game. Just obviously they didn't do enough good things in that game. But I think his development as a guy that had only played tight end for a couple of years in college, last year was a rookie, he was headed on a trajectory where you can say, you know, this might end up being a really good fourth-round pick.
Yes.
And what's it mean for this offense this year? It's not a death blow or anything, but he was one of those guys who in the game, there were times where, okay, you're going against Jared Verse, you're going against Byron Robinson, you're going to have a hard time, but there are also some good examples of him blocking those guys on run plays or holding up in pass protection. So it's not a devastating blow, but it's definitely doesn't help much at this moment.
It doesn't. D'Amico Ryans meets with the media today. The question I'd like to see asked, and I'm sure it will get asked, is will Cade Stover, and we should mention Jake Andrews, reported by Aaron Wilson, has a high ankle sprain, and he's going to be out for the foreseeable future. The thing I'd like to know, are these guys going on injured reserve, designated to return, or are they going to keep them on the 53 and just make them inactive each week? I think that would give an indication at least to the severity of the injuries here, you know?
And you got to kind of parse those out a little bit or try to pace yourself with the injured IR designated to return, because you only get, is it 6 or 8? You get 8 of them.
It's 8. You get 8. And, you get 2 more if you make the postseason. Yeah,
Jalen Reed is the only occupant right now, but if you burn them all up in week 1, you kind of left out of options. But Cade Stover would be 100% a guy that they would want to do it for.
Oh, I think Andrews would too. I think if they were unlimited, I think they for sure want those guys back. Yeah.
But what you want to find out is, okay, is this a desperation move, or is it like an Isaac Paredes where hey, he might come back, but it doesn't feel so hot? Yeah.
And to be clear, the answer will not satisfy us. I just want to see the question get asked and see what D'Amico says. Monday Night Football last night, the Vikings beat the Bears 27-24. If you missed it, boy, the NFL had really good luck with the Sunday night and Monday night games in terms of the watchability. A Sunday night game between the Ravens and the Bills might end up being the game of the year. 41-40, the Bills won that one on a big comeback. This, too, now this was a road comeback, but the Vikings were down 17-6, Seth, in the third quarter after J.J. McCarthy threw a pick six, and they were able to come back in the fourth quarter. They outscored the Bears 21-7 the rest of the way. And that revamped Bears offensive line looked really good early and looked really bad in the fourth quarter of this game.
They did. And it's week 1, so I think that probably if you're a Bears fan, lean into that first 3 quarters of it and be angry about the fourth quarter falling apart like that. But then for the Vikings, I mean, with J.J. McCarthy, who's basically a rookie, second year in the NFL, but he got injured last year in camp. So I think him showing up in the fourth quarter the way he did. And then also, when you've got a coach who got the very best you've ever seen out of Sam Darnold the previous year, hey, you can say that J.J. McCarthy was just a product of Jim Harbaugh's offense in college. Cool. You know what? I think O'Connell is the kind of guy that can get the absolute most out of his quarterback. And whatever J.J. McCarthy's ceiling is, I think that's a really promising sign what he did in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Yeah, the pick six in that game, the pick six should have been a death blow. The Vikings were doing nothing offensively with, to your point, essentially a rookie at quarterback. After the pick six, they really honed in on O'Connell and McCarthy, and you just watch O'Connell kind of managing the situation with McCarthy, and I don't know what he was saying to him at the time, but you can tell what bedside manner looks like with a guy who just had a devastating moment in the game. And O'Connell was he was very cool about it, and I think that transferred over to his quarterback in the fourth quarter. J.J. McCarthy was excellent the rest of the game. He was really good.
I think when it comes to those 2 primetime games and how exciting they were at the end, I'm guessing the Bills game, the ratings still won't reflect it. They're already out. I just don't look at the TV ratings all that much.
Yeah.
Because so many people, including myself, had abandoned the game at that point. I thought, well, look at the way the Ravens have been playing. And Derrick Henry, he never fumbles the ball. Like, this will be up. There we go. So
And that's
I
what
missed
happened.
It.
Yeah.
I didn't see it at all.
Bills fans agreed with you. They were leaving the stadium in droves on Sunday night.
Talked to a friend of mine who was at the game, John Petruzzi, and he stayed the entire time. But he did not. He seemed by 5 p.m. yesterday. He seemed a little worn out.
Oh yeah. That East Coast.
That was an emotionally taxing. That was an emotionally taxing game.
I was taxed, and it was only like 10:15 here. I can imagine if you went to the game, had to go home. Hell yeah.
Had to drive his RV home.
Oh, he's
spending the night before in the Buffalo tailgate area too.
Oh God!
Like, John, we're getting too old for this, man. You gotta. I don't know if you're built for this anymore.
Amy and I. That is the place, Seth, that we were, and I promise we'll get to the Astros here. You know, we do our bye week trip every year where we go somewhere else to go see an NFL game. God, we were rooting hard for Buffalo to have a home game that weekend. I want to go to a Bills game so badly. Now we're going to a Ravens game and a Commanders game Sunday and Monday. So that'll be pretty good, but I want to go to a Buffalo game. Speaking of Buffalo, Toronto is kind of near Buffalo, right? That's where the Astros are this week for the next 3 days. They're in Toronto taking on the Blue Jays, the resurgent Blue Jays this season, who have the best record in the American League right now. So I think it's fair to say this could be a preview of what we might see in the ALCS possibly. The Astros are 4 games back of the Tigers for the 2 seed. 4.5 games back of the Blue Jays for the 1 seed. I think it's safe to say that if the Astros have aspirations of getting into that top 2 and getting a bye in the first round of the playoffs, which could be extremely valuable, they got to take at least 2 out of 3 in this series from the Blue Jays. I would say can't get swept.
Hey, sometimes you can't pull it off versus a team like the Rangers. But yeah. But
I don't even look at quality of opponent with these guys anymore.
I know. It's just the Rangers series did not fill me with inspiration. It did not inspire me. So yes, do this versus the Blue Jays, and I'll be in my incredibly erratic emotional state will swing way up. Yes.
Luis Garcia, Jason Alexander, Christian Javier are the 3 pitchers. Hey, one last thing. Headlines. Congratulations, friend of the show, Steve McKinney. I saw this on social media last night. I saw Steve retweet it. His son, Hunter, who is an offensive lineman at Lake Creek High School in Montgomery, probably, I'm guessing I'm doing the math, maybe not even alive when you were teammates with Steve, I'm guessing, Seth, right? Like he was
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it was 19 years ago. He's a senior in high school, so it's...
yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if Steve held him out for 2 years, doing the old Texas high school football thing.
Steve did tweet that this is something he's prayed for since the day Hunter was born. He committed to the Aggies yesterday.
I wouldn't. I think Steve is a very, very smart dude, and I could see him holding Hunter out for like 3 years,
3 or 4 years
before pre-K.
Yeah,
to get him ready.
Little snot-nosed toddler, and now he's excited because his insurance rates just went down. He turned 25. And he's going to be a freshman at A&M. Yeah.
No, but I met. I can't remember if he was born while we were teammates or not. But he, when I met him when he was like 11 years old, I was like, oh, that kid looks like a potential future NFL offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Just like his brother and his uncle.
Yep. And at the very least, he will be a collegiate offensive lineman. Committed to A&M yesterday. So congrats to Hunter. Congrats to the old man. That's a big deal. So good stuff. Those are your headlines for today. Hey, it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. You got to make sure you're listening in the next hour for your shot at a pair of tickets in the bullpen. Texans home opener, Bucks prime time, 6 o'clock kick. You got a chance to win tickets here in the 7 o'clock hour. Up next, Ross Tucker will join us. We'll get his thoughts on week 1, get his thoughts, see where the Texans stack up after week 1 on his power rankings, and I'm sure he's got thoughts on the Texans offensive line as well. We'll talk to Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, coming up next. But before we do that, Saturday night, Amy and I stayed home.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. 7 o'clock hour begins. On the line right now is our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker, Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Ross, 6'7".
6'7". By the way, already disappointed with the start of this interview. You're supposed to, when you get to the part about the sponsor, you're supposed to say, Nationwide is on your side.
I thought about it. Okay, I thought about it, and then I didn't do it because I wanted to see if this was going to turn into one of those May You Game Day Be Delicious things for you. I wanted to test you out here.
My thing is, life's too short to be the guy that just reads things right off the thing they hand you. People are driving their car.
Yeah.
Nationwide, God bless them. They know who to sponsor, and that's me. Okay.
Yep.
So it's clearly my favorite insurance. Always has as of about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
And we all need to realize that Nationwide is on your side.
Well, Ross, the good news is, as you know from doing these hits with us, I get to do this 2 more times during this interview. So there's plenty of chances for redemption for me. I'm excited about that.
I want to hear Seth do this thing.
Okay.
The jingle.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll make sure we'll get Seth doing it before this is all said and done. Hey, so Ross, let's start with the Texans. They lose to the Rams 14-9 this weekend in LA, and no touchdown scored by the Texans. The talk here has been wow, we've been hearing all this new stuff about Nick Caley and this new offensive line and how it's going to look different this year than it did last year. And it by and large looked almost exactly the same as it did last year. How concerned should we be about this after just 1 week of the season?
It's a good question. I would not be that concerned, especially because of the injuries that they had and the guys moving around during the game. It's funny watching it back, Sean. It's like a combination, I would say, of it frustrates me when the other team brings the nickel, a corner blitz or a slot blitz, and CJ just gets sacked. Mm-hmm. That is rarely on the offensive line. And I want to know who screwed up there, right? This is pro football. That can't happen. So it's either a mental error because someone was supposed to block him, or it's a mental error by CJ because he's supposed to know he's not protected there and he needs to get rid of the ball, or it's a mental error by the receiver who needs to know that when that guy blitzes, he needs to sight adjust and be hot so CJ can throw him the ball, right? I didn't go back and flip through it a million times. I'm not doing that for a 15-minute radio hit to try to figure out whose issue it was.
Sure.
I just know somebody was wrong there, and that's not pro football, right? Then the other sack where 90 comes through for the Rams, that's also frustrating because in that instance, that was a gap protection scheme. So that should have been protected. That they should have eaten that up. And yet, I think you have to tell me how it all went down again. But I think on that play, it was Titus was at right guard, and Titus had the inside gap. And I don't know why he wasn't looking at it, but the 90 came around the center Andrews. Titus, as far as I know, unless they're teaching him something totally different, that was a gap protection scheme. Titus has the inside gap, and they should have eaten that up. Now, I'll also say this. I think there are times where CJ could probably do a better job with pocket movement and getting rid of the ball. But I also think I really am encouraged. He looks faster to me. I really like when he picks up those first downs with his legs. So, long way of saying it's kind of a combination of several things, but the fact that multiple of them look like mental errors, that would reinforce the issues and the things that frustrated me about the offense last year. You're exactly right, Sean.
Yeah, and Ross, I think that the first thing you spoke to is sometimes either, when the corner blitz comes or the DB blitz comes, that's this is where I'm trying to be patient because early in the season with CJ having more command at the line of scrimmage and him setting protections and what have you, the thing that I'm watching with the Rams is, man, they know that CJ's going through this too, and there's times where you can bait them, you can bait the offense into a certain protection because the quarterback thinks that, okay, this guy's the most dangerous, this guy's blitzing, but then nope, that guy's dropping into coverage, and you bring the blitz from the other direction. And I think the Rams may have very well done a good job of that in this game, because when a quarterback has command at the line of scrimmage, it's cool and all, and people have been saying, hey, he did it in high school, he did it in college. Right. He did it versus kids that spend 2.5 hours a day on football. Like, when you're going against defenders that are spending 12 hours a day on football and have been in the league for 5 to 10 years, it's a different level of difficulty. And diagnosing what defenses are doing these days, especially at the line of scrimmage, it's hard. And a guy like Matt Stafford, he can see when a guy might be at the line of scrimmage but totally knows that he's not blitzing. I don't think CJ has just seen enough football yet to really be that guy. So I think trying to find the balance of, how much control do you give and how confident is he without really having all of those reps taken, where do you land with that?
I try not to overreact to week one, either positively or negatively. These guys get so few reps in the preseason, and you always see new things, especially that you're not expecting from the opponent, things they worked on all off season. But I guess I would just say also, it's year 3 now, Seth, for him. So now it's year 1 in a new offense, but and I believe you that they're giving him some more responsibility. I would just say, what do people always say? Like, with responsibility, it's on your shoulders. So if it is in fact on him, the issues that we talked about, at least the one where the guy came off the edge, then he needs to get that corrected fast, because the way the NFL is, he's going to see that now next game, I promise.
Ross Tucker joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. How was that?
Pretty good. Seth, who sings it better, Sean or me?
You. Sean was trying too hard. Yeah, I think you lean into not being a good singer, I think.
Ross wants you to sing the last one, Seth, at the end of this interview.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just I'm not. What do you think? I'm a rookie at this stuff? No, not going to do it.
You know what, Sean? I thought that was pretty good, actually.
Okay.
I think Seth's being hard on you.
That's okay. It's what makes me a better radio host. It's like a Belichick thing. It's all good. So Ross, inside the division here for the Texans, in the AFC South, did not expect Daniel Jones to come out and do things that Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck had not done with the Colts, like score on the first 7 possessions of the game against Miami. Is Daniel Jones someone that Texan fans should be concerned about in the division, or has Miami just given up on Mike McDaniel, or can both things be true, actually?
Yeah, I think both things can be true, but if you listen or watch the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, like Seth does, but for some reason I don't think you do, Sean. I don't know. We have to talk about that. Because I know Seth does, because he texts me about stuff sometimes. You never text me anything about stuff like that.
Texted you yesterday. It was about something completely different, but I did text you yesterday and finished our conversation with 6'7".
6'7". By the way, Seth, I didn't watch the whole video of the genesis of it. I got distracted halfway through, so I might have to go back and watch that.
That's all right. I did research. I asked my wife's high school girls volleyball players about it, and they just said it's nothing. It's stupid. Don't worry about it, Mr. Payne. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's definitely that. It's definitely stupid, but
yeah. No, they said it's meaningless. It means whatever you want it to mean.
So here's the deal with the Colts. I said all offseason I thought this was going to go well. The only sample size we had of Daniel Jones was with the Giants, and they're just not a well-run organization right now. first of all, he had a good rookie year. Then he had some injuries, terrible offensive line. Let's put it this way. The first year Saquon was able to get out of New York, he had the best year by any running back ever in the history of the NFL. He had over 2,500 yards, including playoffs. That's his first year away from the Giants. And Daniel Jones, there's a reason, okay, why the Giants at one point gave him that huge contract of over $40 million a year, because they believed in him after he not only made the playoffs, but won a road playoff game at Minnesota. Mm-hmm. So I think he can play and in a better situation. And I think Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Colts, is a good coach. They won 7 games or whatever it was last year with really poor quarterback play. The year before was Minshew. I can't remember if they won 8 or 9, but that was with Minshew. Daniel Jones is way more talented than Minshew, like way more. So I do think that the Colts are very much a threat in the AFC South. And honestly, the Jaguars kind of look like they are as well. But I still think the Colts, you know, it's hard to overstate what it means for that locker room in Indy and the belief. These guys are so sick of not having good quarterbacks. They just scored on every possession. So now, like, there's the pep and the step of everybody in that facility because they think they got a quarterback that's going to play well for them. Now, he still got smoked a couple times, so I don't know if he's going to be able to stay healthy because he just can't avoid some of these shots he takes, but he did play well.
Yeah, I guess that's the question is if, I agree with you with everything, and I've been saying it, Sean can tell you, I've been saying it all offseason that I think people are scoffing at Daniel Jones a little way too quickly when paired with Shane Steichen. But let's say if Daniel Jones can't stay healthy, there we are back with Anthony Richardson. I want to believe that if Anthony Richardson can't get it done with Shane Steichen, that it's probably he's not going to get it done with anybody else. But I also just don't know if Anthony Richardson can stay healthy for any amount of time in the NFL. If you had to put an over/under on games started by Anthony Richardson this year, what do you think it ends up being?
Ooh. This year, I thought you were going to say for the rest of his career.
I should have said that for the rest of his career.
I would say 10. I would take the under.
Mm.
I don't think he starts this year unless Daniel Jones gets hurt, and then I don't think another team ever has him start. I think he goes into the Trey Lance witness protection program, where he goes to some other team, and they think they can develop him. But he's never actually good enough to be the starter or maybe even the backup. And then maybe he goes to another team. I don't have high hopes for him. He does not have a really good natural feel for the position, and it's hard to win that way. He misses so many layups. It's really hard to win that way.
The Trey Lance Witness Protection Program might be one of my favorite concepts that you've come up with, Ross Tucker. That was genius.
What it is? No, and it's perfect because it's one of those things where people keep saying, well, he's only played, such and such number of snaps. He needs time to develop. Yeah, there's a reason he's only played that many snaps. Yeah, because the guys that people feel really good about, they get all those snaps. Yeah. They're partly because, one reason he hasn't played as many snaps because he pulls himself out of games.
Yeah, that's true. True.
No, not only that. Like, the thing I want to say to fans sometimes, fans get so enamored with physical ability, and they also are physical ability and potential. And I swear, first-round quarterbacks, it's like a religion, especially in the top 10. Like, Bears fans want to believe in Caleb Williams so badly. And Colts fans want to believe in Anthony Richardson, and anybody taking that high. They just want so badly for these guys to be the guy that they totally discount everything else. And what I want to say to fans sometimes is, first of all, that these guys are around him, like Anthony Richardson, for 10 hours every day. Like, yes, I know you saw that awesome throw he made, that one awesome throw in the game. Or, yes, I know you saw that nice run he had. They're around him all day, every day. And they still have this plan, right? Like, they still don't think he's a good. And then it's like, he needs more reps. He needs more time. Yeah, well, they're not going to give him reps and time so that somebody else can be his coach. You know, they might not have that time. They might need to win this year. It's year 3.
Ross Tucker joining us. Hey, Ross, where are you at this weekend?
Only one game this weekend, actually, and it's kind of a home game. It's the Browns at the Ravens. I live in Hershey, Pennsylvania, so it's like an hour north of Baltimore. So it's very, very nice. No plane. It's a no-plane weekend, which is always a good one after my flight come back from New Orleans was delayed a couple hours.
Oh, yeah.
Browns and Ravens. I know there's no shoulda, woulda, coulda in the NFL, but oh, my gosh. Both teams lost by a point. Both teams had kickers miss extra points.
Yep.
I mean, both teams clearly outplayed the other team. So these meetings this week should be fun. They should be in a great mood.
Nationwide is on your side.
Oh, yeah. Some bass.
I didn't know Seth was a baritone.
Yeah. That was strong. Just judging by the look on his face, Ross, that's going to be the last time you get the Nationwide jingle. We may just have to have it.
That was awesome, though, Seth. You sounded like the guy that did the national anthem for the Bears last night.
All the baritones.
It was good?
Yeah, like very deep-voiced and it was awesome.
Yeah, that's nobody can get women to drop their panties to a nation an insurance company jingle quite like me.
Quite like Seth.
Sorry I declined to do it earlier. I had a bunch of technical issues going on and I was in a grumpy mood. I feel better now.
That's good. You do seem a little disgusted with yourself that you caved into doing that jingle.
I gave into peer pressure.
Yes, a little bit. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance financial needs. I'm just going to let Seth's version of the jingle drop the mic and do its thing right there. Nationwide is on your side right there. Ross, we appreciate the time as always, my friend. Have a good call this weekend on Browns-Ravens, and we'll do it again next Tuesday.
Sounds great. See you, boys.
All right, thanks. Appreciate you. Ross Tucker, the great Ross Tucker, joining us here on Sports Radio 610.
I want two things to happen. I want to be proven correct in my off-season warnings to not take Daniel Jones too lightly, but I also want it to be an awesome 12 weeks for the Colts.
Yeah.
But then Daniel Jones gets injured.
Gets hurt.
Anthony Richardson enters stage left.
That's the exact thing I was thinking as I'm watching. Well, you and I were doing the pregame show while that game was going on. So I'm here in the studio watching Red Zone on TV, and every time they're cutting in on the Colts, they're scoring because they scored on their first 7 possessions.
Yeah.
And I'm going, okay, well, the good news is Texans don't play the Colts till week 13. So we got 12 weeks to get Daniel Jones' head handed to him at some point here.
Right.
And get Anthony Richardson. We got time, we got time. He did look good, man. Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck have never done that. They have never, as Colts quarterbacks, never scored on the first 7 possessions of a game. They've never scored on every possession in a game. They scored on every possession in that game, too, the Colts did. So so Daniel Jones doing things that the greats of that organization have never done. It's good stuff, man, if you're Daniel Jones. Sucks if you're in the AFC South. Ross talking about the offensive line for the Texans. That make you feel better, worse, or about the same?
No, I'm glad he pointed out the one sack where Titus Howard was helping out with a slanting defensive tackle to his right. Meanwhile, the other defensive tackle is crossing the face of the center. And that's a classic one where, Ross is saying, I don't know exactly what the rules are. It threw me back to last year, Sean, because this is what happened. You know my plight these last couple of years. Yeah. I send my little clips out to former teammates of mine, offensive line teammates, and I basically get the shrug emoji back from them because they always know. Offensive linemen tend to be pretty bright guys, I have to grudgingly admit, but they always know that, okay, it's never as simple as, okay, it's this protection and that's what it is. So they might have different rules or whatever, but it's just, it's too many times that I get guys saying like, well, I don't think this is what he should be doing here.
Yeah.
That's what bothers me, and it bothers me that it was Titus Howard doing it. Because Titus Howard presumably should be helping out with that guy crossing the center's face, but he's occupied with a guy to his right, and those are the little flubs that I don't want to see out of Titus Howard. And yet, at the same time, I also have to recognize that, okay, yeah, Titus Howard realized he had to go from playing right tackle for the last few weeks back down to guard, and it's what happens when you don't have an offensive line where apparently you feel good about any of your backup guards. Mm-hmm. It's a very thin offensive line right now.
It is.
You never want your fat guys to be thin, Sean.
No. According to, I think, Next Gen Stats, Matthew Stafford and C.J. Stroud were pressured almost an identical percentage of the time. Yeah. And I saw that number. I'm like, it did not look like that.
Well, okay, this is because immediately after the game, you can't sit down and watch the Texans pass rush individually all the time if you also want to know where the ball is going or what's going on everywhere else. So after the game, I was like, man, boy, they really didn't seem to be pressuring them all that well. You go back and watch, and they were actually getting some really good rushes. It's that Matt Stafford got the ball out extremely fast, like a half second faster than he averaged last year. And the Texans' game plan was interesting because they sold out to stop the run. And there was a really interesting stat that Sam Warren had. Houston loaded the box at a higher rate than the Rams had ever faced with Sean McVay as their head coach. Mm-hmm. So I think they go into that game thinking, all right, Matt Stafford hasn't practiced much. His back is bothering him. The Rams are probably going to really try to run the ball. And the Texans, they shut down the run game. The Rams averaged 1.9 yards per carry in that game, rushing the ball. But the problem is that the Texans' defensive backs and linebackers were so zeroed in on the run that they got just destroyed in play action. Bradford ends up 9 for 10 for 108 yards and a touchdown on play fakes. Yeah. So they took that Texans game plan, the Texans defensive game plan, and at times in very opportune moments just shredded it. And that's why D'Amico's talking about eye discipline after the game. You just got too many guys that are so focused on the run that they got duped completely in play action, which was an issue for the Texans last year, and which does go back to that looked like an undisciplined football team. It's awesome. I love that the Texans have a bunch of players on defense that are all about stopping the run. I don't love that they don't seem to be able to know when to turn it on and turn it off. Like when it's 3rd and 8 and the Rams are trying to close the game out, and you might think, oh, okay, they're going to run the ball because they just want to soak up clock. It's 3rd and 8, and everybody bites on the play fake, and Jalen Petrie just gets completely destroyed in coverage, and there they go. The game is sealed. It's that kind of it's intelligence in the moment. Sure, be aware of the run on 3rd and 8, but don't sell out to stop the run when all you need to do. The Rams were going to go for it on 4th down in that instance. All you need to do is hold them to a 5-yard carry.
That's my concern about the whole ethos of this swarm mentality. And I would submit on both sides of the ball because they're trying to become swarmier on that side of the ball, on the offensive side of the ball too. And I know there's no way to quantify swarm, and there's no way to quantify necessarily football IQ other than maybe penalties. And D'Amico's teams, we've got 2 years plus a game body of work, and they have been among the most penalized teams in the league his 2 years here. And I guess that's my concern. Is there some correlation to having a bunch of rabid dogs on both sides of the football to sometimes either losing your cool or losing, just a football IQ drop? Like you're so into just being,
it's like if I listen to a really big pep talk about, before a goal line drive. But first, take a Wonderlic exam.
Right.
You're in the wrong. You're not wired for rational thought at that moment. You got to find some kind of a balance.
Is there broken glass that comes with the swarm mentality? I'm being serious about that. Like this penalty thing has been a big issue for a couple of years now, and the penalties are dumb. For a team that is as physical as they are, I would be cool with 80 yards worth of penalties if 2 of them were receivers getting smashed in the head over the middle. It's when it's illegal contact or it's procedural. It's Darrell Taylor jumping off sides at the end of the third quarter because we're so hyped to make a play. When in fact, just look at what the quarterback's doing. He's trying to get you to jump off sides. That's the thing for me, I guess, is, man, with this mentality that D'Amico preaches, which there's a lot of good that comes with it, no question about it. They've won a bunch of games, but is part of the is part of the equation, is part of the calculus, the fact that you're just going to commit more penalties because you're playing with your hair on fire all the time.
The unnecessary roughnesses I can live with. Look, Henry To'oTo'o, I don't think it was a dirty hit. It was an illegal hit. I thought Trent Green did a good job of laying that out, that it's it wasn't an illegal hit.
Yeah.
It wasn't a dirty hit. It was an illegal hit.
Right.
But you can see what To'oTo'o is trying to do. He's trying to put his helmet on the ball. That's exactly what Azeez Elshire would do later in the game to keep the Texans alive at that moment. So you live with those. Plus, I mean, that might have been. I mean, if Puka Nacua at one point couldn't stop the bleeding over his eye.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua, if not for that Henry To'oTo'o hit, might have had 20 receptions in that game.
He had
I
to
don't
come
know.
out. Yeah, he had to come
out of the game. He had to come out a second time.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, you're absolutely. He still had.
I'm
10
cool
catches.
with that penalty.
Right.
It's the stupid penalties that you got to be concerned about.
What else were you? I mean, the pass rush I thought was good. I mean, you and I had kind of a bitch session about this game at 6:20. If there's what are the things that you did like about this game that you think?
I did think there were times in the run game where the O-line was doing some really good things.
Yeah.
I thought in pass protection at times they did some really good things. It's really some of it in the run game is going against that defensive front and wanting to be a big mashing football team. They're just out of their weight class at this point. Yeah. I think they're not gonna double team those guys and get 5 yards of movement all the time. Some of their better run games, runs were more split, like without getting overly technical about this, but just a little bit more finesse type stuff, split zone and things. And they can build on that. I think versus other defensive fronts, that masher mentality might work a lot better. But it takes skill to do it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if you learn anything about sumo wrestling, you realize it's not just two big fat guys pushing into each other.
Yeah, there's strategy.
A whole lot of skill that goes into it. Yeah, and technique that goes into it. So they need to keep working it and keep refining it. But the lack of negative run plays, it's a bigger positive than anybody wants to hear right now. Mm-hmm. It's just not. It's nothing you get excited about or anything. But the offensive line did a good job of not allowing penetrators, of not allowing people to just destroy a play in the backfield.
Yeah.
That's a huge step forward compared to last year.
That's the bar right now.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's.
And honestly, though, if you think about some of those 2-yard runs, a lot of those 2-yard runs would have been 2-yard losses a couple years ago.
Yeah.
4 yards is a big deal on first down. So like the difference between last year it might have been 2nd and 12. This year was 2nd and 8. The next step is, all right, getting 3 or 4 yards on some of those 2-yard runs is a huge deal.
Well,
and that's what the Chiefs have done a good job of. They don't do it with a mashing rushing attack, but they get to 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. So that is versus that Rams defensive front, that might be one of the toughest tests they face all year. So the fact that they were able to look better than last year, if they tried to execute that same game plan last year, I don't think it would have worked out. It would have looked a lot worse.
Well, it's big. 4 yards is huge, especially for a team that can't attack downfield. This is a team that can't get chunk plays right now. Being in 2nd and 6 instead of 2nd and 8 instead of 2nd and 12 is a huge deal.
The other part of it is that it does help out in pass protection. Yeah. The more it makes it, because it's 2nd and 6, because you can set up the play action, all of those things, it makes it easier for those offensive linemen who many of whom aren't great pass protectors.
Yeah. It's not sexy, but I like that both the kicker and the punter both had great games, I thought. The Kaimi looked real solid. Kicking those 3 field goals. None of them were chippies, and I thought Tommy Townsend had a great game. We were joking around up here, Seth, during the game. We kind of keep a running tab during the game. Clint and I do is like, okay, who's the after each quarter, who's the top 1 or 2 guys that we would ask for to be on the post game show? And at halftime, we're like, Kaimi and Tommy Townsend would be the top 2 guys right now. Kaimi kicked 3 field goals, and Tommy Townsend had a good game. It ended up being Henry To'oTo'o for the record. But I liked that the kicking game was good. Ross Tucker brought this up. CJ using his legs to move the chains. And that's something we started to see in the postseason last year. He had that one run in the Chargers game where, boy, he looked like he was shot out of a cannon. And then at times in the Chiefs game, he used his legs to move the chains. And he did it again. He moved the chains 3 or 4 times with his legs in this game. Did you like that, or on your rewatch were there plays that he left on the field by doing that?
There was at least one play where he ran for a first down, and that was great. But he had a clean pocket, and he had an easy first down over the middle, just the way that he should have seen it. That's where I get nervous a little bit about his skittishness in the pocket and maybe having been damaged somewhat from last year and still not really able to trust everything. That there were times, the other sack he took where he could have stepped up and he had a clean pocket. And I don't think that's being, Monday morning quarterback to an extreme degree or anything. That was, I don't know if he recognizes a clean pocket anymore.
Yeah.
He refuses to acknowledge or recognize. It's like when the UN refuses to acknowledge a new nation. I feel like CJ Stroud said, nope, not yet. We got to trust. You got some human rights violations we got to dig into before we. Yeah.
Their president is sitting right there, CJ.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope.
CJ's listening. He's got those little earphones on, the interpreter earphones.
Yes. So we just got done talking to Ross Tucker. We asked him about the Colts and the Dolphins. He talked a lot about Daniel Jones. On the other side of that is the Dolphins. Unfortunately, the Texans don't face the Dolphins this season because they feel like a layup right now. I feel so bad for Anthony Weaver, man. He's the DC for Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, I'm watching some of his press conference yesterday, and he's getting hit with questions like, what do you say to the fans? What do you say to season ticket holders? And McDaniel might be the least equipped coach to answer those questions diplomatically.
I don't give a bleep what
He's
that
just a stoner who's up there like, well, I would.
There's an element to, I would say Brandon Staley, Mike McDaniel. There's always, sometimes cliches are cliches for a reason, and there's a reason there's a cliche football coach, the image of what an NFL coach is like. Yeah. And you can stray from that. Tony Dungy wasn't quite that, but Tony Dungy brought a lot of other stuff to the table.
Yeah.
I think that, a respectability perhaps.
Right.
I think there's times where you try to go too far outside the box, and you're like, yeah, that's why this guy isn't a head football coach.
Yeah.
This is why guys like Mike McDaniel tend not to be head football coaches.
Yeah.
They tend to be passing game coordinators.
Right.
Or maybe if paired with a heavy-handed coach, head coach or something, can be a good offensive coordinator, but he's not the guy.
Well, you know who thinks he's not the guy? Rex Ryan, who on Get Up yesterday went all ogre from Revenge of the Nerds on Mike McDaniel.
What the hell is he talking about? Maybe he's on a different level, McGenius guy, whatever the hell he is, nerd boy. But anyway, their team has no respect for the coach. They play like that. They're like, come on, man, get us a dang guy in here. Where's the physicality of this team? What did you say?
They're soft. They're soft.
They're soft. I'm with you on that. And every part of their football team. They have tons of talent on this team. Daniel, we were talking, that's why you picked them to win? Because they have tons of talent. Yeah. They don't play with any passion or any smoke to them.
I'm going to tell you that, if Anthony Weaver saw that clip right there, Anthony Weaver's the DC for this team that Rex Ryan just called soft. That's got to hurt Anthony Weaver to his core, because I know, having done a lot of radio with Weaver before I got to 610, back when he was a player, back when he was one of your teammates, he loves Rex Ryan. He worships Rex Ryan. Ryan is Rex Ryan. For those who don't know, Rex Ryan was Anthony Weaver's position coach when he was with the Baltimore Ravens back in the day. I don't know that there's anybody who I've heard Anthony Weaver, in my hundreds of conversations I've had with him, gush more about than Rex Ryan. This is like one of your parents going on Get Up and talking about how soft you and the guys you're coaching are for Anthony Weaver.
There's a thing sometimes with guys like Mike McDaniel, there's a dynamic kind of like this is what people used to say about Gus Bradley. There's a positivity that just feels almost like too much of a forced positivity, to where, hey, being positive is always the answer all the time. And that's not the way life works. No. Yes, having a forward-thinking mindset and, hey, let's fix problems, all that, it doesn't you can have that mindset, but without it always being dressed up as like, hey guys, everything's actually just fine. Like, no, like positivity doesn't have to mean, doing your daily affirmations and all that stuff. It's like, okay, here's the problem, let's fix it. Hey, this is unacceptable. What are we going to do about it? And calling things out where they need to be called out, and you don't have to be a jerk about it or anything, but I mean, Tua Tagovailoa has said at times that Mike McDaniel's positivity gets a bit much for him. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just like, all right, man. It just almost, it feels like a toxic positivity, I think is what Steph Stradley used to call it. And that's what Mike McDaniel feels like. Like, it is certain, if you got a good team with the right kinds of guys on it, guys they want to get better. And the positivity is like, all right, yep, here's the problem, let's fix it. Here's the problem, let's fix it.
Yes.
Nope, we got to do this better. Let's go.
Yeah.
And not this, kumbaya type crap. Mm-mm. It just doesn't. Guys get sick of it, and it has the opposite effect. Guys start getting pissed off about it.
Yep.
You're like, dude, let's work on this problem and let's fix it. Let's not just talk about how everything is awesome when clearly it's not.
All right, let's switch over to baseball in the next segment here. If you look at the contenders in baseball, they all seem to have a reason. The fans of these teams all seem to have a reason to complain right now. Ken Rosenthal tries to talk each contending fan base off the ledge. Will he be successful in talking Seth Payne off the ledge for any angst that Seth is feeling about the Astros? I'm going to read Ken Rosenthal's stuff to Seth. We'll do that. And is he talking you off the ledge as well? Stay in your cars, Astro fans. We got that for you coming up next.
Hey, maybe you've got a problem.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So, Seth, we've had a nice run with the Astros the last decade or so. It's been really good, man. We got a lot of October baseball. I think it's fair to say the confidence in this year's version of the Astros has been damaged a little bit along the way here throughout July and August.
This year's version, I don't know, and it's different in a lot of partly. One of the things that's hard about this year is because one of the things that really sustained the Astros through the golden era was their judgment at the plate. And just, I mean, you think about, like, one of my favorite things about the golden era was Alex Bregman being so much better than the umpires at knowing what was a strike and what. You remember if Bregman had an issue with a call, then it was almost always exactly verified by and they had a lot of guys like that. They were, when they were really raking it with home runs, they also had the lowest strikeout rate in the league. Yeah. Whereas this year, I don't need to see things like this. Only the Colorado Rockies have a higher chase rate, and only the Athletics see fewer pitches per plate appearance.
Yeah,
those aren't the two teams that I want to be better than, and those are the only two teams that I'm better than when it comes to judgment at the plate. Yeah. That's frustrating, Sean.
Yep. No, I get it. And all the injuries, too, you feel like the gods are against it. Every week, it feels like there's a new right elbow inflammation with this team. So Ken Rosenthal, the Athletic, has a piece where he looks at all the contenders, all the teams that are playoff teams, because, look, we're sports fans. Everybody finds something to complain about. Even the Milwaukee Brewers, who are far and away the best team in baseball right now, record-wise, their fans are probably complaining about something. So Ken Rosenthal says here, in the spirit of his late father, Big Ed Rosenthal, which I find ironic because Ken Rosenthal is a tiny human being, that his dad was named Big Ed Rosenthal.
Maybe he was ironically named Big Ed.
Could be, yeah. Big guy named
Maybe
Tiny.
he was like the biggest jockey at the racetrack or something.
That could very well be. A tiny guy's named Bubba. Yeah, that kind of thing. He'd shrug off any illness, surgery, or other calamity that his kids would endure by staring at them blankly and saying, it could be worse. So the tone of this article, Seth, is he's trying to tell all of the contenders that it could be worse. So here we go. This is what he says about the Astros. If you're an Astro fan who's complaining or worried about the postseason, can this team make another run back to the ALCS, which they didn't do last year? Here's Ken Rosenthal trying to give you a little perspective on life. Yordan Alvarez is healthy. Jose Altuve remains a threat. Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, and Ramon Urias arrived at the trade deadline. But would you believe the Astros, before dropping 11 runs on the Rangers Saturday, ranked 25th in the majors, 25th in runs per game.
Okay. This is just to remind everybody, this is something that's supposed to be making us feel better about
could be
the
worse.
Astros. Okay.
Right.
All right, little Ken.
Right.
Let's see where you're going with this.
He's got 3 more sentences to make this work.
Yeah.
Only the Colorado Rockies chase at a higher rate.
Okay, he's got a big finish coming up, I can tell, because so far not doing it for me. Okay.
Only the Athletics see fewer pitches per plate appearance.
All right, we got 2 sentences left. Where are you going with this, Kenny?
The Astros miss the patient, productive Isaac Paredes, out since July 19th with a right hamstring.
I get that.
But with the addition of Correa, they do not have an obvious spot for Paredes if he returns. Rosenthal, you suck at this.
Rosenthal, obviously, Big Ken Rosenthal must have had I'm guessing the milkman was a tiny fella. For Ken Rosenthal, I don't think that's indeed your actual father.
Do you feel
what the
better?
Hell?
No.
No.
It could be worse.
Yeah. What? I guess, did he start off with Yordan Alvarez is healthy?
Right.
I guess that's what's supposed to make me. Jose Altuve remains a threat, but Jose Altuve has been the version of Jose Altuve by and large for the whole year. It's not like this is something that makes me feel like, oh yeah, that's peak Altuve this season.
That's right.
Sure. Totally expecting him to have multiple walk-off home runs. What the hell are you talking about, Ken Rosenthal?
This is horribly done. I feel worse. He's reminding us of what all the blemishes are on this team. He's like, there's a zit, there's a wart, there's a rash. Do you feel better about yourself now? Like, no, I can't go out in public with this chase rate.
This is very much in the spirit of could be worse. Could be worse rarely actually helps people feel better about anything.
Yeah.
I understand where you're going with it and everything. And, yeah, your lot in life is not nearly as bad as it could be, and you should appreciate, write it in your gratitude journal, all of that and everything. But usually it's almost like one of those things of like, okay, well, I'm about to die by electrocution, but it could be worse. They could be stoning me to death. Great.
Yeah. That's what this is. This is just choosing a way to die. It's that's a horrible job by Ken Rosenthal.
Hey, Paredes could return, but I don't even know where they're going to put him.
Well, it is. Okay, now that is an interesting – if Paredes is able to play, they're still scoring runs at this anemic rate that they've been scoring them for really this entire season, as Ken Rosenthal points out. They've not been good at scoring runs. I think what has to happen is Jose Altuve is going to have to play second base, and Yordan Alvarez is going to have to play left field, and you're going to defensively have to rely on the fact that the other guys you have out there are all elite. Jake Myers is an elite center fielder. He was a Gold Glove finalist. Cam Smith, by all the advanced stats, is an elite right fielder, even though he's only been doing it for less than a year. Yeah. The other infielders besides Altuve are Christian Walker, former Gold Glover, Jeremy Pena, former Gold Glover, Carlos Correa, former Gold Glover at shortstop. I think if Paredes comes back and they're still not scoring runs, you got to go Altuve at second, Yordan in left field, and let Paredes DH and get your best 9 offensive guys into that lineup.
Sometimes I like to scoff and laugh at the version of myself from last spring, because that guy doesn't exist anymore. That's Seth Payne. He's gone. This is a different one. So I'll laugh at that Seth Payne from back then.
What was it about that Seth Payne?
We would say things like, really, how often is your left fielder going to make the decisive error in a game or whatever? Oh. Come on, really, how often can they hurt you?
Yordan dropped a ball the other
I know. I'm thinking of that at this very moment, Sean.
And yet, I don't want to go out in these playoff games and lose 5-1 every time.
The answer is clear. They have to play Altuve in right field, Sean. That's
field.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that arm? In right field, they'd be running on pop up in shallow right field. They would be running on him every single time. Paredes at second, Altuve DH, Yordan left field. I'm just reading text. Sorry.
Yeah, no, because we need to talk about Paredes at second. I think that of all because I know that people there's reasons to believe that like they don't feel awesome about Paredes at second. I gotta feel like Paredes at second is not going to be as much of a liability as Altuve anywhere in the field, or I don't know. I think there might be some more creativity, or they can jockey things around more than
maybe. I wonder how the hamstring factors into all of it. You know, do you want him playing defense and running the bases?
Yeah.
I have no. That's a medical.
It's going to be a game by. I don't know. Sometimes we talk about this stuff and we act like the whatever configuration you talk about is the one that they have to stick with through the entire playoffs. It's going to be a game by game proposition.
It's a good problem to have. Even if he's back as a guy who's just a right-handed bat off the bench to pinch hit, this is a good problem to have. They've gone the whole year with like 2 or 3 guys on the roster who don't even deserve to be in the big leagues. So this would be a good problem to have. Let's give away some Texans tickets. It's Texans Ticket Tuesday. Texans kick off their home schedule primetime Monday night, 6 o'clock kick. Make a note. Don't want you guys showing up midway through the second quarter. It's a Monday night doubleheader. They got the early game here. You can be in the building, sitting front row. Call 713-525. Back up. 713-5. Stop laughing at me, Ben. 713-572-4610. Call now and be caller number 5. And a pair of seats in the bullpen could be yours. That's 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 right now. We're doing this all day. So if you miss out, make sure you're listening to In the Loop in the noon hour and the drive in the 5 o'clock hour for more chances to win. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. Seth, are you ready to get petty?
Oh, I'm so ready. This is going to be one of the best all-time petty casts, I think.
It is. This is going to be a good one. We got some good stuff. Get your petties ready. Text in 713-572-4610 if you're feeling petty about anything. But boy, do we have some petty people around the world of football. We will get to them coming up next.
Hey, if you've been injured in an accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Simple as that. They have been they've been in Houston for over 30 years, proud sponsor of the Houston Rockets, and they'll pick up the phone.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It is time, 8 o'clock on a Tuesday. This is a petty show all the time, but we really channel our pettiness hardcore at 8 o'clock on Tuesday mornings. Just feels right.
This is where we really lean into all of the worst parts of our personality.
Yes. Yeah. Or the best. Get a lot of compliments on the Pettycast when I'm out about town, Seth. They really enjoy this segment, the people.
Right.
Yep. Let's start with Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick, he's the head coach at North Carolina right now.
College?
The University of North Carolina Tar Heels. He's the head football coach there. He does not allow Patriot scouts on campus. This story was making the rounds, and he was asked about it after his game on Saturday.
To comment on that and provide some sort of explanation on that.
Yeah, well, no, it's clear that I'm not welcome there around their facility, and so they're not welcome in ours. Pretty simple.
Okay, pretty simple.
Honestly, man, I want to applaud the pettiness, and yet at the same time, man, I don't know if I've ever seen a better example of how some really effective football coaches also have a really good way of basically telling everybody in the organization it's about the team, when really it's actually all about themselves too. Boy, this is such an extreme version of making it all about yourself at the expense of the kids that are, it's to their benefit to be seen by as many scouts as possible, that you'd like your coach to be able to have conversations with scouts about how you're a good kid, all these other things. And recruiters are going to use this against him so effectively.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of times that's oversold. But my God, it's one of the most selfish, egocentrical things I've ever heard. It's unbelievable.
That would be enough for me to tell my kid not to go play there. You know,
right.
right?
This guy clearly doesn't care about the kids.
Right.
He cares about his own ego.
His own ego, and it's over something stupid like this.
I know, man. This is look, all this stuff with him and his girlfriend or any of the other stuff that goes on, whatever, that's okay, whatever. This is something that this actually has to be part of the story of the legacy of Bill Belichick. This is some petty ass.
It's huge petty
stuff. Yeah.
It's huge petty, and this is a head coach whose whole sales pitch to kids is come play for this. And basically collegiate NFL program that we have. I mean, that he said that was what he was creating in North Carolina. Now, for what it's worth, Mike Vrabel on his radio show on Monday on WEEI, he does a hit on WEEI, our sister station up in Boston. He refuted what Belichick said. He's allowed in the building.
Is Bill Belichick welcome here? And were you surprised that he didn't allow the scouts onto campus to scout his players?
Again, nothing surprises me. I would imagine that that Bill, I mean, he came back for, the best of my knowledge, Tom's ceremony, so that I would, I guess he's welcome back based on the fact that he was there. So I'll just go by that. Since his departure as the head coach here, he's been back. And I'll leave it at that.
And therefore, he is allowed in the building.
I mean, Belichick kind of is pulling a Portnoy here, right?
Yeah.
Where, Portnoy, they claimed that Portnoy wasn't allowed in the Ohio State Stadium, but nobody was really sure if that was the case or whatever.
Yep.
Which, I don't know, maybe this does come back to the girlfriend somehow. Hey, you want to get some buzz?
Yeah.
Claim you're not allowed somewhere.
Yeah.
Look at what it did for Portnoy.
This Portnoy guy's getting a lot of attention right now.
I do. Honestly, man, I'd love to be petty about this, but I'm starting to get kind of sad about just guys like Urban Meyer or Bill Belichick just making a mockery out of their final act. Yeah. Sean, if any other coach had said something like this and he didn't have all the pelts on the wall, I don't know if you couldn't take him seriously.
He'd be laughed out of the building.
You just couldn't take him seriously.
Yep.
It's so selfish. It's so petty. Good job. He might be the all-time winner of the Pettycast.
If we were doing winners, if there was a petty belt that we did, like Take a Mania, he'd be the winner right now. Although this is pretty good. Aaron Rodgers asked after he engineered a 34-32 win over his former team, the Jets, he was reminded by a media member of his face-to-face meeting with Aaron Glenn, where Aaron Glenn basically told Aaron Rodgers, we don't want you anymore. Yeah. Here's what this sounded like.
Beating him, is there significance in that, since he basically told you to your face that he didn't think you were right for that team?
Yes, that's what he did.
So there's significance in beating him for you?
I was happy to beat everybody associated with the Jets.
Not quite as petty as Belichick, but you can tell, you can see the petty swirling.
Yeah, the pettiness here really comes too because Aaron was treated very much like a diva the entire time he was there, and they kowtowed to everything that Aaron Rodgers wanted, whether it's aging or ineffective wide receivers, whomever it might be. His hand-selected offensive coordinator, who nobody respects as an offensive coordinator, all of those things, and yet that is the epitome of pettiness. It still found ways to feel wronged in that situation.
He did.
Yes.
He did.
Good for you, Aaron Rodgers.
Way to
remain
go.
petty.
You are.
Yet also, by virtue of him having gone on all of these spiritual journeys, he's egoless, and it very much inflates his ego to be able to say that he's egoless.
He's egoless.
Yes.
The irony of the whole thing.
He's got so little ego that he's got the largest ego in the room.
Very meta. Yes, for sure. All right, this was yesterday, Steve Sarkisian. If you missed it, Arch Manning had the follow-up to his abysmal effort in his first start of this season. First game really as the face of UT football. We know how that went. 7 points in Columbus. Did not look good. Got right against San Jose State. Had a really nice game against San Jose State, but was caught after a couple of plays kind of wincing after throwing, which has led to speculation that maybe Arch is dealing with a shoulder. Maybe Seth, that's why his mechanics have been so sloppy. He's dealing with some sort of shoulder issue. Steve Sarkisian was asked about this yesterday. The wincing of Arch Manning on film, is he dealing with something right now?
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
quarter.
who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Okay. So that was Sark. Sark with the snark.
I still don't.
Never filmed any of you taking a dump before.
That's where I felt like he went a little too far with he went a little too far out there. It's like, I don't know, I've never watched you guys. Maybe you could say I've never watched you guys, in the weight room or something to see how you look when you're lifting weights. Or I don't know. Tell me if I'm right on this. So is it like if you're having a bowel movement or something, he doesn't know, are your facial expressions telling you whether
maybe you
it's
make
a tough one or not?
if it's a tough one to squeeze out of there, you're making a face. Arch is just, it's a natural bodily function, him throwing a football the same way it's the natural bodily function for guys like me and you to, do a number two.
What is about the University of Texas head football coaches that can't stop making the bathroom newsworthy items? You remember Tom Herman's hydration chart?
Yeah, the shades of the urine
today and all that.
Yeah.
I don't know. As a connoisseur of analogies, I'm going to give him. I'm going to give him an A for effort. I think he was trying to go out there. He was trying to go out there on a limb. I just don't know if he chose the
Definitely
right way.
petty, though, right? Like, I'm not giving you an answer to Arch's. Oh, who told you that? And the guy made the mistake of going, Arch.
You know what? You should have seen it like, I don't know, man. I don't let's judge your facial expressions on your wife while you have relations with her. How are you grading those? Is she having a good time? I don't know.
That would have been a good boy. If Sark did that would have made waves.
She making the same faces she does when she's with me? That's what I would have said.
And there you go. All right. Next one. Let's stay with college football because it's so much fun. This was Alabama fan Susie Connerly walking out of a convenience store, presumably in Alabama, and they were doing one of these news hits where, the Powerball's up to $1.8 billion or something like that. So they're finding randos walking out of the convenience store, and they do this like once a month. Hey, what are you going to do if you win the money? Well, Susie Connerly, what are you going to do if you win the money in the Powerball?
I'll tell you exactly what I'd do with the first $70 million. I'd pay off Kalen DeBoer and get him the heck out of the University of Alabama, and then I'd take whatever else it took to get rid of the AD. I'd give him a church money, I don't know how much of what I'd have, after I paid my taxes. But I'm sure I'd have plenty with this kind of deal. But I know I'm not going to win. I just hope I win some scratch-offs. I just do it for the fun.
The buyout's $70 million.
Yeah.
So I don't think she. I
fine.
hope for her sake she doesn't win the. What is the Powerball at?
It was up over $1 billion earlier, like last week. I don't play it, so I don't know, but it was up over $1 billion.
She would be fine.
I think she would too. $1 billion. So after taxes, you're down to about 600 milli. Oh yeah, you'll be fine, man. Tithe to the church. She just said, I got to pay my church. I'm assuming she's a good Christian tither. So there's another 60 mil.
Mm-hmm.
Do you tithe before taxes or after taxes? I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's before taxes.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause I think it's tax deductible, actually.
Up to a point, yeah.
So Susie Connerly would buy out Kalen. Boy, poor Kalen DeBoer, man. Alabama's 18th in the AP poll right now, and I feel like that is if I could pick one program that is going to wind up 7-5 this year that's in the top 25 right now, the SEC has 11 teams in the top 25 right now. I mean, that's damn near the whole conference is in the top 25.
Do you think DeBoer would actually, or do you think she would actually do that? Do you think she'd actually buy out DeBoer? If would people hold her to that?
She committed to it. It's a verbal contract. She committed to it on TV to all the Alabama fans.
Once she threw her tithing in with it too, I feel like she would feel morally obligated to do it.
Yeah, she's still.
I'm gonna help this. I'm going to help this billion-dollar entity reverse a mistake that they made and give my own hard-won cash to them.
Yeah.
Good for her.
And they probably it wouldn't just be DeBoer getting out of there. She'd probably have some say-so as to who the next head coach would be.
That's true. You donate that much money, she's going to have a building named.
That's what I was
after
going to say. They're going to put her name on something on campus, So that might be worth it, man. Immortalize it. And every descendant of hers from now until the end of time will not only get into Alabama, but they will get their choice of dorm. They will get their choice of meal plan. They'll get everything, man.
Yeah, she buys herself immortality.
Immortality.
Which in reality, at best, is like 1,000 years. And probably less. But yeah, immortality or whatever fantasy you pretend to believe, yeah.
All right, let's skip down. Let's go to Bill Burr, Ben, because Bill Burr is funny. He was on the Rich Eisen show. And speaking of Belichick again, Belichick works his way back into the Pettycast. The first thing Rich Eisen brings up with Bill Burr, noted Choud, noted Bostonian, big Patriots fan, was, hey, check out Bill Belichick's debut at the University of North Carolina.
Anyway, let's get into it, man. Let's get into what he couldn't even wait until I came out here. Go ahead and ask me.
What'd you think of Bill Belichick's first game as head coach of North Carolina?
What'd you think of Joe Namath on the Rams? What'd you think of Johnny Unitas on the Chargers? What happened to that guy? What do you think of Lewis Hamilton driving a Ford Pinto? Dude, since when is the University of North Carolina even in the conversation of a college football powerhouse?
Not at all.
Exactly.
And still not right now.
Exactly. He's driving a mid-sized car, and he's going to try to he's got some curb finders on it. Can he have more than one game? Oh, look at that! Look at the look. That look on his face. Like, you guys, all this says to me is how much it bothered you that for 20 years you couldn't even enjoy the greatest NFL head coach of all time. Yeah. Did you see him lose the first game?
No. Here's where I'm petty towards Bill Burr, and I like Bill Burr. I think he's really funny. Yeah, not many of us were enjoying that. The Patriots dominating. You couldn't even enjoy the greatest head coach of all time. No, because I didn't like the team he coached.
Yeah, people hated it. Right. Yeah. I'm not delighting in it or anything, but it's to act like it's not a story. Yeah. And Burr is 100% correct. It depends on how bad it goes at UNC. Because Urban Meyer, you could say, well, who's really going to remember that he was with the Jaguars? I don't know, man. It was so bad with the Jaguars, and because it became such a circus, that I think it does. They are going to bring it up. It's going to be brought up for a long time with Urban Meyer, depending on which circles you're in. If Belichick, by way of being on the Pettycast just a few minutes ago, I don't know. This could end up, if he keeps spiraling out of control. Hey, they beat Charlotte 20-3. They picked themselves off the mat and they beat Charlotte. I don't know. I think it's going to be a more considerable footnote to his career than, say, Joe Namath with the Rams or other kind of Jerry Rice with the Seahawks or whatever it might be.
Yep. You know what I'm petty about? And petty in terms of, like, I'm really happy this happened? The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Seth, I just saw this story. This story just dropped late yesterday, has refused 4 trademark applications filed by Bill Belichick and his companion, Jordan Hudson, saying the phrases they attempted to trademark would cause a likelihood of confusion with previously filed ones. So we know that the Patriots hold the trademark rights to "Do Your Job," "Ignore the Noise," "The Bellistrator," and "No Days Off."
Yeah.
The Patriots own the rights to those phrases.
Yeah.
Jordan Hudson, the manager of TCE Rights Management, filed to secure several trademarks, including these 4. "Do Your Job," Bill's version; "Ignore the Noise," Bill's version; "The Bellistrator," Bill's version; "No Days Off," Bill's version. I take away from this that Jordan Hudson is a Swiftie. That's my...
That's so for those of you who don't know, that's how Taylor Swift got back control of her cat. She had sold her catalog and ended up just wanted to gain back control. So she re-recorded all of the music, and because of a tweak in the contract that she'd had, she was able to basically take back possession of a brand new catalog. So that's what he's doing.
By putting Taylor's version after each of the songs.
Yeah, by putting Taylor's version at the end of it.
Yeah.
So this will be, I don't like seeing him go out like this. I have a hard time. Are you feeling petty about watching him go out like this?
I love watching him go out like this.
You do?
The shot on the sidelines from the game that he lost, the TCU game, where the Tar Heels are warming up before the game, and she's down there on the sidelines, like clearly it looked like irking him down there.
And he walked out on the field. It
away.
looked like he could not get far enough out onto that football field to get away from whatever she was talking to him about.
Is this worth
it? You know what it is? I guess there's a part of it is like, man, I hope when I get to that age, I don't want to act that way. I hope that I hope I'm just in a. I don't know. That's the part where I have a hard time leaning into the pettiness. The guy's done some incredible things in his life, and now he's just turning it into a clown show in a lot of ways.
I know. It's awesome.
And you love it.
I love
good
it.
for you. You're so much better at this than I am. I'm so weak. I'm going to give me a pep talk next week.
Okay.
In the days leading up to the petty cast.
A petty pep talk, yes.
I failed the petty cast. I apologize to everybody.
You're good. All right, there's your petty cast. Text in your petty. Someone texted in, fun fact, there's a hashtag petty cast. Laramie Tunsil had 0 penalties. Not true. He had a holding penalty on a play that he allowed a sack. So they may have declined it. Yeah.
He does that, and also, this is the other thing. He had the opposite of a false start. He had a play in which the center snapped the ball. 3 other offensive linemen started pass protecting. Laramie Tunsil stayed in his stance.
He was making sure he was not going to get a false start.
And I got to go back and look for the quotes after the game, because if I know Laramie Tunsil, you know whose fault it was?
Center.
It was the center. Even though 4 other guys knew what the snap count was, somehow it's going to be the center's fault. Yeah.
God, I'm so glad he's not here. All right. But
he didn't have a great game, and it was versus. I mean, the Giants have some good pass rushers,
do.
but we'll see. I mean, the Commanders beat the Giants. Huge shocker right there. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Is C.J. Stroud starting to let his frustration show a little bit? I've got some numbers that might back up why he's frustrated and why Texan fans are a little frustrated. We'll get to that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic.
Free. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's an interesting post-game press conference for C.J. Stroud on Sunday. He said some things, kind of veered into some areas that we haven't seen before. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? We'll see. Here was C.J. Stroud just talking about the effort in the game against the Rams. Take a listen, especially at the very end, about him talking about the team going through the motions.
Yeah, I take just negative plays. I think it's kind of obvious. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot consistently and expect to win. And that starts with me, with a lot of different things. I got to get rid of the ball better and, use my legs maybe a little more. But, I think, there's a lot of hope still. We did a lot of good things. It's a really good defense, a really good team. But I definitely think we could have won. But just you can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. So when you come out in NFL lollygagging and not going through the motions, that kind of happens. So I think we'll be all right. But I think it's a good wake up call for us.
That's kind of a damning thing, man. When you consider all the things that you can look at on the box score that said that the team didn't come out ready to play, 11 penalties.
Yeah.
Didn't score any touchdowns. Didn't score in the second half of this game. To then label it with lollygagging and going through the motions.
I'll tell you what. At the risk of reading too much into comments in the media or whatever, I think there's some things about that team that I think they entered the game somehow after not having accomplished really genuinely much of anything in the last couple of years, kind of a little on a high horse. And, Kalen Bullock is in his second year in the NFL, had a promising rookie season, but he's not a made man yet. And he's flat out saying we're the best secondary in the NFL. I'll tell you what, you weren't yesterday or that weekend. The defense did a good effort. Now, look, the defense played a winning effort and everything, but the secondary really got duped pretty badly a few times.
Yes.
Some of the things that were your downfall last year and why you weren't a genuinely elite top-tier defense last year, it showed up in that game. So I don't need second-year safeties talking about how they're the best secondary in the NFL.
Right.
I don't, and likewise on offense, all right, great. They looked good against the Panthers. Last year, the worst defense in the NFL. The worst scoring defense in the history of the NFL. And they looked good in the preseason for one series. They didn't look good in the first series in that game. I don't think CJ would have the sense of complacency. But I'll be honest with you, Sean. I don't know what's going on in the mind of Titus Howard and C.J. Stroud when they somehow think they gotta tell D'Amico we need to go for it on 4th and 1 from our own 25-yard line in the fourth quarter.
Are we assuming that's what that was?
That's what Jonathan Alexander. That's how he reported it.
He did. Okay.
They were trying. Okay. They were urging when you saw Titus Howard yell. I don't want to say. Guys are yelling on football fields a lot.
Sure.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's an awful thing. But that Titus Howard was yelling at D'Amico Ryans on the TV copy that it was him telling them they needed to go for it. What makes you guys think that you have the right to put the defense in that position after what you've been doing the rest of that game? Where do you get off thinking that you can tell D'Amico Ryans, no, we need to go for this? Where the hell? Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
I was just hey, if he asks you, do you guys feel confident or whatever, fine. You're telling D'Amico Ryans that we need to go for it here and put the defense in that position?
Yep.
Come on. And you guys haven't done anything.
And just for context, it was 4th and 1. There were 9.5 minutes to go in regulation. Yep. This was their second to last possession. The Texans are trailing 14-9. It was 4th and 1 at their own 26-yard line.
Right. Yeah.
4th and 1 at their. I don't know if the audience knew the exact.
Yeah, I had said that.
You said it was 26-yard line.
Yeah, I said 25, but whatever. It's that's a part where it'd be good. I'm glad they got slapped around a little bit. I think the Rams might end up being a really good football team. I think because I know immediately after the game, I admire the confidence of people who after one game can say, this team's going to win 8 games at best. Blah, blah, blah. All right, great. We don't have to. We could sit here all day talking about teams that have gotten destroyed in the first game of a season or early in a season. The Patriots have done it at least twice. When they got destroyed by the Chiefs, they got destroyed by the Lions. You got to be careful reading too much into it. We also just don't know how good a team the Rams are. But the offense. They needed to have whatever they thought they were going to get by CJ having more command or control at the line of scrimmage. Like, you guys aren't there yet. You got slapped around to an extreme degree. So for CJ to say that they were lollygagging or whatever, that's how I read into it. I wouldn't be reading into it like this other than CJ got up and said that they were lollygagging and going through the motions.
Yeah. Here's one more from CJ saying they did not practice well enough during the week.
I just think the way we practiced this week, I think we could have practiced better. I think, I love the confidence we have, but there's I always say there's like a type of mindset is like, did I do enough? And I think it's a healthy way to be, because then you'll probably do more. So for me, preparing, I got to do a better job. And I also got to hold my guys accountable, for that one exotic look. And it's the first game of the year. We got a lot of exotic looks we did not expect. They did too, but they made the play. So you can come with a million excuses. We got to just be better.
Didn't practice well enough, lollygagging, going through the motions. And this is where I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but these are comments. We haven't seen CJ stray into this type of commentary before. And granted, it's with a tone that is it's a calm tone. He's including himself in this, so this isn't him necessarily pointing fingers at everybody, but not pointing them at the guy in the mirror. But since their 6-2 start last season, CJ's numbers are as follows. This is in the regular season.
In the regular season, yeah.
In the regular season. 4-6 in his last 10 games, 9 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, a completion percentage just over 60%, and a 78.1% or a 78.1 passer rating. And you can take passer rating however you want to. For me, any stat that's on an extreme end, one extreme or the other, it's pretty indicative of something. For some context, Mac Jones was the 34th highest passer rating in the NFL last year at 80.2. C.J. Stroud over the last 10 games has performed by passer rating worse than Mac Jones over the course of the entire season last year. Mac Jones was the backup in Jacksonville last season. So it's not been a good last 10 games. And you know me, Seth, I'm always thinking ahead to after the season's over, big picture. And I think C.J. Stroud's going to be here for a long, long time. But I don't want to ignore the fact that this is a long stretch now in the regular season of very mediocre play. And is it all his fault? Of course not. We all know what the pressure rates are. There's a reason they swapped out 80% of the offensive line. It's not all CJ's fault. I do wonder if this is how it continues. If he's just one of these guys that statistically is as many interceptions as you got touchdowns, not scoring in the second half. It's an offense that's 20th in the league in scoring or whatever it is. Does either side, CJ or the Texans, flinch in the offseason when it comes to agreeing to something long-term?
I think if you talk about everything that CJ was talking about right there as far as lollygagging or going through the motions, the very first series is, as you had pointed out earlier, Dameon Pierce lets the ball go into the end zone, which means it's a touchback at the 20 instead of the 35.
Rolls
so
in.
You have that.
Yeah.
You start right off the bat, 15 yards in the hole, because I don't know if Dameon Pierce understands the rules. I don't know if Dameon Pierce understands the rules of pass protection. We talked about that earlier. Dameon Pierce, I'm really, really getting to the point where this is where I was during training camp last year, and I was willing to say, okay, maybe they felt like Dameon Pierce had upside, but that it wasn't a good fit with Bobby Slowick or whatever. Man, that game was not a good look for Dameon Pierce. Dropping the ball on the final drive for the Texans.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I didn't get it during training camp last year. I don't get it now. But you have that mistake, then they get the holding penalty. They're at 2nd and 17. They get a delay of game. That knocks it to 3rd and 22nd. It was mistake after mistake after mistake on the opening drive. And then you have various other 3rd and longs in that game that are partly because of pre-snap penalties or penalties. It was everything that was sloppy last year was sloppy in week 1. And there's room and there's time to get better at it. But I could see where CJ's frustration would come from. Because he said it himself. He defended Nick Caley in the press conference. by saying we really couldn't get to a lot of what Nick Caley wanted to do because we were so far in a hole because of self-inflicted wounds at times. Including, and see, some of those self-inflicted wounds were CJ's fault. And like one of the sacks he took was his fault. There were another couple dodgy pass protections that I think may have been because CJ was unaware of exactly what was going on, and he was fooled before. But then also you had Titus Howard, Ross Tucker brought it up earlier. On one of those sacks, I don't know what Titus Howard was thinking. It didn't look like he was executing the protection the way it's supposed to be executed. And Jake Andrews ends up, or whoever the center was at the end of at the time, ends up looking like he's the guy that screwed up when Titus Howard, your leader on the offensive line, was just simply doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Unless they had some kind of funky rule in pass protection that I don't know about.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm making too much of it right now, but I think in this day and age in the NFL, it's worth monitoring. Like, man, if this is an offense that slogs its way through the year, who flinches in this related? Does either side? Maybe both sides have a big picture view on this thing. And we've been through this quarterback thing before, man. And I got a long memory when it comes to stuff like that. I do not have a short memory. We've been down this road with quarterbacks before. All right. Hopefully it's a long, long time that CJ's here. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Monday Night Football last night. How did the way Monday Night Football played? Two teams that spent huge on the offensive line this offseason. How does last night's game make us feel about the Texans' approach to their offensive line? We will power rank the power rankings at the top of the hour as well. Busy show. Stay there. But first, if you
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Monday Night Football next week. Texans in the early game, Chargers, Raiders in the late game. That's going to be weird, doing a post-game show of a Monday night game with an entire game going on at the same time. It's going to be strange. It's not one of those doubleheaders where the games overlap for the most part. It's a back-to-backer. So the Texans get an early one this coming Monday, 6 o'clock, and then when they go to Seattle in Week 7, buckle up. 9 o'clock start for that one in Week 7.
9 o'clock Central Time. How often does that...
Oof. Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
I don't like you doing the post-game show after that.
I'm just going to stay up. It's the following day that you're going to get the worst version. Like the day,
I know. I don't worry about... Yeah, no, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
You're just not going to go to sleep at all?
No, because
you'll be done at like probably 3:30 a.m.
Probably 3. Probably 3. Yeah, 3-ish. And then I'll be up here. I'll be at the studios. So I'll just go to a couch somewhere and get in a couple-hour nap. I'll be okay the Tuesday. It's the Wednesday when it all catches up to you. Like, you're still running on adrenaline the next day. It hits you at some point. So we'll figure it out. We'll be okay. Monday Night Football last night. Two teams that spent heavy on offensive line in the offseason. The Vikings, I don't know if a lot of people realize how much they spent here in Houston. I feel like the Bears, everybody here knows how much the Bears spent because Caleb Williams dealt with a lot of the same things C.J. Stroud did last year. And some of it's self-inflicted, but those were the number 1 and 2 guys getting sacked last year among quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, number 1, C.J. Stroud, number 2. And then the Bears traded for Joe Thuney, gave him a big deal, signed Dahlman, the center from Atlanta, gave him a big deal, traded for Jonah Jackson from the Rams, who had been given a big deal by the Rams, traded for him. They had invested high draft capital in a tackle the year before that. And meanwhile, you got the Texans who are signing Laken Tomlinson, a journeyman. Jake Andrews, who had one start in his career, is going to be their center. Right guard depends on the day of the week. Either Titus Howard's getting moved over there, Ed Ingram, a guy they traded a 6th for.
Yeah.
It's just there was a very different approach between these two teams. 1 week in, they're both 0-1, and the Bears' offensive line looked like a train wreck in the second half of that game yesterday.
In the fourth quarter, I was just going through and watching the fourth quarter plays, and my God, it was so many. There were just so many guys getting manhandled. Yeah. Manhandled. It wasn't just like it was a miscommunication or a guy lost a down or anything. They were having the offensive linemen get manhandled in that game. This is where I still, without drawing conclusions based on one game, this is what you get when you spend on free agents. You're always, by definition, you're overpaying in free agency because you're the highest bidder. So usually, you're paying above market value because you are setting the market. So you got to be careful in how heavily you go into it. The problem, and we saw this in week 1 already, is that at the very least, though, by virtue of paying for a couple of guys that are at least solid and stable and just adequate offensive linemen in the NFL, you can have better depth with guys like Jake Andrews, perhaps, or a guy like Ed Ingram, for say, could be your backup guard instead of now when Jake Andrews goes down, you got okay, he's a guy that hasn't actually even really made it on an NFL team yet. He's down, so your backup is a guy who couldn't beat out Jake Andrews.
Beat him, yeah.
Ed Ingram goes down, and you don't even trust your backup guard to go in the game. So you'd rather have Titus Howard play guard and have have a rookie play right tackle. I think you can add depth to your offensive line for those injuries that inevitably happen, and we saw that in week 1. Wow. Yeah, we knew the Texans had a lot of question marks on the offensive line, but it gets amplified to an extreme degree when you get a couple of injuries on that questionable offensive line.
Yeah, for sure. The Bears were allowing pressure all game long. I just looked up. They had, at halftime of this game, the Bears were winning at halftime. They had still pressured Caleb Williams 40% of the time. He was just able to squeeze out of trouble. He hadn't gotten sacked, but he'd been dealing with a lot of pressure. They got to him in the second half of this game, and he had a lot of bad throws in this game. Nobody had a higher rate of missed should have been completions than Caleb Williams. He had 29.6% of his passes were completions he should have had that he threw poorly in that game.
Yeah, I think where I'd give Caleb Williams a pass a little bit, just based on week one, was A, that it's a new offense for everybody, and then B, that you are going against the Vikings and Brian Flores, who has an ability to turn quarterbacks' brains into mush.
Blitz.
Right.
Blitz.
So, yeah, or not even blitz, even it's just the way he's really, really good at disguising everything.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily even when he's blitzing, it's just that he confuses quarterbacks, same way he confused CJ last year. That you gotta pump the brakes on making an overall assessment of how good the offensive line or the quarterback's going to be when they face a defensive coordinator who's had time to scheme the entire offseason for you. That it's let's not jump to conclusions, good or bad necessarily.
So a little like the Texans, I guess, in a way, right?
Yeah.
It's the Rams. It's.
Right. I think there's a tendency, too, you look at for the people who are really, really distraught and say, oh, no, you can tell the Texans aren't going to win more than 6 games this year. I think you gotta remember, we don't know what the Rams are as a football team yet. I think there's a chance they end up being a really good football team if Matt Stafford stays healthy.
Yep.
I think Puka Nacua is a really good receiver. I think Devontae Adams still has a lot in the tank. So, and I think that defense is going to be better than they were last year when they were doing some promising things. So, I think the tendency is to go based off of last year's power rankings. Like, oh no, you're struggling to beat or score points against a team that's a slightly above the middle of the pack team. Nah, I don't know. We don't know who the Rams are yet. So we'll see.
I'm going to read this text, and I want to read this because you were there for this as a player. This goes back to talking about C.J. Stroud in the previous segment and how he's getting beat up. He's saying things about maybe we didn't practice well, lollygagging, et cetera, et cetera. Texter says this: I'm worried that the Texans have a David Carr issue happening, and the coaching staff is doing exactly what they did back then. This is what happens when you don't protect the quarterback. You were there for David Carr's rookie year when he was sacked 76 times. Are you worried? Are you worried at all that this situation with the Texans is analogous to that situation?
I guess I don't know what he means by the coaching staff is doing the exact same thing. Yeah. So I don't necessarily understand what that means. I think with David Carr in his rookie year, at least, the very first game, the Texans started 6 rookies on offense. Now you go to, so maybe this is what he's talking about. You go to yesterday or this week, and it wasn't the first game for C.J. Stroud. It's his 3rd season, but he's on an offense that's starting. That's at least relying heavily on Jaden Higgins. It's relying on Jalen Noel. That has Ariante Ursary flip-flopping from left to right and then back to left and then back to right in the
Woody
course
Marks,
of 1 week.
People saying that Woody Marks should be out here playing too. Yeah.
Right, but Woody Marks isn't at least starting, so you expect some rookies to play.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of rookies out there, and that it's not an excuse. It's not as severe as with David Carr, because with David Carr on that offense in the first couple of years, they only had a few bona fide NFL players on offense.
Mm-hmm.
It was I don't want to leave anybody out, but I mean Steve McKinney is the only guy that jumps out at my mind on the offensive line. There was actually a bona fide NFL starter on the offense. So I don't think I don't think the cupboard is as bare as it was early in C.J. Stroud's career, or in David Carr's career. And then I also think that, look, David Carr is wired differently than C.J. Stroud.
No question.
C.J. Stroud is a more talented quarterback, and I think C.J. Stroud is more mature in terms of his understanding of the preparation that goes into it. Like, let's not pretend that David Carr could have been an awesome quarterback if only he had gone to another team. I don't think David Carr was probably meant to be a great quarterback in the NFL, but he was thrown into a situation where they weren't going to get the best out of him.
I don't want to speak for this texter, Seth, but were I to share the same view as this texter, you did a much better job talking me off the ledge than Ken Rosenthal did earlier in the show with the Astros.
Oh, okay.
You
good.
did.
Okay.
I feel better.
So I could have a column in the Athletic.
I think. Right. Yes. I think if I were this texter, I would feel better about my thought that David Carr and C.J. Stroud are the same guy right now.
Look, and this is the other thing, and I've cautioned myself against this the entire offseason. I cautioned our dear listeners about this. Mm-hmm. As CJ has been asked question after question after question about having more control at the line of scrimmage, CJ himself has said, hey, there will be some, I can't remember the verbiage he used, but I say hiccups. Like when you're asking the quarterback to do things that are a lot more involved and a lot more complicated pre-snap, It's a lot of plates you've got spinning at one time, and it's not always really, really smooth at the beginning. It can be kind of uncomfortable. And I know he did it in high school. I know he did it in college. It's not the same thing. Honestly, I'm sitting here trying to figure out where C.J. Stroud setting protection in high school somehow gets him ready for the NFL, doing it in the NFL. I'm trying to figure out where the disconnect is here. Like, the fact that he's done it before, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like saying, I've made out with girls a couple times. I'm ready for an adult film set. Yeah. Like, no, there's a whole lot more that goes into it when you're doing it professionally.
He's pointing out the mic. It doesn't count if the mic is shorter than 5'10". Okay, it doesn't count.
It's just a completely different thing, man. So there's going to be some hiccups along the way. It's not going to be an entirely smooth process.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, by the way, congrats to Steven here in Houston, who won the tickets earlier in the show to the Texans and the Buccaneers on Monday night. He won Texans Ticket Tuesday. You've got 2 more chances to win Texans Ticket Tuesday, noon hour, 5 o'clock hour today, to be in the bullpen for the Texans and the Bucs on Monday Night Football. All right, let's do it. Power rank the power rankings. What are the experts saying? What are they thinking about the Texans after an 0-1 start in Los Angeles? That is next.
Hey, underdog is
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. Let's power rank the power rankings. They are in. Once Monday Night Football is over, the power rankings come out the next morning around the NFL, and Seth and I each and every week at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, we look at the power rankings, and we ourselves power rank those people who are ranking the NFL teams on how good a job that they do. So I've got 5 of them, Seth, for purposes of this segment.
Okay.
What's so funny?
I guess we don't. Do we power rank them, or do we basically just say, "Hey, whoever has the Texans ranked highest is number one"?
That might end up happening coincidentally, I would say. But yeah, it's. I mean, it's happened every time, but I don't know that that's necessarily the
every
goal
single
going
time
in.
we've done it.
Yeah.
So here, the worst power ranking by far is that scoundrel Pete Prisco.
Pete Prisco's 5th of the 5. We have 5 power rankings we're using this week. CBS, in no particular order, CBS, SI.com, The Athletic, ESPN, and USA Today. And Pete Prisco, scoundrel is the right word, Seth. The nefarious Pete Prisco has the Texans ranked 19th in the NFL. Seth, he's got him behind the Jags and the Colts in the division right now. Jags
Colts
15.
look pretty good.
Colts 18. Colts right ahead of him at 18. They did look good.
Could the Texans have looked that good versus that Dolphins defense? It's a weird one because I feel like the Dolphins are primed to allow Nico Collins to have 270 yards receiving or something.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't want to just get cocky on behalf of a hypothetical or anything. But we'll wait for this to play out.
Here's what he says about the Texans. Pete Prisco's a man of few words. The offense didn't do much against the Rams, with the offensive line again a problem. That unit has to be better for C.J. Stroud.
It does, yes.
Yeah, I would agree
Certainly.
with him
There we go.
that.
Ariante Ursary has to be better. Look, I'd love to see him play some left tackle more than a few snaps, but that's not the way the Texans are choosing to operate these days. So we'll see.
The team the Texans play on Monday, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Prisco has them as the 4th best team in the NFL right now. I mean, they needed a missed field goal by Younghoe Koo to avoid overtime against the Falcons, who I'm sure are not the 5th best team in his power rankings.
I think the Falcons were able to get a lot of pressure on Gardner Minshew and
Baker Mayfield.
Excuse me, Baker Mayfield. Yeah. But they could have versus Gardner Minshew.
That's a little racist of you, yeah.
It's a way there's something about those two. There's just kind of a dirtbag quality to both of them that I continually mess them up. They both feel like a Florida type of quarterback.
Absolutely.
They grew up in Central Florida somewhere.
Yes.
So, so they got good pressure on Baker Mayfield. Apologies to Baker Mayfield. But that's where the Texans pass rush, I think, is going to be good. Just like the Texans pass rush was really good last week. They just didn't get that much time to get to Stafford because he was getting rid of the ball so quickly. The defensive backs need to be more dialed in. They got it, and the linebackers for the Texans. They can't be biting on play action just so aggressively as they were in that game.
All right, 4th. So Pete Prisco 5th. 4th, Connor Orr, SI.com. Also has the Texans 19th. He gets rated above Pete Prisco because he has a couple more sentences in here. He put in a little more effort and embedded a tweet in the Texans analysis. Here's what Connor Orr has to say about your Houston Texans. Here's my question left over from the weekend. Was the Rams' defense as good as I thought, or is the C.J. Stroud hangover just lingering a bit? My guess, this is Connor Orr saying this, my guess, a lot of teams aren't going to show this Texans offensive line this much trouble. Look at how much work Stroud had to do on completions, never mind the pressures that really affected his throws. So he's leaning into, hey, the world is going to be, by and large, much easier for the Texans on Sundays or Mondays than this past Sunday.
No, and honestly, the Texans at times on the inside, they did a better job, I guess, on the whole than they did last year of some of the handling some of the stunts. But they had some bad moments too. I think the Rams are going to be a better defense than they were last year. I've been saying that all off season. That's not like a big, huge, bold prediction or anything. I mean, a lot of people have been saying that. But also the Week 1 element and Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator for the Rams, really dialing up some funky stuff. That's hard to ambush teams like that every week as the regular season goes along. So credit to the Rams and their defense for doing what they did. I don't think it's going to be as bad as it was versus the Rams. Now, that's not like a ringing endorsement that you're going to win a Super Bowl or something, obviously, but I do think they're going to have some easier tests as the season goes along.
Waves of guys on that front four with the Rams, man. That was just they were relentless. By the way, Connor Orr has Tampa Bay 9th, so he's a little lower than Prisco does, but Texans opponent 9th. All right, so that's number 4, SI.com. Number 3, as we power rank the power rankings, The Athletic, which uses their staff to put the rankings together, and they have a category each week, Seth, and the category this week for The Athletic is first impressions. What's the biggest first impression made by each of these teams? They've got the Texans ranked 17th, so a little higher than the previous two outlets that we had. The first impression The Athletic gets, Texans need help. And, boy, they had the Texans 8th last week. So they had the Texans, based on losing to the Rams in a game on the road where you had the ball with 2 minutes left in the game and a chance to go in and take a lead had Daria Gumbawale not fumbled. They dropped them all the way to 17th from 8th. Here's what they say. First impressions, the offense needs help. The Texans made one of the surprise moves of the offseason, hiring Nick Caley as the OC to replace Bobby Slowick. The Caley era didn't exactly begin with a bang. Houston's leading receiver, rookie Jaden Higgins, had just 32 receiving yards. The Texans went 2 for 9 on third downs. The defense is great, but the offense, not a good start.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take a look at somebody that's ranked higher on this power rankings. Mm-hmm. Oh wait, no. The Raiders are 20th in these power rankings.
Yeah.
But Chip Kelly. What did they say about Chip Kelly, a guy that was a candidate? Chip Kelly's offense is fun. Oh, there we go. Did anybody call Nick Caley's offense fun?
No. Yeah, the Rams.
Yeah.
The Rams thought it was a blast.
It was a fun offense.
Yeah, I love this offense. Oh, man.
What about another candidate? Now, I was not high on Cliff Kingsbury as a candidate at the time.
Yeah.
They didn't write anything about Cliff Kingsbury in here, but his offense has been more fun than what we've seen of the Nick Caley offense.
Dude, there's a lot of things that are more fun. Root canals.
Cliff Kingsbury would have been 2 years ago, obviously.
Yeah.
But now we're at that point in the season already where people are starting to think about things that might have been.
Yep. Tampa Bay 10th in the Athletic power rankings. USA Today is 2nd in the power ranking of the power rankings. They also have Tampa Bay 10th, by the way. They have the Texans also at 17th, saying this. Their defense, anchored by Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, should be one of the league's best and look the part Sunday. But how long can it compensate for an offense, one that didn't find the end zone in Week 1 with this many prevalent issues?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking for much of the game, much of the first half especially, was, all right, okay, let's think back historically to teams that have won a Super Bowl with an awesome defense, the Bucs, the Ravens, and not much on offense. The thing is that neither of those teams had the type of seeming talent at quarterback. Like, that's the part that's really rough, is that you're looking at, like, man, all right, if we went into this season with Trent Dilfer as our quarterback, I'd say, like, all right, yep, this is what's going to have to look like.
Yeah, right.
I'm not in the mood for it to look like that. I'm not in the mood to right now be saying, well, look, the Texans defense was good, but and this is true. They do have to clean some things up on the back end, especially. But I don't want that to be the thing that has to happen for this team to have a chance. Obviously,
no. You can't have a quarterback that people can have a conversation about a $60 million a year contract with a straight face about, and be some team that tries to muck it together, leaning on your defense to win 17-14. You just, it's unacceptable. All right, number 1 power ranking of the power rankings, ESPN. The worldwide leader, old reliable, DJ Bieneme, writes for ESPN, and he wrote the synopsis for the Texans, in which they are ranked 16th. So the highest ranking the Texans have in the power ranking of the power rankings, Seth, 16th, barely in the upper half of the league.
They're an above-average football team, Sean. By
according to
ESPN,
rankings. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Best.
They're in the lower quartile of the lower quartile of the upper half. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Their category, because they, like The Athletic, do a category for each team each week, like some superlative. Best newcomer performance. They have Nick Chubb. DJ Bieneme says Nick Chubb. He said Chubb ran well in his Texans debut, 60 yards on 13 carries. Compared with the other newcomers, the former All-Pro running back made a noticeable impact on the game with 2 runs over 10 yards, a positive EPA on 7 rushes per next-gen stats. EPA is expected points added. As the Texans continue to mesh with new OC Nick Caley's offense, having a reliable run game will ease the transition for quarterback C.J. Stroud.
The part of reliability that gets really interesting this week is, okay, can they rely on Nick Chubb to give you more of that performance when he's getting more than 13 carries? And can his body stay healthy? And there were stretches last year when he was with the Browns where he played every week before he broke his foot, and at times was getting, I want to say, into the upper teens in carries.
Yeah.
I guess that's just a huge question. Why was Nick Chubb limited to 13 carries in that game? And and potentially, if the Rams could have gone down there at the end of the game, and they still had room for another first down.
Yeah.
They might have, if they hadn't scored a touchdown, I don't know what would have happened. Nick Chubb could have ended up with 11 carries in the game.
Yeah.
If the offense didn't have a realistic chance when they got back out there. So can you get him for 20 or 25 carries in a game?
It's funny because people will look at this. I'm curious what you think about my theory here. People will look at Nick Chubb and say, well, he's suffered season-ending injuries the last 2 years. Really got to manage Nick Chubb and the wear and tear on Nick Chubb. And my thought on that is, okay, broke his foot last year. The foot's obviously healthy. Tore his knee. The knee is healthy, but maybe damaged to the extent he's never going to be the breakaway guy again. But he's clearly a healthy NFL running back. The fact of the matter is, in terms of overall wear and tear, and when I think of a running back, I think of wear and tear from head to toe, like a car, an odometer. He's only played like 10 games in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Like the rest of his body, I would imagine, and now granted the 4 years before that or 5 years before that, I would imagine he was one of the most trafficked running backs in the league in terms of how much he was used. But over the last 2 years, he's played very little football, so I would imagine, depending on how the body heals, that he probably feels, maybe other than his foot and his knee, probably feels as good as he's felt since his rookie year, given how little he's played.
This is where it gets really interesting. Let's say hypothetically that Joe Mixon's actually feeling really good right now and they expect him to be back in week 5. At that point, I would say, all right, just go pedal to the metal. Nick Chubb, 25 carries a game.
Yeah.
Just go for it for these next 3 games. I suspect that they're not that as optimistic as that about Joe Mixon. No. I have no idea. Just that's how it feels from just the general pessimism around the situation. Yeah. They gotta try to be disciplined and work him into a workload that because if he goes down now, I don't know what they do. I don't know where.
Chubb, you mean?
Yeah. If Chubb goes down now and Joe Mixon's not coming back, you're really in a rough position.
I was just as you were talking about that, I'm thinking, man, what would the backfield look like if they'd not signed Nick Chubb? I mean, they probably maybe would have gone and signed somebody else, but they didn't sign Chubb until like right before OTAs. They signed him like June 10th.
Whatever it was with Chubb, it feels like it was probably related to Joe Mixon's situation.
I think so too. Yes,
but maybe they weren't. Maybe they didn't think it was too scary with Joe Mixon, so they just wanted to, just in case, we'll take a flyer on Nick Chubb. But yeah, knowing what we know now with Joe Mixon, it's cool that it's working out with Nick Chubb. But I kind of wish they'd been more aggressive with getting somebody that was less of a medical experiment than Nick Chubb.
Okay, you were at training camp. Should Jawar Jordan get a pop at this thing right now? He's on the practice squad. He looked very spry in training camp this year.
I don't know.
I know he's tiny. I know he's tiny. Yeah.
I know he's tiny, but that's the thing. He's a nice compliment to Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, behind Nick Chubb, you've got a Gumbawale and Dameon Pierce as the bigger body guys that you feel like can at least be your main back.
Yeah.
And then everything beyond that is Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan are smaller guys that you're going to be a little bit limited in how much you can do if they're the main guys, and especially because they're both young. But, yeah, I would, honestly, yes, until Dameon Pierce. I mean, Dameon Pierce hurt you in multiple ways in that game.
Dude.
And I think Jawar Jordan would have had a better chance of catching that ball on that last drive, and B, could have done more with it than Dameon Pierce. Right now.
And I hate saying this. I feel like I caveat it every time because everybody loves Dameon Pierce. You're burning daylight with any snap that is centered around Dameon Pierce touching the football right now. You're just burning daylight. It's a waste of time, unfortunately. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, football talk on Sports Radio 610, which we just did to great aplomb, is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King.
Oh, Tulsa King is back. We've been wondering when Tulsa King was coming back.
Tulsa King is awesome. I love Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet. He's faced some dangerous dudes, too.
They were pretty dangerous previously.
Very dangerous, but it's even more dangerous now, Seth.
He wasn't taking on your grandma's bridge club, I'll tell you that much.
Got that right. Forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season. I'm calling Amy right after this. We love Tulsa King. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
It's the nice thing about streaming. You know what I will not be doing is streaming it on a Sunday in week 3 of the NFL season.
God, no.
But I'll stream the hell of it on a Tuesday.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you that much.
Absolutely. Rewatch Texans, stream Tulsa King. That's the agenda come week 3 of the NFL season. All right, coming up next, the injury bug has hit the Texans. What is the solution for each of the positions where we just found out yesterday they're going to be dealing with stuff for a while here? We'll get to that coming up next. Prize Picks. Oh, the Mac.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the injury bug has hit the Texans. We already know Joe Mixon. We have no idea how long he's going to be out for. As far as the war of attrition in Week 1, Cade Stover is going to be out indefinitely with a broken foot. We found that out yesterday. Jake Andrews is going to be out for the foreseeable future with a high ankle sprain. So you lose your starting center. You lose your tight end that played the most snaps out of any of the tight ends, out of your two tight ends. Cade Stover was 57% of the snaps. He's part of this offense.
No, and Cade Stover did some good things in that game. I think both tight ends took some lumps versus some really, really good defensive ends, and that's not a surprise or anything. But, yeah, Cade was one of those guys where you look at and you think, what I was hoping to see was, some steady improvement over the course of the few weeks as he's in a new offense, but also playing for an offensive coordinator who is a tight ends coach. Man, you might really get the best version of whatever Cade Stover is going to end up being. And as a blocker especially, he's just got more potential and upside than Dalton Schultz. Yeah. Great. Dalton Schultz is cool. He's like, in terms of loves this offense, wants to really buy into all the blocking and everything, but he's just physically not going to be the same guy that Cade Stover potentially could be.
This tight end room is kind of a crisis situation right now because the plan at the outset of training camp was just to roll back the three guys you had last year. That was one of the few rooms where you made no changes. I mean, they were going to – it appeared as though, Seth, the plan was going to be Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover, and a repaired knee, Brevin Jordan. You lose Jordan to a torn ACL again. You have Irv Smith, who they also brought back. He was on the team at the end of last year. He suffers an injury, and he's on IR with Brevin Jordan, and neither of those guys are on the IR designation where you can bring them back. And now Cade Stover is out for who knows how long. D'Amico's supposed to meet with the media today. So maybe we learn more at least about whether or not it's a long-term IR-type injury or it's a short-term. He could be broken foot. Feels like an IR thing to me, right? I mean, so what's the solution here at tight end? Do you think it's as simple as calling up Harrison Bryant and Luke Lachey?
I think so. I think that, and probably Harrison Bryant, just by virtue of his NFL experience, and as a guy that's a willing blocker, I think it's probably going to, I would guess it's going to be Harrison Bryant, unless Luke Lachey really just impressed them in practices or whatever and stuff that we might not have seen in preseason games. So you've got bodies there. Earlier in the first segment of the show, we had somebody say that we were treating this Cade Stover injury as if the Texans had lost Rob Gronkowski or something. Like, A, no, we were not. B, right, he's not an all-pro tight end or anything. But I don't know if you noticed, but the offense in general didn't look that good the other day. No. So this would be like if you have an old, you got an old beat-up vehicle, but it's your only vehicle, and all of a sudden the three of your spark plugs are shot. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a worse vehicle than it already was. Yes. So, yeah, it's a big concern that Cade Stover was potentially going to be, I think, a good thing for this offense. And the other thing that the tight ends allow them to do is they're able to, when you're nervous about your offensive line, okay, you can run out of these condensed formations. You can have two tight ends in. You can have a fullback. Whatever you have to do to add more bodies there, then you can do that. So you're down one of those guys. Jakob Johnson being able to play both fullback and tight end is probably the likeliest. Jakob Johnson might not get sent back down to the practice squad this week. I think that
that's right. He was a call-up this week. That's
right.
Yeah.
So Jakob, it might be as simple as maybe they bring Harrison Bryant up also, but Jakob Johnson allows you to keep an extra body in there and still add some extra protection for the offensive line, but without altering things too much.
Yeah, this is where it's week 1 heading into week 2, and in my mind, we're already in places where you're like, oh, you got to start keeping track of some of this stuff. You can only bring back 8 guys from the IR during the season. They've already got Jalen Reed, the safety, who's on designated to return IR. You got 2 guys in your starting center and, tight end 1A and 1B. You've got 1B who's maybe injured enough to go on IR, but I think they would like him back later in the year. And some of these practice squad guys, you can only call a guy up 3 times from the practice squad before you got to make a decision on him. and put him out there on waivers to be picked up. So it's the Texans view the roster not as a 53-man. They view it as a 70-man roster, and they're getting tested on that here early in the season as to how they juggle these positions, for sure.
The foot, let's see. Can you off the top of your head remember a time where there was a foot injury that ended up being a simple foot injury? I feel like in my mind, every time there's a foot injury, it ends up being a long, drawn-out affair where, hey, Matt Schaub had a Liz Frank, and supposedly it's no big deal, but, man, he never seemed like the same guy after that Liz Frank. Kevin Johnson back in the day, foot injury, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it never seems like a foot is as simple as just a foot.
Yao Ming!
I'm 100% positive that I'm forgetting a bunch of guys or whatever, but that's the way it feels, damn it.
Yep. Jake Andrews out with a high ankle sprain. Honestly, when they threw Jared Patterson in there, I'm like, okay. I mean, I don't have enough of a body of work with Jake Andrews to be super upset over. I mean, I'm upset for him. Obviously, he's getting a chance to play, but I as far as what I think the effect is going to be on the team. I guess the only thing would be CJ's been working with Jake Andrews the entire preseason, and there's a chemistry thing there, I would imagine. But he's worked with Jared Patterson before too. My
impression from training camp was that I thought that Jake Andrews was better in the run game than Patterson, but that I wasn't super stoked about either of them in pass protection, and that's the biggest difference. But also, I think Jarrett Patterson has shown before, at least, that I think they trust him more with the calls than they trusted Juice Scruggs on picking up a new offense and everything. It's not like Jake Andrews was the starter for a reason, but it doesn't feel like that big of a drop-off.
That's what I mean.
As opposed to like if Chris Myers were the starting center.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly right. So I put up a poll yesterday, Seth, and I don't know if you've looked at this or not.
I have not looked at the results. I've looked at the poll, but not the results.
Okay, the poll is this, and it's really just sort of a rehash of Week 1. It's a simple one. Pender poll for Texans fans. What are you most concerned about after Week 1? One of the choices is other, so I said if other, just tell us what it is, reply to it. But here are the choices. O-line shuffle, penalties, play calling, other.
Okay, I'm going to tell you mine.
Okay.
But then I have to guess what everybody else was going to say.
Correct.
So the three choices plus other. O-line shuffling, for me, it's especially a concern just because it exposed how uncomfortable they are with the depth at offensive line. Yep. And that's one thing that happens. And, hey, if you go out and overspend in free agency on an offensive line, you might not get the bang for the buck. It might not be the most efficient, but at the very least, you create a deeper offensive line.
Yeah.
You don't expect every guy you sign to be an all-pro or anything, but you've got a deeper offensive line. The Texans don't have that depth right now. Penalties. It's just not fun to think about penalties. It does concern me that they had these pre-snap penalties yet again.
Sure.
And then play calling, I'm going to echo what CJ had said in the postgame, which is because of those pre-snap penalties, because of some of the sacks and what have you, they didn't really get into Nick Caley's bag, I think, on a lot of third downs. So I'm gonna hold off judgment on that. So for me, it's O-line shuffling. I think that most people who responded to this poll also agree with me and said O-line shuffling.
You are correct on that. Now, would you care to take a stab at the percentage of people that chose O-line shuffling?
Okay, penalties doesn't put butts in the seats. It just doesn't. No matter how real an issue it is, it just doesn't put the butts in the seats.
Yep.
Play calling, I think a lot of people too. Now, people are upset about Nico Collins not getting more targets. I get that, but that's also easy to tie into both the offensive line, the penalties, and all of that. So I'm going to say 54% said O-line shuffling. You
know what? Give the man a ding. 50.1%. Within 5%.
Wow.
Yeah, 50.1% said the O-line shuffle. I think
my confidence level in that one was about the lowest it's been. So
you nailed it.
All right.
No, you nailed it. I think what's interesting, if you were to take that choice and then create its own poll, so why is it the O-line shuffling?
Yeah.
I think you brought up a different point than how most people are feeling that way because it's just disorganized and you're messing with a rookie who you've got a decent investment in. What are you doing? You had Ursary playing left tackle the last month, and now you're moving him to right tackle against Jared Verse the day of the game. I think your view on it is interesting, which is the O-line shuffle is being caused by the fact that you don't have good solutions behind these guys.
Yeah, people kept saying, why aren't they putting Juice Scruggs in at right guard? And my thought was, why is Juice Scruggs the backup right guard?
Yeah.
That's the part that for me has been curious, and that's where. But it's not like I've been, skewering them for it. In my mind, it's been like, all right, well, maybe they feel that much better about Juice Scruggs in this system and with proper coaching and everything. That's where I'm going to give them a pass on it. But then when they don't put him up there because they still don't trust him, then I'm immediately think like, okay, well, the pass I was giving you obviously wasn't a valid pass.
Yeah.
You don't feel good about Juice Scruggs either. Why is Juice Scruggs the backup swing interior offensive lineman? That's the part that doesn't make any sense.
If what's causing this, if Ed Ingram, who himself probably isn't a starting caliber right guard, at least hasn't been over the course of his career, if losing him is causing you to shuffle 3 or 4 spots on the offensive line because you don't trust his backup, then you need a different backup.
Right. And that's where if you go out and spend in free agency, at the very least, even if you don't get maybe if you overpay for a guy who's just an okay right guard, then your backup is a guy like Ed Ingram. Yeah. That makes perfect sense to have Ed Ingram as your backup. But now you've got a guy who's backing up Ed Ingram, and yet you still don't even feel like he's worthy of backing up Ed Ingram, apparently.
I hate saying this, but I think it feels like the reason that Blake Fisher and Juice Scruggs are on the team is because they were second-round picks.
Yeah.
They were day 3 picks. I don't know that they'd be on the team. They've been that bad throughout training camp.
And for whatever it's worth, Ed Ingram is he did start. He was a full-time starter his first couple years in the league. It was last year where he got benched midway through the season. This is his 4th season in the NFL. But he was he was labeled a disappointment in Minnesota.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast. By the way, the other percentages. So 50.1% for O-line shuffle. The other half of the choices here: penalties, 22%; play calling, 14.5%; other, 13.2%. Next segment, I want to read a couple of the responses to you and see if you're as concerned about.
Okay.
A couple of these are interesting.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm interested in that.
So we'll do that. And also, I found a new favorite college football coach because he sticks up for my people, the Gamblers. We will have that for you, and we'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop as well. We'll do that coming up next. Oh, we got, play it loud and proud, baby. That's right. We got Coach Prime coming to town this weekend, man. Friday. We got a Friday game. So we had a Thursday game.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we were just digging into a poll question I put up yesterday about what the biggest concern is that fans have after week one. And far and away, the shuffling on the O-line was the biggest thing. Isn't it crazy to think, like, if Ed Ingram was just healthy, I don't know I guess we would be more concerned if the O-line just went out and played poorly. It's the fact that I think a lot of fans feel like however the offensive line played, there was a cause and effect in their decision to move three guys around the day of the game because Ed Ingram couldn't play. So that was far and away number one, 50% of the vote. Penalties got 22% of the vote. Play calling got, 13 or 14%. And then other. And I asked people to reply to the poll on Twitter. If you responded with other, tell me what other entails. And I jotted a few of these down, Seth, and I'm curious how big a concern these are for you. And some of these are a little more granular than offensive line shuffling or play calling. Stingley's health.
Yeah.
Are you concerned that him getting twisted up like a pretzel? I mean, I guess we'll find out on Thursday this week. I would say it's a lock he shows up on the injury report as limited at a minimum, limited in practice with a hip. That's my prediction.
I think that, yes, 100% Stingley's health. And you go back to previous to last season, he'd missed time in pretty much every season going back till God knows when, his freshman year in college.
2019.
And it was very clear, Stingley's not one of these guys that needs to be dramatic and let everybody know that he's injured. Oh. He was having a hard time moving around. I mean, by virtue of he was having a hard time tracking Devontae Adams, and I don't think they could do things that they would have liked to do in terms of him shadowing people in that game. And you could see after he got up off the ground a few times, he was noticeably limping. I don't think that's just him being dramatic or anything. I think it was really bothering him.
Yeah, no, it's him.
You could see it in his body language. You could see it in his actual performance on the field. That's a big one.
I'm with you. I'm concerned about that. I'm not looking forward to this injury report this week. Jalen Petrie in coverage.
Yeah, and this is something I don't know. I don't know why it's been bothering me all off season. I'm just kind of wondering, what do they do about the fact that Jalen Petrie is not an actual cornerback, and yet they put him in situations where you'd like to have an actual cornerback out there, like when you're manned up on the slot. And my thought was that they were going to have to get kind of creative in how they used him, because there's certain times where you just can't risk him being manned up on Puka Nacua, and yet there we were. And I wonder if maybe Stingley not being available or as capable of traveling all the time, or just kind of trying to make up for some things, made that worse. It's a concern, yeah, and it's one that shouldn't be a surprise to the Texans. Do you think that? Was D'Amico surprised that Jalen Petrie was struggling against Puka Nacua?
I don't know.
I don't, because we watch practice. We haven't going back to last year when they started putting him in the slot. You would see, okay, there's certain matchups you just don't want. You got to be careful about with Jalen Petrie, because he's not a cornerback. I don't even get mad at him about it. He's not a cornerback. You can't ask him to do cornerback things.
He's not, but it does kind of suck to have something like this that you've got to manage with a guy who you just gave a contract extension to. You just gave him $13 million a year. Like, is the version of Jalen Petrie that we got last season before he got hurt in Week 12? Remember, he missed the last part of the season. Yeah. Is that a $13 million player last year?
Right. Yeah, we saw it in games last year where, there's times in coverage where he's not that guy.
Yeah, that's a concern I have, because you're now committed to him. For at least a couple of years, you're committed to him, and they like him too. I think he's not as an egregious a favorite of the coaches as Dameon Pierce is. I just don't think Dameon deserves to be on the field at this point. Jalen Petrie is 100% a guy who gets the benefit of the doubt even when he's not playing well from the coaches. We asked Nick Caserio about that on this show 2 years ago when Jalen was having a bad year, and he said, I'd take 1,000 Jalen Petries. He's getting paid as much for what he does, for what he is off the field, maybe even more so than what he's been on the field. He does make impact plays every now and then, but he's got a huge Achilles heel that this team has to manage around if he's going to play enough snaps to be worth $13 million a year. You're paying somebody $13 million a year in your defensive backfield, man. They better be on the field for 85% of the snaps.
Yeah.
And that means that Jalen Petrie is going to be on the field when opposing offensive coordinators are going to be able to do what Sean McVay did last Sunday and find a way to get your best guys manned up on him at the worst possible times for the Texans.
Yeah, Jalen Petrie was on the field for 92% of the snaps in that game.
He's going to be out there.
And, that's where I think Jalen Smith and perhaps some of the other guys, you got to figure out exactly when maybe Jalen Petrie's going to be playing safety instead. They gotta figure out ways for that not to happen again. I honestly don't get mad at Jalen Petrie when he gets beat by Puka Nacua. There's certain times, like on that very last third down conversion by the Rams, Jalen Petrie was biting hard on the play action, so he could have been in a better position. But I don't know if it would have turned out much better, if they still targeted Puka Nacua on that play.
I don't think so either. So Petrie in coverage. The other one I jotted down. Again, these are concerns that people have after week one. These are people who put other in the poll that I put up. CJ's happy feet.
Mm-hmm.
Are you concerned about CJ's happy feet?
I am a little bit, just because I struggle with this, because there's times where I'll say, okay, why did you run there, CJ, when he had a clean pocket? There was one play in the game where I really felt like he should have recognized that he had an easy option right over the middle of the field before he took off running. But there's other times where, on the one hand, I want to say, hey, wait for the play to develop. You've got a clean pocket. But at the same time, there were times last year where I criticized him for not getting rid of the ball quickly because hey, you've got 5-man protection. What, do you expect the pocket to hold up?
Yeah.
What it comes down to is situationally, on third down, I think especially, that's when, look, hang out in the pocket a little bit. If you've got a clean pocket, even if you don't trust the guys in front of you, you got to try to convert this. Versus on first down, that's when, all right, if it's an easy 5 yards, either by pass or run, then by all means, take the easy money. It's a matter of finding that balance. The thing that concerns me long-term is just him not stepping up into the pocket when it's a clean pocket.
There was that one sack on Sunday where he didn't do it. It was bad.
I mean, that's where you just don't let your eyes drop and look like the later stage Russell Wilson or something. That's the part that I feel like he used to be better at it. I think he was almost like he was better at it his rookie year at times than he is now.
Yeah. You never want to go full Russell Wilson. Not these days. There was a time where it was okay.
Yeah.
Not these days. So I have a new favorite college coach. I think this is something John Lopez can appreciate. He fancies himself. He fancies the occasional wager. John Lopez does. My new favorite college football coach is Lane Kiffin, because following the Ole Miss win over Kentucky this past weekend, in which the spread was 8.5, and Ole Miss was up by 10 late in the game and allowed a field goal, allowed Kentucky to cover the number. They lost 30-23, so Kentucky covers the 8.5-point spread. Here's what Lane Kiffin had to say in his postgame.
Really glad how the players played, especially in the second half, second quarter, and they fought hard. That's a really hard team that plays really close games. So proud of our guys. Sorry to a lot of gamblers there at the end.
He apologized to the gamblers. That's a good job. 8 seconds left. Kentucky kicks a field goal to make it 30-23, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's all right.
You know this, guys. Most coaches know exactly what the point spread.
Lane Kiffin definitely knows.
And most do.
Yeah.
Most do.
Yeah.
And that was good that he was honest about it.
I thought Sark looked like he was trying to cover the spread, because I had San Jose State plus 36.5, and Texas is up 31, and he was driving at the end of that game.
Yeah.
But they fumbled, thank God. Yeah.
For college coaches especially, it's a great way to make the alumni happy.
Yes.
No question.
They want to bet on their team. They want to bet on their team, and whether you're heavily favored or heavy underdogs or whatever, and you want to at least give your fans that.
Yeah.
Whether you're winning or losing, just give them a little something extra to feel good about after the game.
Yep. Yeah, but speaking of the alumni, you talk about covering the spread. I think he's trying to cover his ass.
Yeah.
If we're going to be honest, there's a little bit of heat that's starting coming his way.
At least he beat Kentucky this time. He lost to Kentucky.
Oh, no, I was talking more about Sark as opposed to.
Sark.
Lane's flying high. I don't think Lane could be in a better place for himself.
No, Sark's feeling the heat a little bit, no question. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. How we doing, gentlemen?
Fantastic. How are you today?
I'm really, really good. Did you guys watch the Monday night game last night?
Yes.
Do you feel any differently about the Texans' strategy with putting their offensive line together after watching these two high-spending
boy, have you
teams?
seen our rundown?
No, I've not. This seems like something you guys would want to talk about.
Tune in at 1 p.m.
Okay.
We did a little bit of a deep dive into what other teams are doing on the offensive line versus the Texans.
I would say in Chicago, they ain't feeling great about it right now.
Not Chicago, but Green Bay, Denver,
Minnesota.
Minnesota,
yeah. Yep. So what is what's the question of the day?
All right, so y'all saw, and I know you talked about Brian Callahan. He didn't know that an elbow equals 2 feet.
Yeah, how crazy is that?
So what's something that tells you all you need to know about someone, especially a coach? A coach.
So the fact that he didn't know that an elbow equals 2 feet, that's all you need to know. He's a bad coach.
Yeah, that's all I need to know.
Would you have fired? I saw
spots.
people saying that was a fireable offense.
I don't know about that, but that's all I need to know.
He's certainly
not on the good side.
It would factor into his employee evaluation.
Good way to put it.
HR, yeah.
You know what? On the football side of things, that Hard Knocks offseason with the Giants was a really bad look for Joe Shane, the GM. But I thought there were some Brian Daboll nuggets in there where you could tell that he went into the draft like almost just he made some comment about how like, oh yeah, I watched that guy on film a little bit this morning, like the day of the draft, like as if he was just kind of learning about these guys on the fly. That I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know if I would ever admit to that if I were an NFL head coach, and yet there he was.
That's a good one. That's an all you need to know. Okay, does it have to be something they say? Can it be something they do?
Well, I'll give you a couple of examples. For coaches, for me, I'm not saying it's all I need to know, but I think it's a sure sign that he's feeling something. And Reggie referenced Sark. When you start talking in non sequiturs and gobbledygook at press conferences, talking about I don't look at your face when you're peeing and all this other stuff like Sark did, that's a sign. And the other one for me with regular people is if they say they're not a dog person.
Oh, you're not down with that.
All I need to know.
Yeah, I'm not either. I like dogs a lot.
Yeah.
I'm a big dog fan.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something that people do that's like, it really makes me question why I had even to that point sat down with them for a meal. If you go out to dinner with people and they want to itemize like a nice dinner, like you go and like you get the check and you're like, I'm not talking about when we're at the Super Bowl and we got to get individual checks because we're expensing it. I'm talking about, I'm really excited to go out with this couple.
Yeah.
We go out with them and then like.
Well, we didn't have dessert.
Right, yes. Never again.
Never.
That is an either one of us is picking up the whole tab.
Yeah.
And you get it next time, or it's we split the check down the middle situation.
What if somebody says, "Hey, I've got a gift card, and it's only got actually $3 on the gift card," which I did to Sean once.
And was that all you had? Was the gift card?
For some reason, it was a weird situation. I don't think for whatever reason, I didn't have my wallet. It was something weird. Yeah. I don't remember. It was. I
forgot my wallet.
That's why
There's another one.
No, I made up for it.
Every time Seth hits me up for a meal, I'm like, new phone. Who this? Yeah.
The biggest one in life is now it matters how the person delivers it and how often they say it. But when somebody says, "Hey, I'm just speaking the truth," or "I'm just telling the truth," like in such a way that almost. You can say anything you want without any regard to somebody's feelings or being polite or anything, as long as it's actually true. Like, oh, I called your daughter ugly. What? I'm just saying the truth.
Just telling the truth.
Yeah. Specifically to that point, the people that are like, yeah, people don't like me because I'm honest. I'm like, no, you're a jerk.
Right.
You're a jerk.
Right. Yes. Nobody ever dislikes people only because they're honest. Yeah, there's something more to it than just that.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Great point. And this might hit a little close to home. I do think that, and maybe I'm wrong for this, when I hear like someone in football who, I know football can be a little bit caveman at some point, when they start talking about the process, I do feel a little bit better. Like I do understand that doesn't inherently mean that they're good at their jobs, but I'm like, okay, we're not just going to go off of quarterback wins. We're not just going to be like, well, you won the game, so everything is fine.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to handle the process of this. I think that puts a better spin on it for me, and maybe that's the place where I can be scammed.
So you feel better about Yeah. You're easily sold to, just like me, Okay, I've got one along those lines. And I know Meltzer hates this particular person. It's not a particular person. It's a person who says this.
Yeah.
A type
of person.
Defense wins championships. Guy. That means you don't have an opinion. That means you're lazy. Defense wins championships. Guy.
Hey, man.
Yeah. So that's a good one.
Just general sports cliche guy that kills a statement or kills a conversation with,
the sports are complicated and not that linear.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. Well, no, it is. That's one in sports in general. It is like people they fall in love with the notion that there's one thing that's going to fix things or one thing that's the problem, because they love to say like, well, that's not the reason they're a bad team. They're like, yeah, I'm not saying it's the only reason they're a bad team.
Yeah.
I'm saying
it's bad.
It's
There's
a
lots of
relevant one, right? Yeah. But they try to shut down an argument, be like, oh, that one thing is going to fix them, and that'll be. That's not the people will say, well, like that's not the problem with the Astros.
Or
like,
shout out to Ryan Clark, right? Like the you never played the game.
Oh yes, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That tells you a lot now, doesn't it?
It tells you, when an athlete says that, if I were to say, Sean, you don't know because you didn't play the game, that's me quitting on my actual job. Because it's like, okay, my job is to explain why I feel that way because I played the game.
That's right.
Not to just try to act like it's because otherwise we could end every discussion with like, oh, nope, Sean, you know what? You didn't play the game.
Yeah.
Right.
I win.
Seth wins.
I win. I win.
I want to start hearing that now, by the way, just like an opportunity. But the best part about it, Seth, I want you to throw it in. I want you to throw it in places where it doesn't make sense. Like you guys are having a conversation about movies. Well,
at the end of
you
every
didn't play the
segment.
game,
You didn't play
Sean.
the game. Yes, the ultimate trump card for everyone. It's the red button. Yeah.
You know what? I think that's like the fan version of that. I think we do, but I think it's relevant. Is when people act like, oh, why are you guys making such a big deal out of Laramie Tunsil's penalties? I feel like we're allowed to say, you don't know because you weren't there.
Yeah, that is true. There is
you haven't been there, man.
There's something to being there for sure.
The one that's true, 100% true, that bothers me is when they talk about receivers blocking. Who was the Texans receiver all the time that back in
Kevin Walter?
Kevin Walter. Boy, he can really block. I know it's true, but I'm like, how about catching the ball too?
Yeah, that helps. That helps. That helps.
The game in its essence is about blocking and tackling, John Lopez.
Yeah, they don't say catching. It's blocking and tackling.
The one I used to hate was from coaches. Because Sean, nobody turns a compliment into an insult better than me. When somebody would say like, Seth, if we just had 22 guys like you, we'd win the Super Bowl every year. And they were like, that's odd because I don't seem to recall being the highest paid player on the team. So I don't think you're actually going out and trying to stock up on as many Seth Paynes as possible.
That's beautiful. See, that was the beginning.
I appreciate the sentiment.
That was
to call you.
The beginning of your career as a radio host was your take on that take, which is that is a horrible, horrible take. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend. I will see you tomorrow.
Antibodies to you, and be prepared for some hard truths on your texts later on.
Oh, I cannot wait. I
got some things I got to tell you.
Get off my chest. All right, we're done. We are out of time. You are listening to KILT AM. Seth dinging that bell was the funniest visual ever. Oh, my God. KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Tuesday to you. You are indeed in the loop. Hope that you're feeling a little bit better coming off of that weekend. We might make you feel worse because we're still going to talk about it.
Why don't you guys move on?
No.
Don't worry. They're sufficiently buttered up. We talked about it, too.
Okay,
good to go.
On to Tampa Bay.
We greased the skids.
No, we're not on to Tampa Bay yet. We're still in Los Angeles.
The past is in the past.
No, the past is still, we're still there. Let's have some more conversation about it. You jump in with the conversations. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Where we get this from the 936. Oh, yeah. That old wide blocker, Kevin Walter.
God, that drove me nuts. Have you seen him block? Oh, yes, I've seen him block.
He's a WB1.
Haven't seen him catch a lot.
Wide blocker.
I've seen him block.
What about in the NBA, the defensive specialist?
Oh, yeah, that's one of mine.
Yeah.
That's
Salute the Ira Newble.
Ira Newble, Iman Shumpert was that for a good while.
And just real quick, we'll get back to this at 10:40. John, are you serious about judging people who don't like dogs? You just lost a listener. I don't care.
Damn, you lost a listener before we started the show.
If you don't like dogs, you don't like dogs, I don't care.
How do you feel about people that like cats, though?
Cats is flighty. Cats is very. I don't hate cats, but I'm not the biggest cat person. So I think it's just like it's
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out on cats, man. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not going to your house if you have a cat.
Wow.
I'm not going to your house.
Nope.
He's like, cats are evil.
Nah, because they don't put the cats up. The cats can roam around whatever they want. And then, and you know them cats be all on the kitchen counter and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they will come out with your plate of food.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
I used to have a sister-in-law that, well, I still have her sister-in-law. She's still there.
The one you hate?
No, not the one I hate.
Oh, it's a different one. Okay, very good.
A different one that had like 5 cats. Every time she would say, well, I'll make the cake. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good on that cake.
We begin today's show with the PSA reminding you can't just eat everything that comes to the potluck.
Yeah.
You can't.
So you had a sister-in-law with 5 cats, and that's not the one that you...
That's a great... Thank you for the addition, Sean Pendergast. All right, let's get off and running. You can get involved also on the Mo Karam Injury Law Firm live streams.
We keep it 100.
Sports Radio 610 on YouTube and 610 Houston on Twitch. We might even not even have enough time for this, but we'll keep it going throughout the show because there were issues that showed up for the Texans on Sunday versus the Rams. I think that we can talk more about the issues, why they were there, but let's be solution-oriented because of those issues, let's start putting them in categories. First and foremost, how many of them are fixable?
Mm-hmm.
But then I think also within which ones are fixable, I think it's worth examining which ones are fixable in the immediate term, which ones are fixable in the short term, and which ones are fixable in the long term. Because I think that will start to give us a little bit, as we try and turn a little bit forward, start to give a little bit of an idea of our expectations, where they should be looking forward. So let's start by naming the issues, and then we can start putting them in buckets. How does that sound?
That sounds like a plan.
All right, so one of the clear issues was offensive line. Is that the one that we should start with here?
Well, the first thing that popped into my mind was, Tank Bigsby's off the market.
So you want to go running back here?
Running back.
Okay. Now, if you wanted to go running back here, how do you view the issue here? Because they clearly weren't able to really run the ball incredibly well. They got into a little bit of a groove later in the game, starting to get a little bit of a push, and then give the running back somewhere to run into because that was something that was tough. Now, admittedly, that was a tough run-stopping front, especially with Poona Ford in there. But where do you see the heart of that issue before we even start categorizing?
Well, a couple things. The first one is, and it's just first impression, but it's all we have to go by this season, and that's what are you going to do with Dameon Pierce? He's what do you have, 2 carries, and I just don't understand it. Dare Ogunbowale is very well liked, has a particular set of skills, but you kind of know what's coming when he's on.
Made him Liam Neeson.
He has a very particular set of skills.
5 carries, mind you, for Dameon Pierce. 3 carries for 5 yards.
Okay.
Sorry. You can see how that mixed me up, can't you? Dare had 2 carries for 9 yards. 4.5 yards a carry, John Lopez.
Yeah, no, but again, between those 2 guys, what do you have? You have a guy that you know what's coming when he's on the field by and large in Dare Ogunbowale, and Dameon Pierce, who's had a hard time the last couple of years and didn't exactly get off to a good start. So is that fixable?
Just the usage of the way that they use the running backs, and I'll give you the way that this ran. Nick Chubb had 13 carries, 60 yards. He started finding a little bit of production with the nice longest run was 13. I think that was off the left side. But there was also a point in time where you look over to the sideline. They pan over to the sideline, and he looks like he is sucking wind off of those 13 carries, right? They had to move this around. Dameon Pierce got the 3 aforementioned carries. Dare had a couple of carries. Woody Marks had his 3 carries on that one drive that he was able to get in on. It feels like you're not a fan of the way that this running back share was. That is something that is fixable, at least when it comes to the share. When it comes to the productivity of the running backs themselves, I might put that more in the short term than the immediate term.
Me too, because I think the immediate adjustment is give Woody Marks some more carries. You like what you have in Nick Chubb. Woody Marks is the rookie that you drafted in the 4th round. He showed a couple things in the preseason. You kind of know what Dare Ogunbowale is. I've said this 27 times. He's not going anywhere, so he's still going to be in the mix.
So quit asking.
Yeah, but maybe flip-flop Woody Marks and Dameon Pierce.
That's interesting because it feels like if you were going to – because I was just talking about carries, but we probably should just talk about running back usage, snaps in general, because Dare was in a lot on 3rd downs. Maybe they didn't run the football, but passing downs. And I can easily hear the criticism popping up that why is Woody Marks not in? You traded up. You gave up assets for him. He looks like he is up for the challenge. And I think the easy argument to make is that the upside is clearly there in a way that Dare's just isn't, with all due respect to him. Like, that's not to say that he's a bad guy. He's very much a good guy. His ceiling is pretty consistent, floor is pretty consistent. You know what you're going to get out of him, which I imagine is the reason why he was out there. But the upside is, he's how many years into the league? We know exactly what he is. Where Woody Marks, there's a lot more upside. Why not give him some of those opportunities, if not more of those opportunities, on third downs? That, I think, is immediately fixable.
Right. I think that's
in the
a
same
tweak.
way. But you're viewing it this as, if you're talking about third down back, maybe that's more Dare, but get Woody Marks more real-life first and second down rushes in the ways that Dameon Pierce was able to get more.
I think that's the most obvious and easiest fix. Give him the carries. Give him a run. You know you're not getting it out of Dameon Pierce. I know it's just one game, but we have a bigger sample size with him. So give him a shot there. That to me, that's a short-term fix, or at least potential fix right there. Offensive line might be another story.
Yeah, let's talk about the offensive line, because one of the things that I know we had our whole back and forth about the O-line shuffle. I don't want to do that again, but I will if we need to.
Yeah.
But regardless, I think my big takeaway was we can argue in the muck about this. I think that the getting above the trees view of this is the offensive line talent. As we had talked about, as we had grimaced about in the offseason, as we had tried to put on a happy face about during training camp, I think it's clear that the talent level is not at a place that you feel comfortable with. But then people started asking, well, then why have Juice Scruggs on the roster if you're not willing to play him or if you don't feel comfortable playing him? Well, damn it, that's because the entirety of the roster, of the offensive line talent, like when you get to lining them up, he might be 6 or 7 on that depth chart, which means he is of your top 9. That doesn't mean that he is good enough to play or whatever. But if that is indeed the way that we identify this issue, that's not fixable this year.
No,
I don't think.
And by the way, Juice is a second-round pick. Am I correct on that?
Yes, you are.
Yes, I don't think he's going nowhere this year.
But he was a second-round center.
Yeah.
That you're playing at guard,
Still,
right?
second round.
Yeah. He ain't going around this year. Maybe next year, but not this year.
And that's where I am as well, Reggie. I don't see this as any immediate fix other than crossing your fingers, hoping for the best. Because there is nobody out there. Larry Bird's not walking through that door. And
why am I forgetting that vampire's name?
Rick Pitino.
There it is. He does look like a vampire.
He does look like a vampire.
Very good.
So this is a big concern. And I saw something. I forget who put it out there. Sort of explaining off, or at least making an excuse for this offensive line play, calling it this was a bridge season for the offensive line all along. Well, that's not a good plan. When you got your quarterback where he is, when the defense is where it is, when the expectations are where they are, and you're saying this is a bridge season? No, man. No.
Yeah, it doesn't work with the entire team's trajectory.
Yeah.
As much as maybe that's the way that they viewed it, I just because if you called it a bridge season, that would be some level of explanation for the way that they went about talent acquisition on the offensive line in the offseason. It's not satisfactory for me. I see you on the 8-3-2 one game, and you guys are completely buried this team. I wouldn't say that I'm burying this team. I think that, but we have to take real account of what's happening here. And I think offensive line was an issue. We tried to put on a happy face to see if maybe that could work. And our first data point does not look good in that regard. Although I will acknowledge, it did not feel like there was nearly as many abject failures on the offensive line as there were last year. And we can acknowledge also that defensive front, the front 7, but particularly the front 4 or 5, was a tough challenge for them. So maybe that is the way that you look at this, and you're willing to give them some benefit of the doubt there.
How many easy challenges are there?
We could go through and look at some of those. But if you're just talking about talent-wise, I don't think that that's something that you could fix immediately. You can find better challenges, and maybe you could find some better execution, because they did miss some stunt pickups at times. There was times melding the running back and the offensive lineman where like a Dameon Pierce is out in the route as opposed to being able to stay in and help Cam Robinson when he's 2-on-1. There's also some instances where I think C.J. Stroud and maybe Jake Andrews, but I put this on C.J. Stroud because it feels like it's more of his responsibility now, did not get the protection right, where maybe you need to call a timeout, or maybe you need to change protections and slide or what have you to make sure that you have an appropriate kind of lineup so guys are in the right position to be able to succeed. I think that those are some things that I think in the immediate and short term are things that as CJ finds more comfort, more understanding of how to work this responsibility that's been given to him, that can get better.
And as far as, burying the team, we've done the exact opposite. I said yesterday the defense will win games. They're just going to be very, very close games in my view because the offensive line and this offense in general doesn't seem to be, either equipped or strategically, designed to put a lot of points on the board, to stretch the field, in part because of the offensive line. So that's what we're talking about, the offensive line and how it's affecting the offense.
You mentioned not being able to stretch the field. That kind of seems like it ties in with you just not getting your most important player involved. Like that is one of the ones that we could talk about here when we ask about issues. Is that not getting Nico Collins involved, however you want to take that? Immediate, short-term, long-term issue?
I think that's a short-term issue, but it's a dicey one because you have to find out. You have to, number one, get Christian Kirk back because we saw it in the preseason. We've seen it in his career. Very good over the middle, very good after the catch. Obviously a very, smart veteran. So there's one. We don't know if we don't think necessarily. We'll find out more. And by the way, we're going to have D'Amico Ryans live at noon here on this show. We'll find out more today and as the week progresses. That's first. But more importantly, Xavier Hutchinson, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, somebody has to step up. So you can at least have some options away from Nico Collins or bring some of the attention away from Nico Collins. Yeah. And so that's a short-term fix, but you need some stuff.
This feels like actually an immediate-term fix for me because I think you're right. There's reason to put in the short-term bucket. It's better be an immediate kind of because some of it was there were instances I went and looked at all 24, if I remember, of the passing plays that I could see, all 22 eyes, try to get an idea of whether he was open, whether the ball could get to him. And some of those instances, CJ is just getting the ball out quicker, or whether it's having to, or maybe that's the way that their play runs, or maybe he just felt like he needed to get the ball out quick. But there were some instances, there was probably a handful of instances where if CJ is deciding, hey, I need to get the ball to Nico, he can and he's open, And so I feel like this is something that when you go through the film, CJ, Nick Caley, they'll look at it and they go, all right, we know that we only got 5 targets for Nico Collins. There's more of these opportunities. Even just trying to find more, taking that from 5 targets to 7 or 8 targets feels a lot different. And I think that's something that could change.
Just the targets alone. You're right. One more thing on the offensive line, though, just to put a bow on that and why it is probably the biggest concern and continues to be so. You lost Cade Stover, and that's a guy that could help with the offensive line blocking. That's what Nick Caley's expertise is in. So now it falls on Dalton Schultz, and we'll see.
All right. There's a lot more that I think we could probably still look at some of those issues and when they might be fixable. We'll see if we can circle back around to that at some point today. We got 4 hours as we always do. D'Amico talks at noon. And coming up next in the loop, let's talk about the Astros. They are starting what is a pretty interesting stretch here over the next week. But let's take a little bit of a larger look as well for them. Are they real contenders in your mind right now? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's talk about it.
Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first.
Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I sound like so much of a bad influence in that clip.
No, it's funny if you use your imagination, you could just sit there, picture.
Anything.
Reggie said, "Hey, take a whiff of that." And then Lopez,
it won't hurt you. It won't hurt you.
Yeah, they probably like, "What's going on in that studio?" Take a whiff of that.
I'm a wholesome Christian boy. I don't know what you're doing here. But you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Are the Astros real contenders in your mind right now? 713-572-4610. I mean, we are really in the final stretches of the season. It feels good to be able to say that. Just generally, I don't know if it feels good for the way that it's actually.
So it's not early?
It
not
is
at all.
not early.
No. I think we can finally shed that.
Guys, it's only September, guys.
It's the first week of September.
It's like 140 games damn near at this point.
Still a long season.
No, it's not.
We got a few weeks to go. Like
not even a high school season.
we literally got a few weeks to go at this point. But yeah, after the long stretch, we're getting to the final stretch. However, like that also means that contenders should be coming into form, and you also have enough data points, I think, to make informed opinions about all these teams that we're seeing. And so that brings up the question, are they real contenders in your mind? We could see them warts and all, and understanding that there's a lot of warts all the way across the league. I think Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic put together why every team or every contender, like the issues that they have, and obviously the Astros are there, but are they a real contender in your mind right now?
Well, let me throw this out at you, because I was telling you this before the show, and it just stunned me. So CBS Sports was putting out a list of easiest and toughest schedules for all of baseball's contenders the rest of the way. I think they said 20 games. I think that's where we are about, roughly, for most teams. And the Astros were not listed. I was scrolling. I was like, okay, the Mariners have a second easiest schedule. Yankees, by the way, have the third easiest schedule. Okay. Where are the Astros? They didn't even list the Astros among contenders with the easiest or toughest schedules.
Haters.
So maybe.
Is there any way that that's because of the schedule?
Well, the Astros don't have an easy schedule. I mean, the next 2 weeks.
So do that make them not contenders?
That's what I'm saying. They didn't even list them.
Let me see what the remaining strength of
because
schedule
they could be
is.
an okay contender.
Right.
See, maybe you can say that it's because the Astros have like an incredible middling remaining schedule, strength of schedule. So maybe
they
they
didn't put
don't
that
have
in
the
there?
easiest. Yeah, I feel like I'm trying.
I was just saying, and I think the right answer here, and we're all dumb for feeling this, but the simple fact that you can ask that question legitimately, are the Astros a contender, after everything they've done the last 9 years, tells you that they probably are not, right?
Maybe.
Is that unfair? Because like every year it's like, doesn't matter. They're gonna get the postseason. They're gonna do their deal. Doesn't matter. Bad start, bad finish. Injuries, whatever. We could always say, doesn't matter. It's the Astros. The fact that you can legitimately ask the question right now, are they a contender, kind of is your answer, right?
Yeah, this is probably one of the shakiest seasons we had in a long time. And I think part of it, too, is based off of the injuries, man.
Yeah.
Like, we got some, I guess as Reggie like to say, some quad A pitchers out there, man.
Yeah.
So I think, I think this, out of all the years, and they've been rolling for like almost a decade, I feel like. This is the 1 year where it's like, maybe not.
But you don't lean a little bit on the experience and the ways in which we've seen the Astros just kind of overcome things a ton of times. And I guess
I always have.
We do.
And the fact that
the
fact that we kind of wonder now is my answer.
Yeah, I think it's all about just getting in. Once you get in, you got Correa with that experience. You got Jordan.
So that's still true for you.
I think
if they're in, they got a shot.
I think
go all the way.
Yeah, if they in, I feel like they got it. It's hard to not give them a shot unless they just go in dragging ass and just looking bad.
Yeah, the tough thing about this is we can look on history, and that's kind of the conversation we started with, which is over the last 9 years, like the ways in which this year feels lesser than some of those other ones. However, there's the experience there. We can just focus on this year, and without having to put all the history behind it. The offense is flighty at best. You're starting pitching rotation, you have a couple of guys that you should be able to depend on. One of those we've had some questions on recently, although he had, which is Framber Valdez. I'll say his name. But he has found a way, or at least he had a good outing his last time out, or at least a better one, even though he didn't get offensive support. And maybe the most scary thing for me is that your pen is looking, bereft of talent as you head towards the most important time when you really need your pen to be lights out. Although, shout out to Brian Abreu. The tough part about it is, I know that they have, that winner's mentality within them. However, some of the cultural things that typically would stop the likes of the Framber Valdez cross-up and the ways in which some of those conversations have happened feel like they're not quite there to help.
Yeah.
And so I almost feel like not a real contender, but I also wonder how much of that is, me being close to it. Whereas you can look at the Yankees, right, who are out there, and they're, they have all their defensive woes, how you can play yakety sacks over their defensive highlights and some of the other things. And you can look up and say, well, they feel like contenders. And so, why not the Astros in that space as well?
Well, for sure, why not the Astros? There are some differences. You touched on, a couple of them right there, but also the stretch run. Since July 31st, the Astros are 13-18. They've scored more than 4 runs 11 times. They've scored 2 or fewer runs 14 times.
Is that good?
It's the offense, man. They've always been able to, at the very end of the season, we've seen them come from behind and guarantee, and clinch the division, then get hot at the right time. Right now, for more than a month, damn near 6 weeks, they've only scored more than 4 runs 11 times over the last 6 weeks. Meanwhile, they're scoring 2 or fewer more than that. And so it's the offense, and in particular, Correa has been an amazing acquisition. We know that. But some of the guys you're counting on, Jose Altuve is batting .206 with a .656 on-base percentage since the end of July.
Yeah.
That's Altuve. He can turn it on. We know that. Be a good time to turn it on right now. It would be a really good time to turn it on.
No, and that's absolutely necessary. Even if there's not a way you've been a decidedly average offensive team. There's not a way for you to just become the hottest. Well, I guess there is a way because baseball is a game of runs of sorts over the course of a season. But I don't anticipate you becoming just a lights out offensive team. But you got to be able to hit and score runs periodically and in a timely manner. Maybe you get that in the next 20 or so games. I don't know. But ESPN, David Schoenfeld of ESPN put together a Real or Not. And he also put it in categories. I love tiers.
Yeah.
He has a favorites tier, which contains the Brewers, the Dodgers, the Phillies, the Tigers, the Blue Jays, the Yankees, the Cubs.
Yikes, that's a lot.
Without the Astros. The potential spoilers are where the Red Sox, the Mets, the Padres, and your Astros come in. When asked real or not, he says that Yordan Alvarez's return gives the Astros enough offense, and he just declares them real. But there's some ifs, there's some caveats on here. Can you get Josh Hader back for the postseason?
Right.
Which, that's one of those questions, in addition to now adding Sousa and Ort into maybe they're back for the postseason. So with that caveat, do you agree with him, or do you understand where he's coming from, where he goes real, especially looking at Yordan Alvarez? He's been incredible since he's returned to this lineup. It just feels like the rest of the lineup around him hasn't matched that energy.
Well, even though we can sit here and say, we're not sure about them being, a contender for a championship, you have to say that they're real because of their pedigree, because of what they've done, and getting Correa and Yordan Alvarez back makes a huge difference. Both of those guys weren't around at the end of July. When I'm talking about, Jose Altuve slumping, Cam Smith batting .227, Christian Walker batting .227, they weren't here. So that does give you a boost, but you still have the questions about the bullpen, as you talked about, who's going to be available for the postseason. Are you going to get to the postseason? And then, of course, you got to get some of these, the offense ignited.
Yeah, the thing that scares me, it just feels like there's too many questions on any given day, and when we get to the postseason, you got to have some things that you can lean on.
Yeah.
Because as of right now, you'd be slated to face off against the Mariners in wild card play in the wild card series, if memory serves. Maybe you do that. I don't even know how confident I am in that, if I'm going to be entirely honest. But if you get through that, some of these other teams I think are a lot more consistent, even though the Astros seem to play to their competition. We get a little bit of a data though, as they start a set versus the Blue Jays today. And that's one of those teams that in the AL is very good and gives you a taste of whether or not this team is a real contender. Yes, they're still first place in the AL West, but there's been instances where you look at the AL West and you go, oh, this division doesn't tell us much. This feels like it might be one of those years. What does it look like when you're actually playing against that competition that you'll have in the postseason?
Mariners week after next, man. That could be everything right there.
Somebody said Pouty at first base sucks morale from this team.
Pouty.
Don't call
That's
it
a new one.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one. I'm going to be entirely honest. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, by the way, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. I forgot to say that.
Heck yeah.
Because the Texans are at home for Monday Night Football, so keep it locked. We will have a ticket giveaway for you later on. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What's something that tells you all that you need to know about someone? Because Brian Callahan, who is the head coach of the Titans, said something that made us go, oh, okay, we don't have to take you seriously. 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Texans had a
Sports Directed.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to our question of the day now. What's something that tells you all you need to know about someone, especially in the realm of sports and especially with a coach? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. As this weekend, the Titans they joined you as the two AFC South teams that got losses this weekend. And one of the points in this game, I don't think it would have ultimately changed the outcome, but one of the points in this game where the Titans had an opportunity to do something special.
Big play.
Eli Minor, the rookie out of Stanford that plays there for the Titans, wide receiver. Big boy ran down the sideline and got a jump ball on the sideline, brings the ball down. It is ruled incomplete as, he is right there on that white. However, replays will show, and honestly, if you look at it, you'll see staffers and people on the sideline looking at it like there's one of the players that's pointing to his forearm saying he got his forearm down in bounds, and replays show that was the case. Brian Callahan, the head coach of the Titans, however, did not challenge that play, and he was asked about it after the game. This is what he said.
Is there a challenge on the Islander play where they moved out of bounds on the sideline? It looked like his elbow hit inbounds first.
Yeah, you got to get a foot inbounds too, which we didn't have a clean look at whether his foot was down as well. An elbow doesn't equal 2 feet, so his foot would have had to come down as well. We didn't have a clean look, so the call from upstairs was that it wasn't more challenging.
That's rough. That is rough.
Didn't know the rules, man.
I mean, basic football fans, all due respect, know that rule.
Did they change that this year?
No, they did not.
Is that a new one? No. Maybe he didn't pick up the rule book this year.
I'm over here trying to think. If you get your elbow down, you got to try to get your feet down too.
Yeah, how does that even work? In his brain, what is he expecting?
I'm thinking like, damn.
You're playing Twister.
You got
left foot green.
Yeah, you got to catch the ball and be sitting like a pretzel.
An elbow equals 2 feet. A knee equals 2 feet.
You gotta get the other foot down though.
And then my favorite is that one cheek equals 2 feet. Never forget that.
That's true. That's absolutely true. That was a rough look. And by the way, that's all I need to know.
Really? That's it? You're like, I'm good. I know what I need to know about. His daddy makes great offensive lines.
Hey, well, that's cool. Cool story, bro.
You should have went to your daddy.
Ask him about it.
Yeah.
His dad's on the staff too, ain't he?
He's the O-line coach.
Yeah, I wonder if Pops was like, hey, son, you might want to challenge that one.
Did you hear his follow-up, by the way?
No, I missed it.
His follow-up yesterday was even worse. At first he said he misinterpreted the rule. And then he said he misspoke. I'm well aware of the rule.
Oh.
Which you may hear on Thursday. So but either way.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it,
yes,
we're good.
That's all I needed to hear. Boy, that's a good one.
That's
a great one. All you need to hear, and that's all you need to know about someone. Brian Callahan for sure. For coaches and regular life, real life. For coaches, I don't know if it's what they say as much as how they use timeouts.
Oh, the tough thing about that, because I think I hear you on that, but one of the things that gets tough is we do this with all the coaches. Like, you know who some of the coaches are who have been bad with timeouts and time management? Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Like some of the guys that we think of that were like, oh, I love that guy. He's a great coach. They've been bad with timeouts, or they have some weakness. It's easy to forget that even the dudes that we respect as great, hello, Bill Belichick, have their weaknesses, like him with roster building.
Yeah.
He has never been good at finding talent. He was just great at taking under-realized talent and maximizing it.
And that's
Everybody has their weaknesses.
Kind of a different topic. Let's talk about something people say or do.
Sure.
That's all you need to know. For me, like the non sequiturs or the gobbledygook at the press conference when you're asked about something specific. Like, and I think he's a really good coach, don't get me wrong, but I think he's feeling it a little bit.
The most important thing about football is the football.
That is technically correct.
That's another good one. But I'm not saying, because I like Sark, I think he's really good. But when he was asked specifically about Arch Manning, showing some grimacing, showing some pain, and then he went into, I don't look at your face when you're urinating, he's feeling some kind of way right now in Austin. So that's one.
How you ain't going to look at somebody's face?
Well, but when they're
you gotta
urinating,
get in front of the
I
urinal.
guess.
You gotta turn your head.
Well, yeah, I imagine.
I feel like that's a real man move. Sit there and be like, "Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?"
You out here locking eyes when you be looking one way or the other.
If somebody talk to you,
Hey,
what you gonna hide?
Why are you talking at the urinal?
Why are you hiding? You ain't no damn dog where you looking all awkward trying to use the bathroom.
Yeah, but that's
men.
That's one. And then in real world, anytime someone says, "Well, I'm not really a dog person. I don't really like dogs," I'm out.
What's up, Reggie?
I mean, I like dogs fine enough. I'm just not gonna have one.
Well, that's fine, kind of. But yeah, that's all I need to hear. How about you guys?
This is a great one that comes in on the YouTube page, at least in the regular life. I think the sports one's kind of interesting to me, but Magic comes in with however a person treats a waiter.
Mm-hmm.
And I can maybe even specify this too, and I don't know if I'm entirely out, but it definitely tells me something about you. The person that goes and orders something but alters it like really, really far.
Yeah.
Like I would like the cheeseburger but no cheese and add bacon and take off the lettuce and then I'm like, hey, we're doing a lot here.
Or the substitutions in general on the complex plates. Like you get a, I don't know, whatever it may be, chicken cordon bleu. But instead of cordon bleu, can you make it? No, then it's not chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah. I'm like, all right, so we're not gonna try this how it was intended. Like again, and I want to make clear, allergies or things of that nature.
Yeah, order something else.
That's not going to. I understand how that comes from. Sometimes people are just like, yeah, but I don't want that, and I don't like this, and I'm like, at that point, you're ruining the whole flavor profile that's been established for you here.
Or let's say us three go out to dinner. All right. Just a friendly dinner.
Before.
Just a friendly dinner, and all of a sudden, I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just looking at you. Figgy said, "Well, I didn't have dessert, and I had water. Y'all both had a drink. So
y'all not picking up your own plate." I think you're wrong, and maybe you're looking at me different.
Yeah.
I'm paying for what I ate.
No way.
Because
split it 3 ways.
I do one. No.
Yes.
Because especially knowing you, well, let me go get a wine. So I'm not paying for your damn wine. You pay for yourself.
No, that's all I need to hear right there.
What you mean?
Well, and it's different if it's friends because we can talk about that in advance. But let's say 3 couples in the neighborhood. And
I do feel like it's different when your lady's there, though.
Yeah.
You got to man up a little bit.
You do.
Yeah, it was a couple times a guy like, I got all the dinner. I got everybody dinner. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Like, all right, man.
Yeah, good for you, but you're making me look bad. What about you, Figgy?
Yeah, the one I think about, this is more of a football conversation type of one, where you talking to somebody and they disagree with you. And they say, "Oh, how many games have you played in the NFL?"
Oh yeah.
That's when I'm out. I'm like, all right, I'm not even arguing with you at this point.
Yeah.
Like, go talk to Ryan Clark then if you only value people that that played the game, or go talk to somebody else. Just talk to another person that had a cup of coffee in the NFL then. So if you want to do it that way, I ain't about to go back and forth with you.
936. They have a friend that orders nachos, no chips.
What? How is that possible?
Just the cheese.
You got to be lying.
Cheese,
man.
jalapeno chicken on a plate.
That got to be a lie, man.
I believe it. I
just say people order burgers with no buns because they trying to stay away from the the bread and stuff like that. Salute to Ron and Clint. But I never heard that one.
Yeah, I don't
the
understand
nachos
that one. I'm trying to think of the coach one because I was talking about it with the fellas when we cross-talked it, trying to find the positive side of this. I do appreciate when a coach will utilize some analytics or like give you the all right, well, it's process oriented because I do think that that's the way to like have more consistent success. I think football ends up, and I'm thinking of football, but I think in a lot of sports, there's some things, there's a lot of variables that can happen that can cause you to succeed, and if you don't understand the variables that get you there, you can easily go down the wrong path. Like, how many times have you seen the statistic of like, well, whenever this team has more than 20 rushes, they win. It's like, why don't you just hand the football off 20 times? Because that's not what made that happen.
Yeah.
Right? So if you go through the process and if you understand the things that lead to success and you do that, hopefully you'll have more success. So whenever I hear a coach or someone in sports say that, I'm like, okay, they are more likely to have the right results. So I tend to have a more positive outlook on them.
Real good one from Rob on the YouTube page. Whether or not the player checks the poor cameraman that they ran into.
Oh, that's a good
either
one.
Checks on him or says my bad or whatever. I guess Fromber wouldn't check on him. But anyway.
He's turning around to get back to pitching on the mound.
That's right. And Billy Napier had one of those, that's all I need to hear. By the way, he's probably going to get fired. But he said that he didn't use his last 2 timeouts against South Florida when they kicked the winning field goal because they were going to kick a field goal anyway.
What?
And I went, it was 1 minute left. And
why play the game, dog?
Yeah, and they were in plus territory. And he goes, well, they were going to kick a field goal anyway.
It make you appreciate the people that just use a timeout knowing it's over.
Yeah.
And let me just go on and get this last timeout out, even though they got the first down and there's 30 seconds left.
They were winning the game with a minute. Anything could happen. Bad snap, whatever.
And it's college football. College football in week 2?
Yes.
Yeah, lots of things can happen.
He said, well, they were going to kick a field goal anyway. All I need to hear about Billy Napier.
713, go out for steak. Someone puts ranch on it. Someone saying, I've been doing this for years, trying to invalidate your opinion.
Yeah.
And then maybe this is the ultimate one, whether or not a person puts their shopping cart back.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
And 901, how they talk to their mother.
Yeah.
That's good
true.
one.
Or just anyone. Mother is a good one, but then how they talk to anybody that like waiters, janitors, like all those.
One for me, sneaky one for me is when you talking about something and people try to ask you how old you are to try to
downplay.
Yeah. Be like, oh, hey, how old are you?
Yeah.
I'm like, why do it? We all grown.
Yeah.
Like, it don't matter if I'm 36 or 45. We all in the same boat.
We're talking about Reggie like that.
What happened? Wait.
Oh, he don't do that.
And then from the 713, anything that Dylan Raiola does, hate it. All right. Ice the kicker is an interesting one. Does that tell you everything you need to know about a coach?
No. Because I think sometimes it works.
Okay.
Or it seems to work. We'll never know.
What about the head coach, salute to Bill O'Brien, that said, I don't know if you guys watched the tape or not.
Oh, yes. God, thank you.
Buddy, it's Sunday.
Thank you.
It's Sunday. We right after the game, man. You think we watched the tape?
Yeah, no. But bullies on the lectern are never fun for me. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get back to football. Let's go around the NFL here in a second. Let's talk about some of the additions that have been made. There was a trade that happened, and also we got a little Monday Night Football. Did that tell you anything that you needed to know about those quarterbacks that were playing? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans. Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, we were just talking about the things that somebody will do, whether it's a sports figure or just in general life, that tells you everything that you need to know. How about the people who get up as soon as the plane lands? Absolutely. When I send somebody an email or a text message with the information in it and they ask you the question that's in the information, like, how about you read what I sent to you when you ask about Joe Mixon's ankle and he doesn't answer?
Well, it's D'Amico that didn't answer.
And then also race and religion at the bar. Which,
oh God!
Or you counter that
at
with
the bar?
Politics at dinner.
Lord have mercy. I understand politics at the bar, but damn.
Well, even politics, like at a dinner.
Okay.
Like
no, if you at a bar, I understand.
Sure.
Sometimes stuff come on the TV and then somebody make a. But race and religion.
Yeah. But you sit down at dinner with the whole family. I think everybody can relate to this. And somebody pipes up, "Well, I'm like,
well,
oh, God.
that guy. That's in the office right now.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh Lord,
please stop, please stop.
You just let me go ahead and turn to this other side. What are you doing over here?
Yeah.
All right. So how about those Astros?
It'd be a simple little key pass mashed potatoes. Yeah, I'll do it. Unlike that guy in the office.
Wait a minute.
What?
I'm trying to enjoy this beer.
I just asked for the mashed potatoes.
I just wanted potatoes. And Lopez, you can agree from the 832 when they say they have fibromyalgia.
All right.
Yes.
Stop.
1,000,000%.
Stop
All I
doing
need to
this.
know, it's not real.
Cut this out. All right. Did you learn everything that you needed to know about these two young gentlemen that played on Monday Night Football? I'm not going to lie. Coming into this, I was like, all right, it's a division game. It is Bears-Vikings. I don't know how actual interested I am or how enticing that was, especially coming off of the heels of a Sunday Night Football that felt kind of like sex in a way. Maybe that's too much, but it was exciting. It was enjoyable. J.J. McCarthy, first time getting to see him start for the Vikings, and then Caleb Williams, first time getting to see him behind that new revamped offensive line and in a new offense led by Ben Johnson. Did you learn some things about these guys yesterday?
Well, I was interested because of those guys and because of the respective offensive lines, which you'll hear about it. We're going to dig in a little deeper at 1 o'clock. But because of those quarterbacks, obviously J.J. McCarthy, first real game that he's played, and then Caleb Williams, depending on how you feel about him, his coming out, so to speak, with Ben Johnson, et cetera. So, yeah, I was very interested in it. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
I'm probably not because I don't even know what you're talking about.
J.J. McCarthy seems to have it.
Get the bleep.
Yeah, I saw your doggone live read you did last hour talking about J.J. McCarthy made me some money.
He did. It was.
I'm like, oh Lord, now he about to be.
Wait, you bet on J.J. McCarthy right out the gate?
Well, I wouldn't.
You're a sick human being.
I wouldn't say bet, but
I wanted to jump in on that live read. Like what?
I wouldn't say bet, but I would say Underdog is a fun app.
Oh, that's right. My bad.
Underdog is a fun app.
So I'm messing up the money over here. My bad.
Just in the nick of time, he came through for me. But look, I know I said that just to put a little extra jelly on it because I know you hate when people say he has it.
Oh, I actually don't hate when people say he has it. I just feel like that dude in particular, it gets a little dicey because that was a 13 of 20 performance, 143 yards.
13 of 30.
Was that?
I think it was 13 of 30.
Was it 13?
Was it 20?
I'm looking at what says 13 of 20.
Okay.
Here,
yeah.
unless the site that I'm using right now is wrong, which is possible. It happens from time to time.
But
143 yards. He was very good in the fourth quarter, which is absolutely what was necessary for them to come back and get the victory, 27-24. He didn't give up. That is absolutely the case. His QBR was a 52.6.
Yeah. No, I get it. But they were talking after the game about just the way that he, just the way that he kind of handled the bad moments.
Yes.
And came back, hopped into the huddle, and said, is there any place you'd rather be than right here? And all that. Just seemed to have command. Yes, 13 of 20. My information was bad, but
that's not nothing though.
Yeah.
The idea of him having that ability.
That's why I said that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I would like to see more of it because we've seen guys go out and look abysmal, and boy, That interception, that pick six, looked like it was just, it was rough. But you could easily see that being, or you could interpret that as he doesn't got it, or you can interpret that as these are the growing pains of a dude who is stepping into this role on a big stage against an admittedly pretty solid defense there.
Don't ask Brandon Scott about him, man.
Why's that?
He was tweeting about him like, man, he is ass.
He was looking bad.
I don't care what he did.
He was looking bad.
It was after the game. He was just like, I don't care. He's still ass.
I don't know about that. There were dozens of people who, did not age well their first half and tweets about J.J. McCarthy.
And and the Bears, to be honest. Yeah. After that first drive, people like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, it didn't end right.
Better footing for the remainder of the season here, or just as the season starts, between J.J. McCarthy and Caleb Williams. Because I did think that Caleb Williams looked to have a pretty solid command of this game early, and then, things happened, and the offense just kind of came to a stall.
I think Kevin O'Connell is an elite play caller. I know Ben Johnson, obviously was elite as a coordinator. I think O'Connell really, he just knows how to handle his team. And they never wavered. They never lost confidence in McCarthy. They never stopped throwing the ball downfield. I think I would have to say Vikings. I would have to say Vikings, especially with that defense.
He know how to improve quarterbacks too.
Yeah,
because Sam Darnold, I don't know if he just put the ski mask on, robbed the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah. Maybe it's just one game.
No, O'Connell is the real deal for quarterbacks.
Yeah, I like him as a play caller as well. 936, the J.J. McCarthy pick was actually on Jefferson. He was supposed to come back to the ball. Houseway. He was on an out route. He's supposed to go on an out route and then come back to the football. No, that's not how the play was run. It was jumped perfectly. And I do want to pivot, but I also want to remind you that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't rather count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. The pivot that I was going to make was to another cornerback that felt like they got the quarterback that they were going up against. That was Xavier Worthy, or not Xavier Worthy, rather Xavier Howard, who just recently joined in with the Colts. Remember, he had been out on the street for damn near for over a year, really. But he comes off the street, goes into the Colts, and helps them get a definitive win over Tua Tagovailoa and the Miami Dolphins. Well, Xavier Howard says that they forced Tua Tagovailoa into panic mode. Obviously, he had played with Tua, and he said, we knew the guy, he gets the ball out pretty quickly, which, of course, we know that's the MO of him. He said, but once you take away the first read, I feel like it's panic mode after that, and it showed up yesterday. We took away the first read, and he tried to get rid of the ball real quick. That is quite an indictment of not just Tua, but the offensive system that a dude like Xavier Howard can come in off the street and be like, hey, guys, this is what we're going to do, obviously with respect to Lou Anarumo, who's the defensive coordinator, and it seemingly worked to that extent.
Yeah, I'm not going to say, no lies detected, but I am going to say, look at what happened. What happened was exactly that. So, it is an indictment of not just Tua, but Daniel as well.
Don't worry, you won't have to remember his name for all that long.
Yeah. So I think he's absolutely right, and that's what teams did against the Dolphins. And do against the Dolphins.
Yeah, I wonder if that remains in that same vein, because there is something about putting out a book, but we've known what the book is for Tua and this offense, and they've managed to still be pretty good, at least statistically. It just feels like that thing is falling apart, as may be evidenced by it feels like Tyreek Hill will not be on that team very long. We're getting reporting this morning.
How does it make you feel?
That apparently the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Kansas City Chiefs are both showing interest in trying to acquire Tyreek Hill.
Both of those make me feel a little uneasy. The Chiefs a lot uneasy, but
the Chiefs need some answers at this point.
They need some answers, but they are the Chiefs, and the Steelers, depending on how you feel Aaron Rodgers is going to sustain things, that could be quite dangerous for them.
I gotta admit, and this is not confessions, but I'll go ahead and let this rip right here. The way that Aaron Rodgers responded to that question about Aaron Glenn made me wonder, are we going to get a third bleep you season? Because those late career MVPs very much felt like, oh, my general managers don't think I can do this. You went and drafted a quarterback. Well, watch this.
Yeah.
And it feels like he had started, losing steam, as you'd expect for somebody who's 40 years old playing a quarterback in the National Football League. I do wonder if he just gets out here and he's like, bleep you. I don't care about whatever. We just going to get out here and do this one more time to prove to you. Because he seems like a dude that is fueled off of hate.
100%.
Yeah.
His entire career.
And that's a bad sign for the AFC, man.
That's
Because
what I'm saying.
if you got Pittsburgh in the mix now, and I don't think none of us had Pittsburgh in the mix.
Nope.
And now you got Pittsburgh in the mix. And if you talk about MVP, that means they're probably one of the best teams in the league.
And then you throw Hill into the mix there. And even with the Chiefs, I mean, they still are the Chiefs, and then they still have the best play caller. They've had him before. You know, they know how to use him. I think it'd be huge for him.
That's the scarier proposition of the two, right? Is Tyreek Hill to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I think that's the scarier one. He's been there. He knows it. They know how to handle him. Although I will say Tomlin with Tyreek Hill would be a good match. Yeah.
You know a thing about those receivers, huh?
Yes, he does.
Managed to keep them in line.
Yeah.
But I don't recall, and maybe remind me if I'm wrong, the Steelers don't typically get them after we know that they're low wild. They draft them, they keep them under wraps, then they send them somewhere else, and then we find out
send them away for a second round pick.
And then we find out that they lost their mind.
All hell breaks loose.
That's how that seems to work.
Yeah.
It seems like they're in a different mindset this year, though. They getting all the old has-been type of
Aaron
players,
Rodgers.
too. Yeah, you got Aaron Rodgers, you got Jalen Ramsey.
Go
They
figure.
went out and got DK Metcalf. It seemed like they doing un-Steeler-like stuff.
That is an interesting note that I want to kind of stash in the back pocket and evaluate later, because I do wonder if that changes where the Steelers are, if they just felt like we got to throw the organizational MO out because we've kind of been stuck in neutral for too long.
Win now mode.
And they had such a good coach where you can't have a bad year.
And he's got pressure on him, believe it or not.
Yeah,
well, you're going to really test that when you start, abandoning the kind of mantras and the kind of guardrails that have kept you from making really horrible mistakes that put you behind the 8 ball. I think that they might be walking into the world of the mortals, and that's cool. On the high end where you actually get the good stuff. What's bad is if that puts you in a bad circumstance, which it could. It's possible. But
absolutely.
I do appreciate their willingness to make that switch a little bit. We were talking about the Chiefs. Xavier, they got some good news as well. Xavier Worthy had a dislocated shoulder injury, but it does not appear to be season ending, according to Andy Reid, who provided an update yesterday. So they should get him back at some point in the season, but it does feel like them showing interest in Tyreek Hill maybe means that is not an immediate thing, because Xavier Worthy is supposed to be the speed guy that they have.
Yeah, but I think, dislocated shoulder, it's not a small thing by any stretch. I mean, it could lead to surgery and other things, but I feel like they're pretty candid about this and expect him back. I think that Tyreek Hill, while related, is not exclusively because of Xavier Worthy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you just think that this is taking advantage, because that wide receiving core, again, it does kind of look like, and I can widen this out to tight ends as well, Travis Kelce, Xavier Worthy, and the Pips.
Yeah.
And so maybe you're like, hey, we would like fewer Pips and more lead men.
Yeah.
Bring in some Tyreek Hill. That's possible. Some other things around the NFL. The Eagles acquired Tank Bigsby. So that's a one running back that leaves the AFC South. But he wasn't one that was factoring in greatly. It was very clear that ETN has that job. And I do wonder how much of this was, you see ETN go for, what was it, like $130? And they go, all right, this works out okay for me. I know that he had been more in a role of special teams. And according to Brooks Cabina, right, like he's the one who was covering the Eagles for The Athletic, who said that this move supposedly was for the Eagles less about acquiring a running back and the injuries that they saw. Like, was it Will Shipley that got hurt in that running back room on Thursday night? Less about that and more about seeing some return possibilities from Tank Bigsby. How did you see this trade happen?
I think yes on the return possibilities. But, I think they're going to use him.
Yeah.
They're going to absolutely
that's just a nice way to say, don't make this a big deal. Nah, that brother going to be running the ball.
He's going to be running the ball.
It'd be crazy if he didn't.
I totally agree. And meanwhile, the Philadelphia Eagles just keep adding pieces.
Did they do something again while I was just...
Goodness gracious.
They just keep adding pieces.
Harry Roseman needs to be stopped.
Did they overleap the Chiefs at this point when it comes to adding a player where we kind of just get scared?
Oh, 100%.
I think they have.
Because with the Chiefs, they've done that, but also...
They added DeAndre Hopkins before, and I don't think we were, like, super scared or anything like that. With the Eagles, I'm just like, oh, Lord, who did they add?
Yeah.
No, for sure.
Who they add?
Who, the
Did
Chiefs?
They add somebody? Oh, not the Chiefs.
Oh, no, the Eagles. No, he's just talking about this is one of a number of additions that it seems like they've made. And Harry Roseman absolutely, for me, kind of starting to feel like that time period where teams made deals with the Patriots, and you're like, what do they know?
Yeah.
What do they know?
Yeah.
Like, that's what it's starting
We said
to feel
that
like.
with Kenyon Green, man.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
We might be giving them a little too much credit.
Yeah.
Or maybe Kenyon Green was.
But didn't they bring him back again?
And then he got cut again.
Oh, and then he got cut again.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. A little bit of a roller coaster there. And then real quick, before we go, Jalen Carter, there has, to this point, still not been any resolution on the Hawk Tua that happened, or Hawk Dak, if we want to call it that.
Yeah.
The spit that was seen around the world on the opening kickoff game for the NFL, where before the game even started from scrimmage.
Yesterday
Jalen
was
Carter's-
expected, right?
What do you mean?
That a suspension might fall yesterday?
Yeah, that was the thought, is that, okay, we get back off of the weekend and maybe they do something here. No resolution on Monday does seem to point to the idea that there won't be a suspension.
It'll be a fine.
Probably be a fine. Does that feel right to you?
Not really. I would have thought they would have suspended him, but the reason I paused is I think Roger Goodell just loved the theatrics and the way that
That can't be it, can it?
The season opened. Yeah, it can. Yeah, it absolutely can. But we'll see. I mean, he still could be suspended, but we'll see. I think it's going to end up being just a fine.
Somebody said, Reggie, where are you going? Fair enough. I probably shouldn't just be throwing out Hawk 2 out there. But no, the tough part about it is I find it hard to think that that's a suspension. It's just something you can't do.
Yeah, it's a tweener kind of,
Yeah,
yeah.
Now, if you came down with
unless it keep doing it,
yeah.
Then it's
Next
like,
time
all right,
we take you off the
gotta
field
sit you
for a
down,
game.
man.
You wildin'. Right? It's just it's not even like you did something harmful. It's like, hey man, you need to sit down
It's the
and think about your
principle at
actions.
this point.
But yeah, I imagine a fine will come down for Jalen Carter. Somebody said, I'm sorry, that dude needs to be suspended for at least one game, probably 2 or 3. Okay.
Well, that's a lot. Well, that's a
I
lot.
appreciate
Hey,
what
that
you're
would
doing.
stop spitting on the field.
Yeah.
And a fair point that is made here from the 832. He basically suspended himself for that first game because he missed the entirety of it.
They might take that into account.
That
It
probably
probably
is
did.
part of the
Yeah,
account
probably
there. So
did.
that's a fair point to be made. A little bit of around the NFL here in loop right here on Sports Radio 610. They said suspend him forever on the Twitch channel. Oh, man. All right. Coming up next, let's talk about this conversation because maybe the question is that conversation necessary to be had about the head coach of this team, D'Amico Ryans? 713-572-4610. It's after week 1, but we're getting into it next.
Yeah, what up, y'all? It's Tricky Fake holding it down. We got to talk about some Cougs. This Friday night, U of H is back at TD-ECU Stadium as they host Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes at 6:30. This is more than just football. It's the Hispanic Heritage Game. At halftime, the Spirit of Houston is paying tribute to Salina, and the UH Mariachi Pumas are bringing the heat with the live performance. Tailgating starts at 3:30. Cougs on parade rolls around 5:20-ish, and then it's kickoff under the lights. So don't miss the action. Grab your tickets now. I got my tickets, so I'll be around there. If you see me, come holla at me. Get your tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO Cougs. Let's pack this house out. Let's show Coach Prime how we get down in the 3rd Ward. Let's pack the house out. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. It's Cougar football, baby.
CJ Stroud doesn't want to hear any excuses after a tough Texans loss to Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Remember, it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. 12 o'clock hour?
12 o'clock hour?
All right, 12 o'clock hour. We'll give away a pair of tickets in the bullpen, front row, to watch the Texans take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah. This is Monday Night Football, too, man. This is the one you want to go to. The home opener?
Home opener, Monday night.
Wear your white, too.
He likes to say
it's a whiteout?
Island game, whiteout.
Oh, yeah, it is an island game, which great, but also bad, right? It's great because, you have the opportunity, prime time, love it, but the other side of that is you got company. Mm-hmm. And there's one thing that I think we all, but particularly rich people, don't like is getting embarrassed in front of company. And so that is.
Oh, we experienced that a couple times last year.
Yeah, we did.
Christmas, dog.
Mm-hmm. Christmas,
in front of Beyonce, man.
In front of the hoes.
Beyonce was out
in front of the hoes.
Yeah, I never forget. I was walking in the concourse. Yeah. And some girls was like, damn, that was that. I didn't know that. They were just kind of stink. Yeah, they were leaving. I'm like, damn.
That was supposed to serve as an opportunity for everybody to, have a good time.
If we was up like 30-0 in the first half, then they probably would have stuck around.
Yeah.
Everybody was supposed to have
I got to start using that term a lot more.
I don't think you are. Man, 713-572-4610.
They scaring the hoes.
Should John Lopez begin using the phrase scaring the hoes?
That's a genre of music, right?
No,
scaring the hoes music? I love you scaring the hoes music. Just put me on some Earl Sweatshirt.
Why did I not know that? Give me some examples.
Earl Sweatshirt. 100% scaring
Alchemist.
the hoes.
What is the style? Why is it called that?
Because the theory is there's the type of music that you put on where you're trying to entice a nice young lady. Well, maybe not.
So that's it?
No. It's the opposite of that. It's the type of music that would very much scare.
That's a mood killer. It could be good music, but it's like we listening to this, going to the club.
Yeah.
Like, it's a mood killer. Alchemist is good. Is probably prime.
Good for some. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm definitely going to use that before the end of the show.
Please don't. Stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to. Thank you, Magic. All right. Is that how you're feeling a little bit, or is that anything that pops up to you when you think about DeMeco Ryans? Because it feels like a conversation might need to be had about the head coach of this Texans team.
So, y'all tell me, not just you two knuckleheads, but our listeners.
Damn, why got to be a knucklehead? You're right, but damn.
Our listeners as well. Remember when we didn't know DeMeco Ryans was going to be the guy? We didn't know who was going to be the guy. And we were sort of talking about, do we want a defensive-minded head coach? Or do we want an offensive-minded head coach with C.J. Stroud being the quarterback? Let's go back to that place where we were.
So we got to bring up Shane Steichen.
No, not even names. Forget names, just in general.
He was one of the people we were discussing.
How's Sean Payton looking, by the way? Anyway.
Why are you doing that?
That was your pick. That was your man's right there.
I got a lot of grief for that.
Yeah, you
Update.
Yeah, I'm cool with DeMeco Ryans.
I know I am too. But here's the question. Is this a conversation that if we're too soon, fine. But is it a conversation that if it's too soon to have now, we're going to have? That offense it has all the markings of a defensive-minded head coach's offense, and you got C.J. Stroud pulling the trigger, man. They run the ball, first down, second down. They run the ball, third down sometimes. Their passing game is tight end heavy. What was there, 8 targets to tight ends?
There was a lot of them. Let me see if I get you the exact number.
Tight end heavy. All the passing routes are underneath and yards after catch and move the chains type stuff. He hired Nick Caley.
His hire. He pounded his chest about it.
I hired him. I made the call.
It was hard for me to believe that too, man.
Me too, but that's neither.
But
here nor
he
there.
said it. So
but that's neither here nor there. He wants the straight ahead, safe running part. And I'm wondering if it's too soon now. Let me know. But is it something that we're going to have like, okay, this is what happens when you have a defensive-minded head coach?
That's a good question. I'm not certain, and in all honesty, I really hope not.
Mm-hmm.
But there is just inherently some elements that the hope is that eventually they can find a way to be effective within it. But at the very least, off of the one data point that we have in a regular season, which is a loss to the Los Angeles Rams, it was clear that they were being incredibly conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Incredibly conservative. That's part of the reason why I felt like they couldn't get Nico Collins the damn football. Like there were some instances where even the concepts that they did run out there. Talk less of what they should have done on top of what they did. Just off of what they did. I told you, I went and looked at all of them. There's instances where Nico on a corner route or Nico on a dig across the field that will come open in a half second more. And maybe we put this on the offensive line, sure. But there's instances where, damn, if CJ can hold that ball a little bit longer, you can get Nico Collins the football, and now we're cooking with grease. Or we can do some more of these things. But it felt like, to me, that, one, C.J. Stroud was almost instructed. We want to get the ball out immediately.
Yes.
Like, immediately.
Yes. That's what a defensive-minded coach wants.
To some degree. You needed to.
No negative plays.
You needed to do that. And they couldn't afford negative plays. We saw them get those negative plays still, even though they were trying to get the ball out. And we saw how that hurt their drives.
And they were done. Yeah.
I'm not saying they're wrong for that. However, because of like C.J. Stroud hitting the top of his drop and the ball coming out immediately, it felt like they weren't able to do some of the more things. And there was a lot of, running the ball into what felt like a defensive line defensive line that wasn't going to give you much of an opportunity to run the ball successfully. So everything felt really, really conservative, and that does feel like it comes back to a DeMeco Ryans defensive-minded and seemingly wanted to be a conservative head coach.
So the question becomes, are you hamstringing a guy that can sling it around the field and be very accurate? Are you handcuffing a guy, or is this just the path to victory? To me, it's more of a question than anything, and it stems from this. Late in the game, very late in the game, Sean McVay was facing third down. Everybody thought they were going to run the ball. What did he do? He rolled out, faked the play action, rolled out, threw the ball to Puka Nacua, completion. What was it? 20-something yards. Game over. Let me ask you this question too. Number one, are you hamstringing your quarterback? Number two, would DeMeco Ryans have ever allowed that play call to happen? On third down, throw the ball rather than be safe and run the ball.
I don't think he's that. I think he's safe. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if he'd be that safe where there's no chance in hell he's doing that. I think he might surprise some people by doing that, especially if it's needed. But for the most part, I think he's going to play safe.
No, I think that you can. I don't want this to sound like I think DeMeco Ryans is like legitimately putting, padlocks on the offense. And I understand a lot of things I described, when done well, can be good. I think that the conservative nature of this showed up when it's that, but then also all the decisions and all the places where you could have decided to use some of the younger players and some of the guys that had more of an upside and excitement, you didn't, right? You got Damian Pierce in here running the ball more than what it felt like you wanted Woody Marks to run the football, maybe get more opportunities, or even you have pass plays like the one that ultimately leads to a fumble for my Nigerian brethren, and I'm not blaming him necessarily for it, but there's a lot of people saying, why is Dare in the game so damn much, getting so many snaps when you have a young guy that you traded up for in order to get in there? One of the things you could easily go to is that feels like a more conservative, we want to lean towards experience, and we like the guys that we have in there. You can even go defensively, but I know we're talking offensively, some more of the conservative mindset of we're going to go stick with the guys that we have. We're going to play the way that we play as opposed to understanding that they're killing us over the middle. What can we do to switch this? Maybe can we even put somebody who is more of a coverage guy than Jalen Petrie in these places? I think all of those things, you show up a lot of times as a fairly conservative team. It works for you in some ways because you play at a certain level, you play fast, you play physical. But on the offensive side, I don't think that you have enough of and the tough part about it is you're just not far enough in the development of this to really lean or to make large sweeping statements about it. But it did feel like that conservatism that you expect of a defensive head coach is showing itself a little bit in the way that this.
He is a defensive guy. He is trust the defense guy. Now, to be sure that defensive-minded head coaches can win and have won in this league. But here's the other aspect of that. Did he feel like he kind of got burned by trusting Bobby Slowick to just handle the offense? And then now all of a sudden he's like, okay, and he said it, I'm going to have a bigger say in the offense. Did he kind of get burned and say, okay, well, look, we're going to do it this way. We're going to be safe. We're going to run the ball, all the things that we've heard him say, Yeah,
I wonder if it's him or if it's kind of like, hey, let's let Nick Caserio, because he is bringing in the groceries on the offense. I wonder if if he got a big say-so, too, in how this offense is ran, because it is a New England offense, and Nick Caserio did come from New England. I'm just kind of wondering, because when you talk about the coaches that are doing it with a quarterback that's not a defensive or that's not an offensive head coach, you look at people like like John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
He bring in some of the best OCs you can find.
See, that's
on the
key.
market.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah,
you know,
and it seemed like they're not really bringing in the best OCs on the market.
Is he letting the offensive coordinator, do his thing? It doesn't seem, at least one game.
That one will be way too early because there are other reasons. Like, I always use the phrase isolate the variable. It's very algebra. It's very calculus. I apologize that's the math that I decide to use here. But, you want to, when you're trying to diagnose what's happening, you need to try and find where that is. And I feel like we just don't have nearly enough to isolate the variable on why this offense looked like it did. And there's reasons that you can easily get to, right? You're missing one of your offensive linemen. You had to do a little bit of move around, or maybe you didn't have to, but you chose to. You're missing one of the wide receivers that you were staking a lot of this on, especially early on. And you had a lot of young guys in there that you didn't use all that well, or use all that much. But, there's reasons why you can look at this. And then week one with a new offensive coordinator, first time calling plays in the regular season. All these things are things that could factor into maybe being more conservative in the way that it looks. But also, don't forget that DeMeco Ryans got on that podium after the game and said, I want us to run the football more.
Yeah. Yeah. And then here's the last part of it for me. How is CJ Stroud reacting to this? There was a little bit of a discussion on the sideline. Go for it, not go for it. That is, could it, are we starting? I shouldn't even say that because it's the first game, but could there be, a level of frustration? I wanted more control of the offense, so let it rip sometimes.
Yeah, maybe, but it's, again, I hate to be that guy. It is early on that, but it is something that I think is worth noting as you have, and I think it's worth monitoring if, we know DeMeco can be conservative. We've seen him kick a number of field goals in places where you go, hey, maybe we go for it there. Maybe we have an aggression there. But how that, being conservative in football is not inherently a bad thing, I think, is one thing.
Right.
It's just how does it mix in with the times when you're not conservative, and how does it mix in with the ways that you decide to go about this? This team it's way too early for us to establish an MO on how they do things. The frustrating thing is just they got out there and they lost, right?
Yeah.
They got in there and they lost. They did not look effective, and so this ends up being an issue right now. We'll see how it lines up, but I think you're right for bringing it up, and I think it'll be worth watching and monitoring over the course of the season.
No, 100%.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And by the way, DeMeco Ryans, we will hear from him at noon as he speaks to the assembled media.
Injury updates, offensive line updates. Boy, that's going to be fun.
You certain about injury updates?
Well, such as they are.
Okay, I was like, you said that with the level of confidence that made
such
me go,
as they are, yeah.
That's interesting. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. The Astros get going on a series today, but then also we need to catch up on some of the things that happened on the weekend because we didn't there. And also, we'll do that. But shout out to Alper and Shangoon. We'll do all that next.
All right, I got to go this week. Pick up some.
ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. One of the things being, some of y'all, I don't like what y'all are on, because John Lopez apparently is going to attempt to add to his lexicon, the phrase "scaring the hoes." And I asked you,
did it in front of the hose.
In front of the hose.
I was, or doing things in front of the hose or what have you. And I was going to ask, I asked the people, 713-572-4610, should he do that? Thinking that I knew exactly what would happen, which is reasonable people would step up and say, "No, John Lopez, stop it. Get some help." Nope.
Salute to Michael Jordan.
Exactly. I'm glad that you got it. A number of people were like, "Nah, do that. Make him do that. Put a do-rag on him." And I was like, why? What are y'all doing?
We about to dress him up like Vince McMahon back in the 90s.
Oh, I forgot about that. Vince McMahon is a shameless human being. So Lopez, don't listen to him. Listen to me. I'm your friend here. Don't do that.
I'm still going to do it.
I know you are.
Yeah.
We need to catch up on the weekend, because I realized that I failed a little bit. So let's talk about what's been popping, I guess, as an alteration. You know that 2 former Rockets went into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame this weekend?
Get out.
Now, I'm stretching a little bit here, because they were Rockets. However, they're not known
Technically
for being
Rockets.
They were not known for being Rockets.
I was going to ask y'all about this, too.
Yeah.
So the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class included Dwight Howard and Carmelo Anthony, in addition to the 2008 Redeem team for that played in the Olympics, when it got gold medal. Maya Moore and Sue Bird and Sylvia Fowles, 3 of probably the best WNBA players to play of all time, obviously also college. Billy Donovan goes in as a coach, obviously, for probably that Florida dynasty that he had. And then Mickey Arison goes in as well as a contributor, as the owner of the Miami Heat. But this is a pretty solid class here. Dwight Howard and Carmelo Anthony are interesting going in as guys that have played with the Rockets. Clearly, Dwight Howard hits you a little bit stronger there, right? From a Rockets perspective.
From a Rockets perspective.
Is he a Rockets legend? Now, and I ain't talking about I ain't talking about the Texans legends over there. I'm talking about a Rockets legend. If you talking about Rockets legends, do we crack the list? He don't crack the list at all?
No. He was a disappointment here, just flat out. But then you got to think the history of the Rockets. The Rockets have had remember, they did the whole legacy of big men when he came through.
They've had more big men that were Hall of Famers than dang near any team. I know I'm missing some, but Wilt and Kareem might have something to say over it, and Dwight Howard for that matter.
What do he go in as, though? If he had to pick a team, who is he going in as?
I think they had up
the Magic.
Yeah, they had up there a logo of the Magic. They also had a logo of the Lakers, which is interesting, because he was really good in that first stint with the Lakers, but that year was a mess with Kobe and Steve Nash with injuries, and then Dwight just kind of
got into it too.
Yeah, they were not on the same page, and that was the year prior to him coming here, wasn't it? When he was with the Lakers,
the first one.
Yeah, the first time around.
Yes.
He went back and he played a little bit later when he was kind of.
Now you got me thinking, but I think it was
No, I think he was here first, and then he eventually went to the Lakers, right?
No,
Dwight Howard.
The Lakers was that move
because I thought the Dwight Howard came from Orlando straight to Houston.
Now
are you thinking of McGrady?
I guess he did. I guess so.
Now we are all twisted up.
I don't know. Salute to everybody.
Salute to everybody that went into the Hall of Fame.
My thing on the Hall of Fame is I look, obviously Carmelo's a no-brainer because it's the Basketball Hall of Fame too. It's not just the NBA.
Carmelo gets a lot of range off of the Olympic medals. He was incredible
medals,
on those
college and everything else. But just in general, I hate when people get snooty about the Hall of Fame. You know my take on this. It's a museum. It's like any other museum. It's not like, can you write the history without blah, 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 which is kind of irritating sometimes.
And basketball is probably the lower tier.
Yes, and I like that. It's a museum. Put them in there.
So it's not strict as the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Baseball's the worst in the NFL.
Yeah, NFL is just tough to get in.
Yeah.
However, we don't have to do any of that hemming and hawing with Dwight. Like, you might feel the need to do that with Carmelo. You don't have to do any of that hemming and hawing with Dwight. That was
a little tricky because he didn't make the 75 was it?
Yeah, I think it's easier on Carmelo.
Really?
Because it's the Basketball Hall of Fame.
I hear you, but that's a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year in Dwight Howard, who carried an Orlando Magic team that had no business in being in the finals to the finals. in his early.
Melo won a
seasons.
championship at Syracuse.
Sure,
by himself.
That is
basically.
true. I do love. Do you ever go back, like with college teams at all? Go back and look at who was around your favorite star player. Man, it is so funny. The one that I do it the most with is 2010 or 2011? 2010 Auburn with Cam Newton, and just go look at how none of those guys were anybody that was worth giving a damn about
Melo
on
gets
the NFL
in
level.
on that alone, and then the Sterling NBA career. Yeah, I'd put Melo. Like if I were what I just criticized, if I were the elitist, aloof, I'd lean more toward Melo than Dwight Howard.
Yeah.
No.
He didn't make, but see, Dwight Howard didn't even make that team. Remember that had that
all the diamond anniversary or whatever.
Yeah, that 75. Yeah. That was kind of a hot topic too.
Yeah, but I think that's less about Dwight Howard, who was a fantastic player. That is more Dwight Howard. Why you play too much?
Yeah,
like Dwight Howard he's not quite in line with Barry Bonds in this way, because that'd be insane, both as a player, but then also as a personality, that'd be doing a little much. But in a similar way, he gets the negative on his clear and evident talent because people don't really like him.
No, and that's not my. I'm talking about just basketball. I put Melo in ahead of him, but I'm glad he's in because I think like I said, it's a museum.
So you don't think Melo is better than? Really?
No.
Yeah.
And I love Melo as an incredible scorer, incredible back to the basket scorer. One of my favorites in being just the jab step god. Him and Joe Johnson, just the last of a dying breed in the mid range. But I think that we might be neglecting how incredible
you saying
Dwight
this,
Howard
man.
was as a not just a defensive and offensive player. Like Dwight Howard also reminds me of Kobe in this way, as I'm just making comparisons that are going to make people mad. In this way,
I'm switching the music for real.
In this way, just let me try and land it and see if I don't crash into the Hudson.
Goodness
right?
gracious, man.
In this way. We give them hell about the dudes that they tried to be like, but the reason why we can give them hell about it is because they did it better than anybody else who's trying to be that. There was a lot of people out here thinking that they could try and be Kobe, try and be Michael Jordan. There was a lot of Harold Miner and all that. The next Jordan, the dude that I give Kobe a lot of hell about like trying to be Michael Jordan so hard, but part of this is because he got pretty close. And similarly, like Dwight Howard with the Superman thing. He looked kind of like Shaq. He looked kind of like Shaq.
Don't you say
that's a little great value Shaq right there. Come on now.
Great value Shaq.
Was it not? In the same way that Kobe Bryant is great value Michael Jordan.
Figgy,
that's not even great value, man.
He is dug in.
That's right.
I'm actually shocked because Reggie he's probably the basketball guy on the show.
And I'm right.
Hey, I'm shocked because a lot of people love Melo.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Melo too.
Man, you don't love him enough to put him in over Dwight Howard.
That's right. But I do think Melo's incredible, and I don't think Melo gets enough credit for being the guy who took all of the bullets for the Knicks in the midst of James Dolan being the worst owner in the league.
Yeah.
He ain't talking from the media. The GMs didn't talk from the media, especially Melo was the dude who had to answer all those questions, and he did so without really putting any grudges up. So salute to both of them going into the NFL. People that bother me. Reggie using Dwight Howard and MJ in the same sentence. That's right. I got MJ, I got Kobe, I got Shaq, I got Barry Bonds, I got all of them in there. How you like that? And then I will also get this name in, Alperen Şengün. He continues doing this at Eurobasket. His Turkey side wins in the quarterfinals. They advance over Poland. Don't worry, ain't nobody over there that you need to know, but you do need to know Şengün. Nice little triple-double for you.
Yeah.
He has looked really good. I think that he's going to vie for the MVP there. He's coming back with hardware, it almost feels like.
Well, I think so. Look, the biggest thing for me with him is just the progression. It is a huge tournament in Europe. I mean, it is a big tournament. So, but nobody here cares about that. Let's just be honest.
No, for sure.
Nobody here cares about that. It's the progression with him that you want to see, and the assists are there.
Free throws are still there in the right way.
Free throws largely there, yes. So that's what we're looking at with him.
Dwight, five-time first team All NBA. Melo doesn't have any.
Melo has 10.
First team All NBA.
I don't know about first team.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Melo,
Drama.
I believe Carmelo had 10 All NBA.
While you looked that up, Astros.
So he's twice the player.
That's not how that works. That math is real shaky.
You know, Mike Evans had no All-Pros. So guess where he's not going.
Shout out to Carrington Harrison.
Melo, 10-time All-Star, 6-time All-NBA. So take that.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many of those are first team?
I don't know. God almighty.
See,
find someone who loves you the way Reggie loves Dwight Howard.
Hey, man, he's dug in on that.
That's right. I'm just throwing counters. Does it feel like Nick Wright is back at all? Is that what it feels like? All right, Astros back in action tonight. They get a 3-game set in Canada. Luis Garcia on the mound. Expectations for this 6:07 first pitch?
Huge. With the Mariners. Who are the Mariners playing tonight? Because their schedule is slightly easier, at least according to CBS Sports, than the Astros the rest of the way. But huge for the Astros to get into Toronto. Really good squad. And get out of there with. They don't have a named pitcher yet for tomorrow or Thursday. We'll see what Luis Garcia does. Big stretch right here.
And Figgy, just for your sake, did you see that the top of tennis continues to show out at the U.S. Open? It's still just Sinner and Alcaraz. Alcaraz gets a 4-set win, but Djokovic. This was a stat that I enjoyed quite a bit. Djokovic, he looks incredible up until he faces one of those two.
Mm-hmm.
Where he hasn't won. He's lost the last 9 straight sets versus those guys. We just have a top 2 in men's tennis, and then Arina Sabalenka just holding it down on the winning side.
she's kind of running away with it. Usually women outside of Serena and the obvious, it's usually just that, but now the men's always got the same 2 or maybe 3.
Mm-hmm.
And the Joker he kind of looked rough, man, to the point I thought he was hurt. I'm like, he out there looking hurt.
Well, he didn't look hurt before that. I mean, he was dancing.
I know.
He was kicking.
I tuned in the middle of it. I'm like, man, is he hurt? He was over there touching his back and wincing a little bit.
It's crazy, but and I'm not to say that his career is over, but it's kind of a bookend because he came in where you had the top 2.
Kind of over the hill a little bit, man.
You had the top 2 of Federer and Nadal. He came in, he broke them up, sent them on their way, became the top guy, and then on the backside of it, you got the new.
You got
top
a young
class.
cat too, man.
You got the new young cats.
832 says, Reggie, goodbye Marconi finalist next year.
That's all right. That's all right. But yes, Şengün indeed did bring the walk to Poland. That's right. Shout out to Lil Yachty. That is the show that we're putting on today. Yeah. All right, let's get back into a more reasonable mind state because coming up next here on these airwaves, we'll hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, as he addresses the assembled media. Stick around on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you to Texans Ticket Tuesday. So we will be giving away in this hour a pair of tickets to see the Houston Texans take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Monday Night Football. You'll be in the bullpen, front row seats.
6 p.m. kickoff, right?
It's
an early one. It's an early one.
Yeah, because it's a double.
They got the
doubleheader on ESPN, which I do not like that,
bro.
I don't like the doubleheader.
I had this as a confession, but I'll just get it off. NFL needs to stop this.
I've never liked the doubleheader.
They need to stop it now because correct me if I'm wrong. Monday Night Football is your longest running like prime time.
Yes, it's with the first
game.
one that it came in the 72, I believe, 73, something like that.
This doesn't serve to help them because you're competing against the games are competing against themselves. Like there's no way that you can line these up where you have one lead into the other. They're gonna overlap. So you're kind of cutting into the audience of football watchers who are going to watch these island games on the biggest I guess partner that you have on a primetime game. For why? Especially because the more interesting games that you move out of your Sunday windows, you make those windows even worse. Like that noon window that we had. Thankfully, we had some interesting games in there. But if you looked at that on schedule and you were walking into it, it looked like it was about to be some real mediocre football that it didn't have to be if you put one of these Monday Night Football games back in there.
No, 100%. And even the main thing for me, it's just disjointed. You know, kind of to your point of I think it's 6 and 9 p.m. Our time starts.
Gross.
Well, first of all, that's a real late game, and secondly, the first game is not going to be exactly under 3 hours. It's going to trickle up past that. So you're kind of just kind of preying upon yourself there. Yeah.
All right. I do want to circle back to something that we were talking about earlier as we wait to see if we can get D'Amico Ryans as he talks to the media. We were talking earlier about the issues that we saw in Week 1. I want to circle back to that because we talked about a few of them. There's clearly a number of them that we could get to, and the caveat being what's fixable in the immediate, in the short term, and then in the long term.
Yeah, we talked about the running backs. We talked about the running game. We talked about the offensive line, but there is more.
No, there is.
Yeah.
And we talked about Nico briefly. Do you agree with me that it feels like at least getting him the football is something that is more of an immediate term? You can fix that just by, kind of forcing the game plan a little bit. But we were talking a little bit about the way that this offense looked like. I know it's the Patriots offense. They're going to be a little bit more conservative, obviously, even with D'Amico Ryans. And it seems like his desire to want to run the football and everything. Does it feel like that might be an intentional element that might be scaled back somewhat in this offense?
Oh, I don't know if it's scaled back. In fact, I fully expect – you often hear coaches and analysts, et cetera, say, well, you just want to get their ball in the ball in their hands. I'll get it eventually early just so they can kind of get in the flow. And that's true, but I kind of want to see them take a deeper shot too, to trust him a little more to get the ball.
Yeah, they had a couple, like they had the quick strike to the outside down the sideline.
Yeah.
But it felt like there was probably some more opportunities to maybe do that because there was a lot of coverage. Like I said, I went back and I was watching some of these, and it felt like there was more opportunities where he was in single man coverage, or even instances where they like the Chargers were sitting on Rams were sitting on shorter routes where the guy on the outside is pressed up on him, but is not carrying him. They're going to let the guy behind him, and in that period between that press, like first 5 yards where that press defender is, and then 15, 20 yards deep where that deep defender is, if you get that ball out to him or if you're looking for him, there's opportunities to get him the football. And it just felt like there was not as clear of an effort to get the ball there. What other issues were we looking at with this? I mean, one of the things that
get ready for a big one.
Go ahead.
Get ready for a big one. I mean, the template has been set on getting receivers opened up the middle of the field. There was a question coming up. Let's talk about the defense. Not a lot to complain about with the defense. They were outstanding. They held the best they could, and even had the Rams scored on that drive where Azeez Al-Shaair knocked the ball out with his helmet. It still would have been just a field goal or 21 points or whatever it was, but he did knock the ball out. The defense was outstanding. Nevertheless, Puka Nacua, and there's not a lot of those guys in the league, but there are some really talented receivers and really smart offensive coordinators that are going to see how the Rams attack this Texans secondary, and they're going to do it again and again and again. So the middle of the field, we came into the season wondering about it. We'll be wondering about it again.
Yeah, you look at the stacked box percentage, and they had a lot of instances where they had a stacked box. Of course, some of that feels inherent to the way that DeMeco Ryans' defense plays. I think that's kind of one of the questions that you come back to is just this is a defense that they play the way that they play, right? They are going to play with like this big nickel package that almost kind of works like base because Jalen Petrie is kind of a linebacker. We're going to play this way. We're going to, just be fast. We're going to play, fast, physical. Obviously, the eye discipline ended up being an issue in this game. But we're just, what we're going to do. We know what we're going to do. We're just going to try and execute at a high level. How much does this even feel fixable, that space that seemed to be there or the ability to get good receivers into that middle? Because it feels like they want to stick to this scheme and they're not necessarily willing to maybe take Petrie off the field and put somebody who can cover a little bit better in some of those passing downs. They're just going to trust him in those instances because they don't change what they do.
Oh, I absolutely think it's fixable. I mean, we trust DeMeco Ryans and the defensive staff, because they are so good and there is so much talent. Kalen Bullock is a ball hawk. I think it is absolutely fixable. They're going to be able to make their plays. I do wonder, though, the other part of it you just touched on. It's not just how are you going to attack the middle of the field. How are you going to manipulate the matchup with Jalen Petrie, crossing routes, him trying to stay with people, et cetera. So I think it's fixable, but get used to it. They're going to start attacking those things a lot.
And the thing about it is that I keep thinking about is, you have someone like a Kamari Lassiter who can slide inside and play in the slot if you need to for a play, like on a clear passing down, right? And then how much do you trust Jalen Smith, J-Rock, to be out there on the outside? That feels like that's one of the answers that you can get creative and get to.
He didn't play as much as I thought he would.
Well, I mean, why'd you think he was?
I thought maybe there would be situations where he could come in for coverage.
I could see why you would think that. It just feels like they go with
their guys.
They go with how they play things. This is how we do things, and I do wonder if that might be the thing that stops me from getting to, all right, this is fixable, and then at what time frame? Because it does feel like at least that might be the answer, and then we could put it in the immediately fixable bucket. Like this is something that you could change up next week by just understanding that, hey, he's going to get targeted in some of these instances, so at least in passing downs, put in a more pass-resistant coverage or pass-resistant package of players. I think that their unwillingness to change, or it's not unwillingness because that's unfair. This is how they do things. This is the part of the philosophy is that these are the guys we have out there. They kind of are able to do everything, and we don't have this mix. We do what we do. But that does feel like that does not give them an opportunity to fix that particular issue. It's just we're going to try and do better next time out and have better eye discipline and maybe get better results.
And then defensively, clearly this is the absolute strength. I still think they're going to be just a monster. They were a monster. Just happened to give up, that late, that early second half touchdown that changed the scope of things. They're going to be a monster defensively. So I think everything on that side of the ball is fixable. But again, it's going to be attacked, with the slot receivers, with crossers, et cetera, up the middle of the field. The bigger questions, we've touched on offensively, but then we haven't even talked about how do you fix the tight end position now? That is a big one. I was listening to the guys this morning, and Seth was talking about, a listener was telling him they were overreacting, like you're acting like it was Rob Gronkowski. No, it's not Rob Gronkowski that you lost with Cade Stover, but you have one tight end right now in an offense that leans heavily on the tight ends. And
are we sure that it's an offense that leans heavily on the tight ends?
Well, they had a lot of targets, and they've changed the blocking scheme to be able to help the tight ends.
That New England offense leaned heavy on the tight. I know we ain't got no Aaron Hernandez and Gronk, but
just by design,
one of those might not be a terrible thing. I just wanted to make that.
But by design, they lean on tight ends, and they threw the ball a lot to tight ends in the first game. They absolutely did. And the other thing is the blocking schemes. The whole idea was not putting these guys on an island, use them, to block down. In package in combo blocks.
There's a lot of inside zone type stuff.
You got one guy.
Split zone rather.
You got Dalton Schultz right now. How you fix that?
Right, and it's not even just Dalton Schultz. I gotta remember where's Irv Smith. I know that he had an injury. I'm trying to remember to what extent that was because it escapes me in the moment. Because not only is it Dalton Schultz, the other guys that you immediately think of that are at least on your practice squad that you could elevate: Harrison Bryant, more pass catcher. Luke Lachey, I would term as more a pass pass catcher, but he's just more of a project right now, period. It feels like you're also losing that particular skill set that you can't get, although that goes to Jakob Johnson. That probably goes to British Brooks. Those are guys that maybe can step in and fill the void to some extent. I think to Seth's point on the idea of you're not losing Gronk, agreed. But also, I think the thing is, it's more of the potential that you're losing for an offense and offensive play caller who is coming in and trying to find what he can do.
And leans heavily on it.
Not even just that leans heavily on it, because I hear you on that, but I think for me it's more of you're trying to find things that work, but you're taking more tools off the table to try and get to figure out what works. I think that is the thing that scares me a little bit, is that you're taking away some of the things that maybe Caley, in trying to find the right answers for this offense, would have at his disposal.
And you looked yesterday as it was happening, as we found out that Cade Stover was going to be out for a while. You were looking at potential free agents. Not a lot out there. I mean, not a lot of note out there. So
no, I think at that point, it might be worthwhile looking at someone's roster and seeing if maybe you could poach someone like like what Tank Bigsby was done with the Eagles, where you go and you see, is there someone for a 5th, a 6th, a 7th, a combination of those late round picks that you could get to add to that. But then I guess the question is, how vital is it for you? How vital do you feel that is, and how necessary do you feel like that kind of acquisition would be?
Well, acquiring a tight end, I mean, it all depends on who and how they would fit in, obviously. But I think it's pretty important, because you talk about short-term and long-term. This is how we got into this whole segment. Short-term fixes, long-term fixes, or no fixes. I'm not going to say it's not a fix, but the short-term doesn't look great, because even Jakob Johnson, who got some work with the tight ends in the preseason and training camp, I don't know what the confidence level is there when, he wasn't on the 53, to start with. Then he got called up. He'll probably stay there now. Is he going to be a tight end exclusively? And, what's the level of play you're going to get there?
And it's a fair point made on the YouTube page by Adam. Kittle went on the IR too. I think Juwan Jennings for the Niners is actually more of a positive outcome for them. But if there's tight ends that are available, there's going to be quite a market for them, that you could possibly – I appreciate the 337 saying Buffalo has Kincaid or Dawson Knox. But you're giving up some high capital, because both of those guys and a third tight end.
Oh, you want to acquire them?
and a third tight end that I think is good, who his name escapes me right now. He also is out of the way that you could not get. We have D'Amico Ryans here.
Yes, we do.
All right. Let's actually turn to let's see if he can answer any of these questions in this way. The head coach of the Texans, D'Amico Ryans.
Oh no. Appreciate you guys, man. We just started off just the injury update. Understand Stover hurt his foot, so he'll miss some time. Man, really hate that. He's playing tough, physical, exactly how we want it done. So he'll miss some time. So we'll have to, upgrade our tight end room from that perspective. Andrews rolled his ankle, so he'll be day to day. See how that goes. Berrios and Kirk are doing well on their recovery. We'll see how they go this week. No timetable set right now for those guys.
What are some challenges that the Buccaneers? I can't talk.
You're good.
What are some challenges that the Buccaneers present, especially in the passing game?
Yeah, the Bucs. One thing I'll say about the Bucs is starting off watching the tape, man. Baker Mayfield he's playing the best he's played his career. Todd has done a really nice job of working with Baker. And the passing game, they were first in the league in passing last year, or they were top 5 in pretty much all the major offensive categories last year. And it shows they have weapons at receiver. Mike Evans has done it for a long time, continues to shine. The young kid, Igbuka, has done a really nice job making some explosive plays. He showed up big time for them in their game versus Atlanta. And Baker, he does a really nice job of just moving around, scrambling in the pocket, keeping plays alive. You see toughness, you see grittiness from Baker, which allows their passing game to thrive.
I don't want to act like this, the 2023 game has any bearing on today, because it doesn't. But
you asking the question, so it does.
But I want to preface that first. But what was probably like the fondest memory of that, and did you feel like that kind of helped you all's confidence kind of going into that season and to today too?
No, I understand that. That 2023 game was an outstanding game, probably one of the most memorable games of my head coaching career, it was just unbelievable to have such back and forth play, right? The way Baker played in that game, made some big time plays down the stretch there. They were able to score on us in the red zone, and we get the ball back. Luckily, they scored. We let them score quick enough so we can have a little time left for CJ and the offense to drive down the field. And just remember that drive. It's such a memorable drive. He hits a couple passes short, then we hit Tank on the big 7 route towards their sideline, and then come back the next play, and then we hit Tank, in the end zone. I mean, what a memorable play. One that always resonates in my mind. Just when you see rookies who made the plays that they were able to make at that time, you knew we had something special in those guys.
Coach, against another strong defensive front from the Buccaneers, what are some of the things that you observed after watching the Rams game as far as being able to help the offense get going this week?
Yeah, another great defensive line, starting with Vita Vea. He's a force in the middle. He does a really nice job run stopping. Also, they drop him back in coverage a little bit too. So he's a very versatile player. But their front, it comes from Todd's philosophy. He's going to bring a lot of exotic pressures. There are going to be pressures from safeties, nickels. Like everybody's coming, and They do a really good job of disguising it. So we just really have to do a great job as an offense when the picture changes. Like, how are we reacting and responding the proper way, communicating the proper way when the picture changes? That'll be a challenge for us this week.
Aziz called himself the emotional regulator of the defense and the team. Is that something you saw? Yeah, you like that? I like it. Is that something you saw dating back to San Francisco, and how do you see that manifest itself now today on the sidelines, I guess?
Aziz he's matured so much as a leader. For me, working with Aziz as a rookie in 2019 and where he is now, I see so much growth, so much leadership in him. I mean, you want somebody to talk to the team, he's the guy. So if it's the emotional regulator, he does that. He has a really great pulse of the locker room because of his connection with everyone. Like, Aziz is a guy, he can communicate with anyone very well. He can encourage you. He can give you some philosophy. He's a wise young man, and I'm happy to have him in our locker room where he can guide a lot of our players.
Can you talk about who that person is for you on offense? Who the, emotional regulator is? Is there a guy on offense that, I know it's a whole team, but is there somebody on offense who does that?
It's a whole team, Kim. It's a whole team. I said the one guy that really stands out in that is Aziz, just for our entire team. I think from a standpoint, we have a lot of young guys, and Aziz is a guy he's seen it in different teams. He's been on multiple teams. He knows how I operate. He knows what I expect, more so than anyone on the team. So he's the guy that I think that our entire team can lean on.
A player like Nico Collins on offense, what's the balance between, hey, we want to make sure we get him the football enough, but also not change the way you operate the offense and make sure he's as involved as can be in the gameplay?
Yeah. Throw it to Nico as many times as we can. Of course, that's everybody knows that's a question everybody wants to answer. Of course, we want to get the ball to Nico. He's one of our best players. But offensively, I just think when you go back to the game on Sunday, we have so many plays where we're kind of playing behind the sticks and we're not doing things that we're trained to do. We're not doing things conducive to staying on track and being able to run our offense in that type of fashion. Is going to be hard, to get the ball to a certain player here or there, right? Because you're 2nd and 18, 2nd and 10, 3rd and long. Like, that's not where you want to operate as an offense. So we just got to come back this week, just do the things that we're coached to do, make sure we're staying on track offensively, making sure everybody's on the same page, and we're just putting ourselves in position to make positive plays. When we have those positive plays, then it opens up the offense for us to be able to get the ball to whoever we want to get the ball to.
Jerry Patterson is filling in, and you have him in there. What do you see from him? And also just wanted to ask about the possibility of Harrison Bryant helping.
Yeah, Patterson has done a nice job. Patterson's played a lot of ball for us. He filled in last year. He stepped in wherever, guard, center. Patterson's going to give you everything he has, and that's all we expect from him. And I'm encouraged with how he plays.
Staying on track and penalties, how much are penalties about discipline and maybe just like overcompensating for not winning your individual matchup?
Yeah, so many different penalties happen in that game, so it's like, which penalty you want to talk about? It's you have some penalties where you're being a little too overly aggressive at times. Some penalties are technical where you're trying to be aggressive, hands come up a little bit. So things like that happen in the game, right? But the things you can't control for me are the pre-snap penalties, right? Making sure we're in the right formation, no illegal shifts, no jumping off sides when we know. So it's just the pre-snap things. Those are the ones that are unacceptable to me because those we fully control those. So let's get those out of the way, and then let's see how we are. But aggressive penalties are going to happen. We're not losing our mind over that.
Are there things you can do in practice to limit those? I mean, I'm sure you already focus on him and tell him not to do them. But when you have a game like you did on Sunday with so many penalties, do you do anything different in practice to guard against it?
Guys, most of the time when the penalties happens, it's about poor technique. So if your hands are too high, when we don't coach hands high, your hands are supposed to be low. You just need to kind of refocus yourself on actually doing and training yourself mentally and physically to do it exactly how we're coaching it to do. Right, then you don't have penalties when it comes to hands to the face mask type penalties, holding type penalties, making sure you're in a proper stance, making sure you're playing with low pads again. And if you play the right way, then you eliminate some of those just by playing with good technique and fundamentals.
After the game, CJ mentioned that he thought that there was lollygagging, not a great week of practice. You mentioned Aziz as a guy that knows what you want. So during the week, is that something you can recognize that can change? Who are you looking at offensively to say, hey, this is to stop like right now versus come Sunday, like, oh, it just wasn't a good week? Like, how do you stop having a bad week?
Yeah, it's never an entire group. That's the one thing about it. So there are individuals that have their moments throughout the week, and the lollygagging, it's a term everybody want to use now. It's for me, it's just our tempo, right, in and out of the huddle, right? We got to get in and out of the huddle quicker so we can get to the line of scrimmage so we can operate and make sure we got checks and things we have to make at the line of scrimmage. Well, to make those checks in the proper manner, right, we got to get out with some urgency. So the urgency piece from everybody has to pick up from the offensive side of the ball, right? The urgency picks up, and we'll be able to operate cleaner when it comes to pre-snap and post-snap.
So who are you looking at to say, like,
you're
to
looking
pick
at
that
him.
speed
You're
up?
looking at him. I handle everything comes back to me. It's not about me, I need to talk to a player about doing this or that. We'll get it fixed. It's on me.
You said it before during training camp how much the fans here invigorate this team and seeing them and having them be part of training camp and giving their energy to the team. What are you most looking forward to when it comes to, obviously, a home opener can reinvigorate a team coming off a loss in week one?
For us, we got to go play the right way, right? Fans show up, be excited about what we do here, but for our fans to be excited about anything we do here in Houston, the Texans have to play better. You good? Go ahead.
You answered it. I got it.
All right. You sure? All right.
Yeah, I got one.
You good? Okay. Sorry, I always got
Make up
Coach, I know that there's only been one undefeated team that has completed a whole season and undefeated. I think 1972 Miami Dolphins, right? And so you know that going into that, it's going to be hard to win every game. How much do you emphasize, hey guys, it's only week one. We still have a whole lot of football left. How do you tell them, hey, it's just one game, let's move past this and get on and move on to Tampa Bay?
Yeah, Sarge, thank you, man. That's the nature of our business, right? You lose, fire everybody, trade every player, right? You win, going to the Super Bowl. Like, then the next week, everything, I get it. Like, that's the nature of our business. It's exciting because you have so many different outlets, so many different people have an opinion. So many people love football. So I love the passion. I love the energy that comes with this, right? It's fun, man. We really enjoy this, and we understand the seriousness of it as well, right? But to that point, the realistic point is one game. It's week one. The building isn't burning down. It's week one. We go back, and we fix what we need to fix, come out, and do the things that we can control. That's the main emphasis for this week. How can we just control the controllables and press forward? And now, when you have a chance to truly compete, now let's see what happens. All right?
It's kind of off kilter, but for a player going into year 2, right? That's usually like the first off season where, obviously in college, they go from college to the NFL, et cetera. How difficult can that transition be going into year 2 where now you have all that free time and now you have to figure out how to structure your off season to fit, getting ready for the NFL season versus going from college and combine training to OTAs and all that? What's kind of the difficulties with that?
Year 2 for a player in our league is a vital year because the off season is like your first true off season where you're not worried about combine, you're not worried about training. It allows you to fully focus on what do you need to get better at as a football player, right? And you can fill that time by being around the team, training, working on those areas of weakness and improve yourself. So I think that's where you see a lot of guys can take a massive jump from year 1 to year 2 because their time is more focused and dialed in on actually football as opposed to just training, right, before you coming in as a rookie. Cool? All right. Thank you.
There you go. That's DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans. Yeah, that lollygagging. Somebody said DeMeco basically hinting the lollygagging was offense. I don't think that was a hint, buddy.
No, that was more than a hint.
I think that was
more than a hint.
But he did say it's not like this entire team. Individual players had their moments. There was a lot that was interesting in there. We'll try and get to them. But coming up next, let's do some lunchtime confessions, which I got to admit, I got some confessions about what DeMeco said. We'll do all that next.
CJ Stroud doesn't. fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know what? I'm going to let you go first because we got thoughts on what we just heard, and I know you got your confession brewing on D'Amico Ryans.
I know that there's people already getting in here on the text line 713-572-4610 with D'Amico. Lollygagging. CJ said they were lollygagging. D'Amico, I thought D'Amico got rid of the energy vampires. Yeah, that was one of the things that I found to be interesting. I got to admit, I think D'Amico was spot on, at least when he's talking about, when he got to like the nuts and bolts of it, talking about the idea that the urgency piece they need to pick up the pace on the offensive side of the football. I don't know necessarily if this was the entirety of the lollygagging comment, because again, people talked about the practice.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to talk about lollygagging, there was a number of times where CJ was not able to, or at least, a number of times, a handful of times at the very least, CJ was not able to like make any of the pre-snap type things, assuming that he was capable in actually making those that I can't get into his head, because they were getting to the line late. And I was like, oh no, that was an issue that we saw last year that can't carry on this season. That is going to be a thing where you're dead on arrival because you're not giving yourself a chance to succeed. Sometimes success is not even inherently just about doing things right, but setting the table for you to have success. And that's one where you're just not going to be able to do anything offensively if you don't get there.
Yep.
These are my confessions. I'm looking for my damn button.
I've got one similar.
You said yup like you was Hank Hill. Yep.
I've got one along those same lines. My confession is, I thought for a second this was week 12, not week 2. I mean, he voiced some real, not so, veiled frustration with the offense already.
Gotta stay on.
So he on our side. They're overreacting a little bit,
He's
right?
overreacting. Hey, guys, it's just week 1.
Why don't y'all tell D'Amico Ryans that?
Talk to D'Amico Ryans. Oh, you're stirring the pot. Talk to D'Amico Ryans. Dude, I mean, he talked about the lollygagging. A texter, you are 100% right when you said he really seems to be pointing to the offense in terms of the lollygagging. Yes, he does. He also said it's never an entire group, and I went, whoa, he's thinking of someone specifically or someone's specifically.
Do you want to play the
oh God, irrational
it is irresponsible
speculation.
Irresponsible speculation. Is this do you want to play that game?
I have no idea. I have no idea who that
Funny
might
enough,
be.
I don't either. I actually don't.
I have no idea. But boy, that was a meaty little couple of nuggets that he put out there.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I guess let's do this.
These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, as much as, and I think we were talking about it a little bit in the break, the Aziz talking about him as being like a leader, I do think that he's talking about a very particular style and hierarchy of leader, where he goes, Aziz is the leader for the entirety of the team. However, like an emotional leader and that type of thing. However, it did feel kind of odd when he was then asked, well, who do you look to kind of have that effect on the offensive side? And D'Amico ultimately goes, me.
Yeah.
It all stops with me. You could easily take that as the buck stops here.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes me a little bit uneasy about that, and again, I want to make it clear, I do think that he's talking about something else as opposed to just general leaders, because it's not like he was like Aziz and Petrie and Stingley and Will Anderson Jr., his favorite. Like, this is a different level, so it's not just leader. We know that they have many defensive leaders, so I don't think it's a one-to-one. D'Amico, unless he is more involved on offense than we had previously kind of thought, you're also not quite involved on the offensive side of the football. So, like, I know that it all stops with you, and you are the one who will get in there and talk to all the guys. I still feel like there should be someone over there that has some level of capability of, ginning that up.
Well,
and I know that, again, I think what he's trying to do is kind of put a little shade over the entirety of his offense and say, no, I will take the cover for my guys, as he does with the, with injuries and with all these other things. But it did make me a little uneasy that I go, okay, so the guys that we've talked about as being the tempo setters are the coach and your middle linebacker. And offensively, I do wonder, again, with that lollygagging, who lights people? Who lights a fire under anybody?
I mean, this was pretty significant to me. And you can say I'm overreacting. Hell, as you said, Figgy, D'Amico seemed to be reacting pretty.
Yeah, he kind of reacting like all of us.
But here's the other part of it. When you were asked specifically about the offense and you named no one, like I see what you're saying. Like maybe he's just like trying to take the bullet, so to speak.
Well, there's that and that.
But if I'm asked, okay, you just said Aziz.
CJ is our leader.
You just said, well, I'm getting to that. He just said, Aziz, he's our guy. He leads the whole team. Okay, what about the offense? Me. And did not, and that's the other part, did not say C.J. Stroud. So
281 makes the comparison. You were asking, hey, I wonder what those guys were talking about on the sideline, and I very much thought that's a team that wanted to go on fourth down. How much is that the me that he's talking about, D'Amico Ryans, talking to two offensive leaders in C.J. Stroud and Titus Howard, either one way lighting them up like, hey, guys, we need to stay on track and we need to stay on schedule and get this thing going. Yeah. Or how much is it the other way where, that might be going back to the coach. I don't know.
Yeah, that was for a Tuesday press conference.
Yeah.
That was some good stuff.
That was worth it.
Absolutely.
There was a lot there. So there you go. Those are some D'Amico Ryans press conference lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's take a step back and revisit the weekend that was. It's time for a little college football on a Tuesday, including, is the quarterback of the Texas Longhorns hurt? Apparently Sark doesn't think so. We'll talk about that more.
Yes, we will. Let's talk about
The Heights and Insight.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. In the studio, still talking about D'Amico Ryans, what he had to say about this Los Angeles Rams loss for your Houston Texans. I was thinking about this. This might have been kind of one of the most awkward and annoying ways to start the season because there's nothing to fall back on. There's no like, hey, we had a nice game or whatever. The frustrations immediately fester without anything else to kind of.
This is the first game.
It's the one. This is all we got to work off of.
It's not like last season where they go up to Minnesota and stink it up. And it's like, well, it's Minnesota. They're pretty good this year. We had some good moments.
This was a wild one for me, man. I mean, I know I'm not alone. We were just talking about it off air. It's a little wild. I mean, it's almost like, okay, I get us somewhat overreacting, and even we were couching it, when we're talking about
I kind of wonder if he's really fed up because of this offense thing, because this about to lay on him.
Well, he's fed up in a few different directions. One is very clearly he's fed up with the media, but that's the nature of the relationship, and it happens. I think you've covered enough sports to see, sometimes coaches get upset with the media because that's just the constant scrutiny that exists there. I think there is a little bit of frustration in the execution of things because he's constantly talked about the standard being the standard, and that right now it doesn't feel like the standard is being met at the very least in week one of it. So we'll circle back around to that. Right now, though, time for a little college football on a Tuesday.
Let's do it.
How's that sound? There was a lot of interesting things. And I will start this in a way that I probably shouldn't, but I will anyways. One of my favorite people talking about college football is Spencer Hall, who writes for Channel 6, and he dubbed Week 2 in college football as Butt Week.
What?
Week 2 was Butt Week. There was a lot of butt in this.
Now,
college
did he say that before the matches started?
Oh no, it was after. It was after watching it.
Really?
After watching it. Yeah. No, there was a lot of butt, including, and it doesn't hurt that he's a Florida fan. Florida, who
that explains everything.
2-touchdown favorite, lost to UCF, now ranked, mind you. USF, rather. Yeah. Thank you. I'm so used to saying UCF. University of South Florida on a walk-off field goal was 18-16. 2 weeks in a row that they lost, or rather that USF beat a team's ass down. 5 turnovers that they had versus Boise State. An ugly defensive-heavy game against Florida. And so it makes you, I'm not going to lie, it made me go and look at CBS Sports, just the college stuff, and they had to write an article about what Billy Napier's buyout is.
Yeah, Billy Napier, he got a vote of confidence after week 2. He had a vote of confidence last year.
And
this is 2 in 2 years already.
And what you know about the vote of confidence? The vote of confidence,
it's dreaded.
In theory, just on its face, you go, oh, well, that's saying they believe you. Oh, no. That means that they're having to be asked about it.
Yeah.
And either one thing is that they believe you, but they're being asked about and they have to think about it, or 2, they don't and they have to lie in front of the media.
I mean, I'm glad to be an Aggies fan, and that's saying something over Florida because they are going through it. They have a ton of talent. DJ Lagway starting there, and talent everywhere. They were clearly a more talented team than South Florida. I watched the majority of this game. South Florida, first of all, give it up. I mean, that's a top 15 team by any definition right now. Beating the hell out of Boise State. I
believe they're 17, if memory serves.
Yeah, they are really, really good. Good for them. But Billy Napier, and then I mentioned earlier, they had the ball. They were on defense with about a minute to go. and that South Florida was already in plus territory. So he was asked afterwards about not using. He had 2 timeouts remaining. One he burned earlier because they weren't set right, so that's on him. But he still had 2 timeouts left. They said, why didn't you use the timeouts? Maybe get the ball back, some kind of miracle, some kind of quick pass to get into field goal range yourself. He says, they were going to kick a field goal anyway. I was like, what?
Yeah, and that's the thing about Billy Napier is that the Florida faithful, the folks who are boosters or fans of the Florida Gators, they're already sick of him. He was brought in from Louisiana as a program builder. And the thing is just he is so capable of these type of uninspiring days where it just looks like, again, you didn't get off the mat. And that's something that at a big-time program you can't really afford, especially against like a scrappy upstart like USF, who I hate that we have set ourselves, I say we, it's not my fault, I didn't do this. I hate that the college football world has set it up so that everything now has to focus in towards what this means for the college football playoff. Y'all did this, I didn't. This is the world y'all created, I now exist in it. USF has to be the leader in the clubhouse for the group of 5 representatives.
No question about it. I like it. This is absolutely, the reason I like it, this is based on merit. That's what we wanted. Based on merit, South Florida, after these 2-3 weeks, I guess, has to be considered a favorite to get there.
All right, some other things on a college football on a Tuesday. We talked about the rivalries and the rekindling of some of these rivalries. Well,
the low-key OG rivalries?
That is one way that you could view it. One of them being Baylor-SMU rivalry that hadn't happened for, since 95, I think was since that game happened. That was a mess of a game, but very, very fun. Very sloppy. I think that was on CW. Shout out to the CW getting some good games.
They have another good game this week.
They do have a really good game this week.
I'm trying to remember what it is.
It's a top 25 matchup. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it is
CW
on the CW.
They lucked up, man.
Watch a Family Guy rerun and then, some great top 25 college football.
The noted college football havens that you have to have. You have to have ESPN. You have to have Fox, ABC.
What TV shows come on CW now, man? Because I was thinking, I was thinking old school. I was about to go Fresh Prince, Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Friends.
Baylor manages to get a double overtime win against SMU, 48-45. And this was just no defense, all vibes football, which is weird when the winning team is Baylor, headed up by Dave Aranda, who gets that job for being a defensive guy.
Yeah, he does. And hey, it still works though. And it was a fun game. Big win for Baylor.
100%, which is necessary as a team who's trying to stay ahead of the Big 12. Some other things mentioning the Big 12 and SEC. Border war happened. I know our boss lady Sarah Frazier was excited about that. Wasn't excited about the final.
You said that like Howard Cosell.
Frazier.
Down goes Frazier.
KU jumped out to a 21-point lead. They lost 42-31.
How
you doing, Ron?
I am not a fan of either of these squads, as you guys
really
know. Well, I mean, just in general.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant just these.
Not like I dislike them. No, it's not that. I'm just Missouri's. They have some weapons, man.
They
have some weapons. That's a team to watch.
Damn.
Yeah, that
got the stuff for Kansas, man.
Their quarterback, Bo Prabula, I think he's a transfer from Penn State.
Yes, he was the backup quarterback that left before their playoff game.
Whew. They've got some weapons.
He could throw the football.
Oh, he knew what he was doing there.
Yeah.
The big thing that I wanted to tell you about this game, however, was not about Prabula. It was the 45-yard field goal kick for $25,000 that somebody had with that was a 45-yard. Yeah, for $25,000 with the 2-minute timeout. They brought somebody out there on the field. And shout out to this gentleman who, instead of trying to win, again, $25,000, in this economy decided to lift his shirt that revealed an anti-KU message, is what we will say.
Bleep KU.
That was painted on his chest. And then he turned and kicked the ball directly towards the KU bench.
That's a fan.
That's
a college football
He probably knew, I ain't about to win this. I can't kick.
I'm not going to make it, so I'm going to make a statement.
Only in college football. All right, so Texas beat San Jose State University. I was like, there's a lot of these 4 letters that I got to get right. But San Jose State, they do what they're supposed to do. The big thing about it, though, did you see any of these clips or did you watch any of this game?
Yep.
Arch Manning throwing the football, we might be getting to the bottom of why he's looked so poor with the mechanics and why maybe they didn't know about it coming in. There's been videos of him clearly grimacing while letting the football go, which maybe some people have taken to mean that he's dealing with an arm or shoulder injury.
Yeah.
So Steve Sarkisian, the head coach of the University of Texas, was asked about this, and his statement, let's say, was not in the affirmative.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why he was? It looked like that.
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Roger. Sark, you talk.
All right. First of all,
I didn't know how to take that.
What does that even mean? That's not a colloquialism.
What
People
are
don't
we
say
doing? What does that even
Do you
mean?
make faces when you're using the bathroom?
People don't say that.
You might need to go to the doctor.
That's right.
Also, like, do you think that using bathroom is my job? Like, cause like the comparison is I don't record you guys when you're doing your job and see the face you make.
Or
my job isn't dropping deuces in the bathroom, sir.
or urinating or whatever it may be. And by the way, my favorite part is like after he said that, he got all smug, like nailed it.
He thought he
nailed
did
it.
He was like,
"Take
I did
that,
it.
everybody! I'm going to be a YouTube sensation.
for
I'm going to be a
data."
social media." He looked like ha ha, what a great quip I just had, and everybody's looking around like, what is he doing here?
All right, Coach, let's talk about the offensive line. Man.
They was like, you know what? You got it, dog. It's all right. Some other
Nailed
things.
it.
All right, some things worth noting.
He did that in front of all the hoes.
Damn it,
man. All right, man.
I gotta let him have that one. All right, because I am equal opportunity in the way that I handle this. Shout out to Army, who, mind you, in their first game of the season, lost to Tarleton State, a team. This is a school up there
Alpine?
in North Texas.
Is it in West Texas? Toward West Texas.
No, well, I guess kind of in a way.
Yeah.
Tarleton State in is it Natchitoches? Something like that.
One of those.
Something like that. Nacogdoches, something like that.
No, Nacogdoches is East Texas. I think it's
Don't worry about it. Whatever.
Stephenville.
That's the conversation. Stephenville. That's right.
Yeah.
Who was in Natchitoches? Or Nacogdoches? I don't know. It doesn't matter. They're in Stephenville. Tarleton State. They beat Army last week. Army beat K-State. Yeah. So my team lost. Them jokers are doing that. And real quick, around these parts, Houston defeated Rice in the Bayou Bucket 35-9, got a couple of interceptions, was able to handle the triple option that was out there, so salute to them. And shout out to Texas State. I did check in on this game.
This one.
We already got people, Adam on the YouTube. You can't spell that word without UTSA. You're not going to get me. I can see it. They got the victory, so shout out to Texas State with the bragging rights. And something to keep an eye out for, Lopez, this week. There is one team in college football through 2 weeks that has not scored a single solitary point.
What?
It is the Akron Zips.
As in zip?
Really?
Literally, they're living up to
really.
So I have made this now.
Salute to Ken Carmen, man. That's his squad.
Well, his squad is doing him dirty.
Man.
I will be now keeping you on the Akron Zips. Update
Do something,
scoreboard.
bro.
We will see. Can Akron score any points in college
Lord have
football?
mercy.
All right, so here we go from the 281. SFA is in Nacogdoches. There we go. I always say that wrong too because it's like Nacogdoches is in Louisiana. Yeah. Because they say things funny. But there you go.
Yeah.
That's a little college football on a Tuesday. Appreciate you rocking with us. And just for doing that, how about a couple of tickets to see the Houston Texans play against the Buccaneers? Yes, the Texans Ticket Tuesday. We will do that right now. Caller number, what say you?
4.
Caller number 4, 713-572-4610.
He came through yesterday, too.
That's how you decide.
Man, let's change the number, man.
We done already said it. Caller number 4. This is what I get for giving
The
him
perfect number would have been 6.
Why do I give him things?
Because the game started at 6.
Why do I allow him
Don't ever
to
do that again. Man. Don't ever throw the ball to Lopez.
Don't be jealous.
Don't throw it to him.
Call number 4.
I don't give a damn how wide open he is.
Call number 4, 713-572-4610 wins that pair of tickets to see Monday Night Football versus the Texans. It's a whiteout, so make sure that you come prepared if you win those. All right, coming up next here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, we got to get to this because with your Houston Texans, after that loss, there was a lot. It was a very frustrating thing, but the most frustrating thing that we saw in all of the NFL openers, John Lopez is going to tell you what that is next.
All right, Synergen X and
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, through the first week of the season, I guess maybe this is the best characterization. Looking at Cam on the YouTube page, again, also always available, the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, or the Twitch chat 610 Houston, in addition to the text line to get involved. Cam said he's just tuning in for the week. Had to slip yesterday because I was so mad. Didn't want to hear or think about the Texans at all. And I imagine Cam ain't the only one.
I be feeling the same way sometimes, where I'm like, man, should I call off of work? Really? I don't feel like going through this.
It's like that?
If I wasn't working in this industry, I would 100% not tune in. I'm like, nah. I used to always cut off Sports Center whenever there's a bad loss. I wouldn't watch no Sports Center. I wouldn't watch anything sports. So I don't want
But
y'all.
a lot of people like to vent.
Yeah, I don't like when people do that from a selfish point, but I totally get it.
So with that being the case, though, I might be making you a little bit mad. My bad, Cam. But you had a frustrating thing that you kind of saw through week one from a Texas lens.
Yeah, I kind of put an exclamation point on it last night. So let me do it as a question. And then I'll give you some.
Are the Texans scaring the hoes? Okay,
I got that one in. So
wait, what one are you talking about?
Yeah.
Hold on,
Exactly.
You're a married man. Calm down.
Exactly. I'm going to pose it as a question, but then I'm going to back it up with some little tidbits of information. I want to see how our listeners and you guys react to this. Are the Texans getting passed by teams that were in their rearview mirror just 2 seasons ago?
Ooh, okay. We're doing this in week one.
This
All
has
right.
something to do with the offensive line, of course.
Yeah.
Just it's how you feel. Hey, we heard the frustration with D'Amico. We've had
Overreaction, baby.
frustration.
Let's go.
Exactly. Okay, so the Packers and Broncos have bolstered their lines, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Broncos' offensive line even last year was really good.
Yeah. They spent $43 million on Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey.
Yep.
Sean Payton came in, spent a lot of money on the offensive line. You know where I'm going with this, all right? So the Packers and Broncos this first week of the NFL season, they both ranked in the top 10 in pass blocking win rate. That's a Reggie thing, but I looked it up. The Vikings, what have they done with their offensive line? 2 seasons ago, they were 7-10. They have since built the line, drafted Donovan Jackson. We remember him, don't we?
He had a good game. I think
zero pressures.
Yeah.
Zero pressure, zero sacks, zero everything. They drafted him in the first round. They brought in Will Freeze when Ed Ingram was traded.
What's funny is I don't know if that's Fries or
I always do the same thing. It's like you with that other name.
There's a number of them.
Yeah.
There's a number of them that I never know which.
Yeah, it might be Freeze.
I thought it was Freeze.
because I saw it and I saw the word fries.
And you know what the worst part about this is? I now have to look this up because are you like me? Sorry to break out your whole momentum here. I am one of those people that if I don't know,
You got to find out.
it's going to eat at me.
Oh, yeah.
Until I Google this and find out what his name is.
All right, so while you're doing that, let me just go through Vikings, Broncos, Packers, Commanders, okay? These are all teams with quarterbacks that they value a lot, obviously. J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Love, and Jaden Daniels, okay? Vikings, Broncos, Packers, and Commanders. This is what they've done in the past 2 years. All of them had a worse record than the Texans 2 seasons ago. Texans were 10-7. They all had a worse record. The Vikings brought in Donovan Jackson, first-round pick. 0 pressures allowed yesterday. Will Freeze, or Fries, we're about to let you know, and Ryan Kelly at center. The Broncos, 2 seasons ago when the Texans were 10-7 and the talk of the town, they were 8-9. They return all 5 starters from a team that went out and got Ben Powers, Mike McGlinchey, spent a lot of money, and bolstered their offensive line. Packers, 2 seasons ago, they were 9-8. They spent nearly $20 million on Elkin Jenkins and others, and they drafted Jordan Morgan in the first round this year. Commanders, for what it's worth, they signed Laramie Tunsil.
Who had some... He had some
again, for what it's worth,
less than stellar tape at times.
but a pass blocking machine.
Okay, all right, okay.
And they drafted Josh Connerly in the first round. Meanwhile, what have the Texans done? That's all I'm saying, because all 4 of these teams, would you say the Vikings are better than the Texans, in terms of what you've seen so far?
I mean, If we're just basing
if we
it
base it
off
off
one
last
week,
night,
Well, last season and last night.
no, well, the Vikings are better.
yeah, they have a better offense. The defense is interesting because
Especially on the offensive side of the ball. Let's go there.
okay,
Yeah.
particularly on the offensive ball, yeah,
Broncos.
probably
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got to. Yeah, or they in that type of conversation.
Yeah. Packers.
Ooh,
Yes.
I give them the edge
Yes.
because they got the offensive coach.
Commanders.
The Commanders is interesting because this is one of my NFL hot takes this year, which is I think that the Commanders are not going to be as good as people are thinking that they will be coming off of that NFC Championship game. I think that they've leaned a lot into veterans and put a lot into those guys where they might be closer to starting to see the decline in some of those places.
Yeah.
With that being said, there's been a clear effort to surround, as you've demonstrated, their quarterback with support
Yeah.
and with guys that you know can produce pretty early. So at least in the immediate term, I still feel like, yes, the Commanders at this moment.
I do too. So all four of these teams had young quarterbacks that they understood the assignment, right?
So to say, yeah.
And they went and used first rounders. They spent a lot of money. They brought in players that from other sources. And frankly, I think all four of them, offensively at least, their quarterbacks would at least say they're in a better spot. Meanwhile, the Texans, with Jake Andrews, with Ed Ingram, who, by the way, they replaced in Minnesota.
And it's worth noting,
Laken Tomlinson.
we don't know if Ed Ingram is good.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not here just trying to bury these dudes after week one, but this was a question that we had when he was signed. All these guys, they have priors. That's part of them being veterans that we can go back. Ed Ingram with the Vikings. There was people that if you wanted to be harsh on him, they called him like the Vikings Kenyon Green, right? Like that is what you were looking at in some ways. Even Laken Tomlinson. I have gotten to have a couple of interactions with Laken Tomlinson. I love talking to Laken Tomlinson. Like that dude is fun. He's obviously we had the conversation with him, conversant, all those things. He was not good with the Seattle Seahawks. Now the offensive line for the Seattle Seahawks as a whole was not good last year, but that's the case. Even Cam Robinson was so last year
That's
that you
what
brought
I'm saying.
in.
And it's not like, oh, they suck. What I'm saying is the assignment when you have a young quarterback. They understood the assignment, spent money, resources, draft picks, all of it. And I think they at least early on and last year, and that's the other thing. 3 of these 4 teams had losing records when the Texans were 10-7 in the talk of the NFL. The other team was 9-8. All 4 of them had worse records than the Texans. They got the young quarterbacks that they love. They went out and spent the resources to protect them. Meanwhile, the Texans, again, with guys that we still don't know about.
And I think it's fair to make notice of, and the reason why I focused on those guys that you don't have necessarily answers on, because those are places where I think you had an opportunity to make immediate changes or immediate impacts. It is worth noting that the predicament that you find yourself in with offensive line talent, not saying that the production can't find its way to have a tick up with better recognition on the offensive line, better pass protection sets, and then also like just better cohesion on the offensive line. We can't get that uptick. Understood. But the reason why you are where you are talent-wise, it's not just this offseason. It's time. It's time that's put in, misses on various different instances. We can understand that. We can acknowledge that. But in addition to that, someone makes the point, and you're not wrong, like this also is somewhat those teams that you made mention of. They had better coordinators, or at least ones that you know that they have some time in. They know how to find some answers because they've had some. They have some influence, as you mentioned. Some people will try and do the quarterback thing, which you can. I don't think that I really want to or am inclined to. But this is what we were talking about in the offseason. That sounded like we're being jerks at some point, which, again, that's fair. There's a lot of question marks that you were putting up. And it feels like you wanted to have some solid answers. And right now at this point, those question marks are showing to be a little bit more to the negative. Not saying that that's where they have to stand. You can find some more development. In fact, you anticipate you will find more development for Nick Caley as he is the coordinator for longer. You will hopefully find some more cohesion with this offensive line as they play together longer. But those are all the question marks that you were throwing together that made it so that week one was going to be a big tough challenge for you. And right now you didn't succeed at all with that challenge in week one.
Well, and here's the thing. I'm not even let's just eliminate the whole, hey guys, it's just week one thing. I agree. It's too early to say they suck and they're awesome.
It's way too early.
But let's talk about it in these terms.
But they look bad. That's the thing. They look bad. If they look decent, then we probably wouldn't be overreacting like this.
Let's even eliminate that. Let's eliminate all we're
eliminating a lot of
the
things
recency, and let's just go to the core question of What have the Texans done for C.J. Stroud that these other 4 teams did for their quarterbacks? Let's just forget the record. Forget everything else. The Texans have not done for C.J. Stroud what these other 4 teams clearly did
and
for their quarterback, whether it's successful or not.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew that in the offseason because a lot of people had the Texans way down the list because of why? They gave up Laramie Tunsil, their starting left tackle. And I know they didn't really understand the situation down here and all that stuff, and maybe it was a money thing. I don't think it was, but I think that right there, you don't see a team like that that's giving up on their their top 5 left tackle. So, I think, it's not looking the best.
Yeah, the thing that stuck out to me as I was driving to go pick up some fried rice yesterday. Why is that detail important? It's not. But I thought to myself, CJ is not enjoying the freedom of structure right now. Like, the whole idea with structure is that it's supposed to free you. Like, it's supposed to handle the basic things so that you're free to do the extraordinary things, right? You have good structure in anything in life, right? It helps you handle the things that are, that are kind of mundane, and then you then can add the things on top of it that can make it beautiful, extraordinary, all those other things. Right now, it feels like CJ is still stuck in trying to make the system, the things, the basic things work. He's having to try and make sure that we get the ball out on time. He's trying to make sure that those things are still part of it, which, of course, is part of it when you're with the quarterback. But really, just in the abstract, it doesn't feel like the system has settled to a place where it can handle, the system itself is creating the opportunities for the baseline for him to then do the incredible things on top. And that's the thing that's most frustrating, even on top of what you're talking about of setting him up with guys that are going to help protect him. That's also another thing. Right. When he has protection, he doesn't have to worry about that. His eyes can be downfield, and he can do the extraordinary and some of those other things.
You're absolutely right. And what I was thinking about when I was driving to HEB yesterday was 2 things. Number one, I could really go for some red Jell-O cups, and I did get some red Jell-O cups. Number 2 was if you give me a quarterback that I know is a franchise potential stud quarterback, my job is to do absolutely everything I can to protect him. And I think those 4 places understood the assignment. The Texans, let's see.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing when I was going to urgent care yesterday.
Urgent? Wait, what happened?
Save that for a confession tomorrow. I'll let you know what happened.
Is it a rash?
Nah, it's not a rash.
What are you doing right now? You have been messy today. That is wild. C.J. Stroud is Matt Schaub, all caps. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I wasn't going there. I was talking about the protection.
I will take a second to think about that. But while I take that second, I'll give Figgy the opportunity to let us know what's coming up in the mixtape.
Yeah, so clearly people are been overreacting all week, aka Monday and Tuesday. And I got to confess, I kind of like it. And I'm going to explain why. I'm going to play something I heard yesterday and explain why I really like that type of passion from the fans. Plus, Kyler Murray, he had a little sickness waking up before the game, and he kind of relatable at this point.
Kyler Murray flu game? Is that what you're telling me?
Kinda.
All right, let's talk about that next.
C.J. Stroud doesn't want to hear any excuses after a tough Texans loss to open the season.
You can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. I think we'll be all right, but I think it's a good wake-up call for us.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 6.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Before I get to why I love fans so much, and I don't care if they try to say y'all crashing out and all that stuff. This is what I love. This is why I love the game after week one. Before we get to that, I got to get to my dog, Lamont. Lamont, what up, man?
Oh, Lamont.
Lamont?
Did we lose Lamont? See?
Hey, what's the deal with it, fellas?
Hey, what's up,
man, we looking around. Hey, nothing much, man. We looking all around at everybody else with this game. And the one person that we're not really focusing in on is D'Amico Ryans. I like D'Amico Ryans, but what I'm starting to figure out is that the league is catching up to him. That he like these messy one score wins, and I kept asking people, this is going to come back and bite us in the butt. In a prime example, that game Sunday, that game was going exactly how D'Amico wanted it to go. That game went exactly how D'Amico wanted it to go. Driving down at the end of the game, ready to win, voila. Everybody happy. We forget all of the mishaps. I say all that to say this. D'Amico needs to be – he's too conservative quarters 1 through 3. It seems like, get them tight, and then once we get to the end, let it all go then. I'm starting to see a pattern with him in 3 years, and I just hope that he establishes his will in quarters 1 through 3. So by the time we get to the fourth quarter, we don't have to be, increasing our blood pressure by 20 points because it's the same thing each and every week with D'Amico in these tight games. That's all I have, fellas.
Appreciate you, Lamont.
We've talked about it a little bit today.
We have.
Yeah.
I do want to push back on something though. I feel like D'Amico wants that to be the game if it's between this and what the offense looked like last year. I feel like even a defensive coordinator would be like, hey, give me all the points in the world.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's...
But philosophically, he thinks that they can, the defense can do
defense win championships.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and I think that some of that is with what you... I'm just going to skate right by that. I hope you understand that. I think that he looks at what has been your inability to kind of like get the offense going. Is if the offense isn't going to be robust, at least it can be complementary. I think that is probably the fallback.
Yes.
And I hear that logic in theory. I think in practice right now, you're clearly not able to execute in a way that's satisfactory.
Well,
yeah. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. By the way, I'm still kind of hurt over this loss, man. And it wasn't just the loss. It was just the way the offense looked, which got me kind of riled up a little bit. And I think it got a couple other people riled up a little bit. So I tapped in on Twitter Spaces. Yes, I still be in Twitter Spaces.
Just hearing people crash out a little bit.
Yeah, I like to hear people raw emotion.
Yeah.
Like, week one, I want to hear what y'all really think. And sometimes you don't get those on the phone line because we got to kind of keep it PG a little bit. But I was tapped in with the group chat. Salute to my guy, Dr. Barrett. And he kind of be having the spaces shaking a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was looking in there. I see Sideline Sarah was in there. Killer Cow, Bishop.
All right. I'm familiar.
Yeah. I saw Patrick Storm. He was in there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So
a lot of Texans Twitter staples.
Yeah. No, I kind of enjoy it. And I tapped in. I got to be careful, too, because I tapped in on it on speakerphone. I ain't had my AirPods and nothing in.
Oh, you one of them, huh?
Yeah, well, I just kind of tapped in. I'm like, whoa, I need the headphones for this one. So this is what they was talking about, and this is the raw emotion that I like. I don't look at this as a crash. I look at this as raw emotion, somebody that want their team to win.
You control a fucking locker room. Why the fuck am I the quarterback and y'all sitting here loggy-gagging? What the fuck is that? We are 25, 26, 27, 30, whatever the f***. We done been here, done that shit, and we talking about we want to go to a Super Bowl. And then I got players on the fucking timeline talking about I know we lost, but hey, make sure y'all show up. Man, what the f***? Why you worried about who's gonna show up? Play the game, do something.
Yeah, man. I like that, man.
I do too.
I like that, man. I don't care what nobody say. I like that. I know we can't really do that as much.
Yeah. Who said?
We got to be a little professional.
Get the bleeps ready.
No. But no, I like that, man. I like that passion because I know it's only week 1 and it's a long season. But everybody want to win, man.
Great.
We waited 8 months.
Yeah.
We waited a long time for this week 1.
That's what it is.
And then it's just like, man, this is all y'all got. What the hell y'all been doing in training camp, man?
I don't know why it took me so long.
Why are y'all lollygagging?
Yeah,
By the way, every year the NFL does that NFL Films deep voice guy. It used to be John Facenda, recap of every team. The Texans right now is like lollygagging through 2025. The Houston Texans.
Goodness gracious. But yeah, man, it's 8 months and 8 months of hopium or question marks of what it's going to look like, and the first hint of an answer is ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just that noise.
Yeah. So salute to the group chat, man. I think they be in spaces like every day. So every time I go into where I see them on, I'm like, damn, let me check in. So, don't look at it as a crash out, man. This is passion.
It's just the digital bar. You know what I mean? It's the digital bar.
We
all
at the
came to the bar or the barbershop.
We at the barbershop,
and
man.
we just chopping it up.
Yeah.
Shooting the you know what.
Joe Louis was 77 years old. That's what
if
that
a
is.
man wants to be called Muhammad Ali, then damn it, you should be called Muhammad Ali.
This is a free country. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So another thing we didn't really talk about, and I don't know why we would talk about this, but Kyler Murray, Texas boy, he had a game on Sunday against the Saints.
He did.
Which he did win. They did pull off the win. And
maybe the worst team in football this season.
It's the Saints. It's the Saints, but he did pull off a win. But did you know he almost didn't play? He woke up Sunday morning with a little bit of issues. So Kyler Murray, he hopped on. Actually, I don't think he just hopped on. I think it's a streamer by the name of Faze, F-A-Z-E.
I'm good with that.
I think that's like FaZe.
It's capital F, lowercase a, capital Z, E. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. You figure it out. But he actually called Kyler Murray and just kind of check on him to see what happened. And this is what Kyler Murray had to say.
Hey, good dub though, bro. Damn, wait, so you woke up about 4:30 and were just f***ed up all morning?
I woke up at 4:30, bro. I was like, I knew some wasn't right. Immediately to the toilet.
Damn! It was like that?
Tough.
That is ass.
Nah, that was bad. I had to take like some Imodium to keep my stomach from, with me, but it was all good though.
Well, it wasn't all good.
We all can relate to that. Where you just wake up, we like, wait a minute, what's going on? What did I eat?
You hear that gurgle? That gurgling, and you're like, oh no.
Like, oh man.
Your stomach starts talking to you.
Like, oh no.
Like, someone said, is that why he was running that way? No, he just runs like that. That's that's what it looks like.
Hey, that's probably why he was walking in the tunnel like that.
Oh yeah, that was.
Booty on fire. Just kind of walking in, just walking a little wild.
I always feel bad because like, I know in football there's stories of like the guys on the sideline if they need to urinate. Yeah. But there's no substitute when that time calls, when nature calls.
Nope.
In that way.
No, you it's there for all the world to see.
Now, I ain't want to turn this to the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Wow, how you just gonna throw shade at us?
I know they can
like
do
that.
45 minutes on this type of topic.
Compelling bathroom radio, baby.
So where's the worst you've? No.
I remember one time.
You're not getting that answer out of me. By the way. I'm taking that one.
One time I had to go.
Yeah.
Woo boy.
I'm taking that one with me.
A little turtle head going.
All right.
Oh God.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this for real. So, y'all see, I've been doing the U of H live reads and kind of coming around to it, warming up to it. And this week they played Colorado. They Coach Brown gonna be in town
Friday night, baby.
Yeah, and they got a nice little halftime show going on. I think it's Hispanic Heritage. The game.
Nice Hispanic Heritage.
Yeah.
Lopez, you going out to the game?
Well, now I might. Are they going to have mariachis?
They are. And I'm glad you brought that up because
Lopez, now you have to go. I hope you understand this.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was reading the script and it said mariachis. And I always say it like that because I feel like that's the most Spanish I know.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, so I say they call it the UH Mariachi Pumas.
You said that perfectly.
Yeah. So I wasn't sure though, so the Mega Morning Show walked past as I was walking in here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I got a question for y'all. What's the best way to say this? Because I was listening to how Sean Pendergast said it.
Oh no!
And you know he's the one guy that kind of represent the Hispanics around Sports Radio.
What?
610.
Wait, what?
I that is true.
He got the live reads, man.
You mean the guy from suburban Connecticut?
No. I mean, I think we have evidence of the fact that
Taquerias around there. Oh God!
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, he got that. He nailed it better than
100%.
you.
No, he did. Yes, I've often said that actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, let me check out Sean. Let me see how he does this live read. So here's Sean doing a U of H live read talking about the Mariachi Band.
Don't miss a great Hispanic Heritage halftime show. The UH Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. This is going to be fun.
Oh, God.
It is going to be fun.
I heard that, and I'm like, you know what? Let me try to double check and see, because Sean is the professional. He's a salesman.
He orders queso.
Wow.
So after I heard that, I'm like, you know what? Let me try to. I ain't want to be too crazy with it, trying to roll the R's and all that.
Yeah.
So I asked Mega, and this is how I did it. It's the Hispanic Heritage Game. At halftime, the Spirit of Houston is paying tribute to Salina, and the UH Mariachi Pumas are bringing the heat with the live performance.
You did it perfect.
I feel good, man.
Perfect.
I feel like that's the one thing I got up on Sean Pendergast, man.
Yeah, you got that. The old Chilla Releno that Sean likes to order.
Wow. Are there any more foods that you believe Sean does not pronounce correctly?
Yeah. It's funny when I asked the Mega people, I think it was Valentin, he was like, no, you need to say it like mariachi. Mariachi.
No, you did it perfect. Mariachi Pumas.
The other two was like, nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Say it the way you said it was right. So I'm like, what is he trying to pull?
No matter how you say it, it'll be a fun evening seeing the University of Houston Cougars get a little bit of a test against Colorado on Friday. And Colorado, aren't they switching quarterbacks?
Yeah, they're going
They
with...
are. They just announced
Yeah,
that.
they just announced it. They're going with not the 5-star recruit.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting against the Houston defense that did a good job against that triple op, and got a couple of interceptions. I am excited for that one as well.
Mariachi Pumas.
Excited for that as well. Thank you for that, Sean Pendergast. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy Figs Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on this show. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, let's circle back around to something D'Amico was talking about with this offense that definitely caught our attention. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk right now about Bronze Roofing. My friend Skeeter Braun.
as directed.
The UH Mariachi Pumas.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Gotta leave Sean alone. All right, you're in the loop here.
Or make that a drop.
On Sports. Clearly it is. It's already in there.
I got a couple drops with Sean's different accents.
One of them is the Jamaican one, ain't it?
You are allowed to smoke on your balcony.
I knew exactly where you're going. I knew exactly where you're going. Always love.
It's taquerias around us.
That's right. That's my favorite, honestly.
The UH Mariachi Pumas.
A man of many languages or accents.
Something like that.
Sean Pendergast. All right. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Tuesday. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a second. I did want to circle back to D'Amico Ryans on with rather talking to the assembled media. And we were talking about that, the lollygagging comment that came in, and this is cut 12 fig. That came in, and he very much did not really appreciate that. But then he talked a little bit about what this what you look for in offense, or rather, no, this is 11 rather, the lollygagging, like talking about that that came out from C.J. Stroud after the game.
Yeah, it's never an entire group. That's the one thing about it. So there are individuals that have their moments throughout the week, and the lollygagging, it's a term everybody want to use now. It's for me, it's just our tempo, right, in and out of the huddle, right. We got to get in and out of the huddle quicker so we can get to the line of scrimmage, so we can operate and make sure we got checks and things we have to make at the line of scrimmage. Well, to make those checks in the proper manner, right, we got to get out with some urgency. So the urgency piece from everybody has to pick up from the offensive side of the ball, right? The urgency picks up, then we'll be able to operate cleaner when it comes to pre-snap and post-snap.
I really and truly do believe that might be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, area for growth with this offense. Week 1 to week 2, all day we've been talking about the kind of the things that are indeed fixable, and in what bucket. Is it an immediately fixable? Is it like fixable in the next 3 weeks, or is it fixable over the course of the season? I think that might be one of the ones that is immediately fixable and could make a huge difference in picking up those twists and stunts, picking up those blitzes that come up, and giving you an opportunity to maybe get the ball out and then get the ball downfield.
But you're right, but there is a lot that he covered there in just whatever it was, 30-something seconds.
You want me to do it? Play it again? Do you need to hear it one more time?
I don't need to time it. First of all, he says it's never the whole team. In this case, the whole offense. He said it's individuals. So there's someone is in mind in terms of, quote, lollygagging. And then he talked about, coming in out of the huddle and the importance of it, as we just heard. But that was the biggest issue, one of the biggest issues he had last year. The timing of everything and getting in and out. Boy, that for week 2, and again, our job is to kind of just react to everything that's happening in the moment. It sounded like a week 12 press conference. To me, in terms of the frustration he has with this offense.
But wouldn't you say that's the urgency of it, right?
But it's right.
That's the urgency that you would need, right? Especially if we're going to hit him on the idea, and we should hit him on the idea that, hey, the issues that you had last year, all through your offseason, through your training camps and your mini camps and everything, you come out in week 1 and you display a number of those again. That is a problem, but at least he's talking about it with the urgency of someone who recognizes that, yes, that is a problem that should have been resolved, and it's kind of upsetting that it's here again.
There is an urgency, but keep in mind, D'Amico has also said, and we've heard it this summer and in the preseason, hey, you're going to have a bad day of practice. It's how you respond, et cetera, et cetera. This, to me, just felt like he's kind of seen enough of it. Like it wasn't just like a bad week. It's individuals. Like he has somebody in mind. Now maybe I'm wrong. But this was a very un-D'Amico-like candor that he had. And
it is where candid come from, ain't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. I thought it was very fascinating and very interesting, and maybe they're already trying to make some significant decisions to get these guys going on the offensive side.
It's neither here nor there, but it was a passing thought that passed through my brain during the press conferences, just the remembering of and being back in the football season and knowing that, damn, they already, as much as we're revisiting things from last week, he would have already had to have dug into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and have the preliminary or maybe the large portion of what their game plan is going to be.
Yeah, he said he's already watched the film.
He's already watched the film, but they already have to have an idea of what they're doing to go forward next week already in the tuck, largely figured out. And so, yeah, man, I don't even know that he can really harp that much on it. They've got to turn the page, right? That on Cincinnati that we always make fun of with Bill Belichick. There's some reality within that because they do need to push on to the next. And I think the biggest thing with all of these issues is you can't let them snowball, right? You can't let one mistake affect the next. These things need to be cleaned up as much as possible in the next one. I think that the small things that can lead to bigger benefits, one of the easy ones is break the huddle in time, get there. And I think that is one of the, as you mentioned, there was a lot of candor. There was big kind of thoughts and feelings towards some of the guys. I think that is one of the early indications of DeMeco Ryans going, hey, I have a little experience. New guy, Nick Caley. This is something that you need to make sure you get right. His guy.
Yeah, his guy. And so you also kind of, your mind goes in various places, but you also start thinking that the frustration has to be not just this game and the lollygagging this past week, but dang, man, we were here last year. This is why I had to fire one of my best friends or one of my friends. And so there's probably just a lingering frustration. And he also knows that even though they may not have deserved to win this game, they had a chance to win the game and still couldn't do it.
Yeah. Well, gearing up for what that looks like for next week. Just, really interesting conversation conversation by DeMeco in the media. Excited to see what these gentlemen are going to have in their show as they get ready for a full 4-hour show after a little bit of a truncated version on a Monday for Clint and Ron. But
it was just interesting to me. I mean, we both kind of looked at each other when we heard him talking about the lollygagging individuals and some of the getting in and out of the huddle. This was very much DeMeco about as frustrated as you could hear him publicly.
I think so.
Yeah.
But we're at a point where, and we know, as much as I like the process kind of perspective, results are what is going to play here. And so we'll see. We'll see if they can find some actual results because the process is cool and understanding what the issues are. Like, I think those are good things to have. But this is a year where you were hoping to really find some answers. I think a lot of people, this is why some people are. Did you see the people that are coming out here like trying to get DeMeco fired at this point?
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far.
Okay. I welcome in, and D&M Auto Leasing always gives us an opportunity to talk to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. Is that something that we could just outsized? All right, this is absurd. Doing the DeMeco calling for DeMeco's job thing, right? Like that.
Yeah.
We can wipe that off the page without.
I'm more interested in y'all and your thoughts, both of you. That was interesting to me when he's talking about individuals on the offensive side, and he actually used the word lollygagging and the getting in and out of the huddle.
Yeah.
Because my thing was he's got to be feeling, dude, I just fired someone for this.
Yeah.
And here we are, week one, doing.
Well, you mentioned DeMeco's frustrated. I'll tell you, the one person in the building that justifiably so should be more frustrated than DeMeco is C.J. Stroud.
Sure,
he's in a contract year. He's had 2 rookie offensive coordinators have never called plays. He's getting the hell beat out of him. Somebody said, "Oh, it's only week 1." No, let's be honest, man. This is week 21 of getting your ass kicked for CJ. I mean, this ain't just week 1. So, and all of that is out of his control. He's not hiring. He's not going in there and going hire this guy, hire that guy. Yeah. So I understand DeMeco may be a little frustrated that the offensive guys that he's hired have been so vanilla or so young in the tooth kind of deal. But hell, the one that's got to go out there and play every day and is getting the hell beat out of him because the struggles or the development or the be patient stuff is CJ. And so.
Yeah, let's not forget the guy who brought up the lollygagging was CJ.
The interesting part, and we're going to get into this, the interesting part to me, John, is this is the first time that we could potentially see, and I don't want to get too carried away with it, it's not necessarily a splinter, but, DeMeco's got DeMeco's got CJ standing right next to him every time he calls a team up.
Yeah.
I mean, CJ didn't make that up. You know what I mean? CJ didn't go to the podium. CJ don't strike me as a guy that's going to go to the podium and go like, well, I played like hell. Let me see if I can blame it on everybody else.
Yeah.
Right. And CJ didn't make that up. And today DeMeco out there, that lollygagging is the word everybody wants to use. Man, I don't think CJ thinks it's real funny.
Yeah. Well, might have been a defense mechanism.
Sure. No. I get it. Yeah. But like to me, if that's my $60 million guy, that's my franchise, that's the guy I'm riding with the next 5 years, that's the guy that's going to win a Super Bowl for me or not in the next several years. Hey, man, you heard the quarterback.
Yeah.
If he feels like people out there lollygagging, he's in the huddle with them every damn day. We got to get it right. But instead it's a different approach. And we're going to talk about the approach and kind of what, what he didn't say. What he didn't say is what really got Ron worked up over there. But
For me, I don't want to spoil it for you.
Oh, no, we'll talk about it here in a little bit because Hey, all right, CJ may be annoyed over there too, but he was pressed twice.
Mm-hmm.
Twice.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Because I mean, I don't know if
the leadership thing?
I don't know. I don't know if the reporters were working together, but it sounded like a lawyer walking somebody down to get themselves.
Yeah.
Hey, man, he said he was that emotional leader, whatever kind of leader.
Aziz, yeah.
Yeah, he's great, man. He's the growth of him. He's the guy that can communicate with everybody, that has a deal with everybody. This is, since I've been here 6 years, my partner over here has told me this is the type of quarterback. That's what the quarterback has to be able to do.
Yeah.
It's to be able to talk to and to be able to be the same person around everybody. And then they said, well, who's that guy for you on offense? That's what Kim said first. He said, oh, well, I just meant everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody. And then old Will came through hard, too, and he said he pushed it on. Yeah, but who's that guy on offense for you? He said, it's me. Well, it's you now. Okay.
Yeah.
It's Aziz on the defense. He was pressed twice.
Yeah.
The guy who said we were lollygagging. The guy said we didn't practice well, because that falls on you, D'Amico.
Yeah.
We didn't practice well. That guy stepped out there and talked like he was this is my team. That's what Peyton Manning would say if he was running the Colts.
Finally,
they came out and said, it's my team.
Yeah.
The next day, I mean, who's your guy on offense that we ain't got one? It's me.
Yeah.
Buck stopped here. All he has said, great thing about teams that we have is our players police each other.
Yeah.
That's what you want to have.
That's a good
Police
point.
each other. That's what we want to have.
Yeah.
Who is it on offense? Me. 2 times pressed.
Well,
not CJ. Yeah, he didn't. CJ didn't just lapse his mind.
As I mentioned, he not only didn't mention anyone on offense, he didn't mention CJ.
No.
Neither one.
Right.
No. Because he could have said Titus. If Titus all of a sudden became, that guy, yeah, whatever.
We're going to talk that offensive line, too. Bridge, that film drops on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'd have a funny feeling if Aziz came out and said, I just don't think we practiced well. I feel like we didn't have great focus.
We're gonna get a little Aziz at fullback this week. Get him in that offensive huddle.
Well, he might clear a hole.
I wonder if D'Amico's response would be, yeah, he's probably right.
Yeah.
That was chilling. C.J. Stroud believes this is his team, not just his offense.
Yeah.
He believes this is his team. Hey, man, who's your guy on offense?
Palms up. Yeah.
That's interesting. You guys are gonna...
He's like, this is his team. Nah, I may be overreacting.
It's really about the 69.
This is his team. This is his team. My team. I'm the one who come out and tell you we lollygag. We didn't practice well. Who's your guy on offense? Just team like Z.
Just letting you guys know, seeing this coming across from Chandler Rome, J.P. Francis in Toronto is expected to join the Astros.
Eiffel Tower's back, baby.
The Eiffel Tower is back.
Eiffel Tower is back, baby.
You can expect that with obviously that very intriguing conversation about CJ and D'Amico. With 4 hours with your favorite afternoon drive show in all of Houston. The Drive. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, AC2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is.
Well, hey, boys.
It asked that, man, who's your guy on offense? I mean, D'Amico started looking for cigarettes. Hell, I ain't got.
Hey, they're in your sleeve, coach. They're rolled up in your sleeve, coach.
Who's that guy that steps up? Dude, boy, man, I can't find my Newports. Can't find them. He said, "Woo!" I'm telling you, we'll get into that. And we're going to play D'Amico in full. I heard it. I couldn't get out of the car. We're going to play it in full in the 4 o'clock hour. If you missed it, we'll let you hear it for yourself on that. But it was really, 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 really good. Clint Stoerner, Tyler Miller in the building, and this is The Drive, and it is a special day. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, baby. Hey.
Got through it, Bud. Good job, man.
Oh, God, man, I did it. It was once. It was once.
I was really leaning into tape drop Tuesday, and then all of a sudden he said Texans, and I said, oh, don't slip.
We'll get to the tape drop. But it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and that means today in the 5 o'clock hour, correct, Tyler? Is that what we're doing? There you go. He makes the decisions. All right, Tyler, 5 o'clock hour. we will hook somebody up with a pair of tickets in the bullpen. In the bullpen, make sure you're listening. You got a chance to be there for Monday night's game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We will give you a cue to call in the 5 o'clock hour, but make sure you're listening to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen.
Also, while we're on the ticket front, I want to remind everybody at our Football Friday events that thanks to our Houston area Ford dealers, and that we are giving away tickets to Texans games there as well. So it's not just today. We're also giving some away Friday. You got to be in attendance there. So plan on winning these tickets today in the 5 o'clock hour, as well as plan on coming and see us on Friday, and maybe you can win a pair of tickets right there too.
Yeah. Do your hey, you got a chance to win tickets all up in this bad boy.
Hey, we just give it back to the people, man.
Trying to. That's what we're doing. All right, it is not only a Texan Stick It Tuesday, and for the first time this year, it is a tape drop Tuesday as Clint goes through the tape. He goes through the tape, and he takes a deep breath after watching the game on Sunday, doing the post game where he gives his immediate reaction, kind of laying down on it a little bit, and comes in on Monday and gives his reaction. And now he's had some time to watch the tape. And I'll hand it over to you. What did you see? What did you see? Was it better? Was it worse than what you thought? What did you see when you watched the tape?
Well, it was worse than I thought.
No, God!
D'Amico's got some real problems. D'Amico's got some real problems offensively. I mean, it wasn't. I gave the O-line a little bit of a pass yesterday, and the reality of it is that they didn't deserve that pass. I think there's some guys up there, Ryan, that are some. I'll blame on the organization. Some just personally ain't it, and I'm just gonna be straight.
You're already there. It's 100%. Game. Personally ain't it.
100%. I'm gonna tell you your center and your left guard. Jake Andrews is obviously he's injured. Patterson. We're gonna get the same. What is it? Jake Andrews and
I always call him David, his brother, but Jake Andrews and Jared Patterson.
I kept calling him Jake. Jared Patterson and Jake Andrews. Ain't worried about them. You're gonna get the best that you can get out of them two right there at center. I'm not worried about the center position. Either one of those doesn't matter. Laken Tomlinson, he's giving you everything he's got. Run game, pass game, he's giving you everything he's got. Titus Howard is doing the best that he can at right guard, but he's just simply not a guard. I mean, Titus Howard at guard is an emergency. I have nobody else available move.
That was the plan, though.
Titus Howard, but you watching him again this year, like he does not stylistically, he's not a guard. He gets in trouble because he's a tackle playing guard. And he fights his ass off and does the best he can given that. But if you watch him, his skill set is not suited. He's not built to be. His skill set's not suited to be a guard. Can he emergency play guard? Yes. Does he survive down there? Yes. Does he show glimpses of doing some things decent? Yes. But he's a tackle. He is absolutely a tackle. You cannot play him at guard any longer. You can't do it. He's got to be your right tackle.
Oh, you're out on him. You don't want to. You don't want to see that as
unless Juice Scruggs gets hurt. And you're just flat ass out of guards. He can't. Like I'm gonna get somewhere with this because it stems from somewhere else, right? And I'll go there right now. Cam Robinson can't play for this football team. Cam Robinson cannot. He's not one of your top two tackles. And he's a
big free agent guy.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There is a level of quit in Cam Robinson now. I'm sure D'Amico and Nick and Cole Popovich will say, well, he's not ramped up. He was hurt most of training camp, and then he was ill. He was sick earlier in the week and whatever. But there's a willingness to quit that I saw last year, and we were all but promised to and guaranteed it wasn't going to be the case this year. There's a real play not to get hurt look to him on film. I mean, there's running plays where Nick Chubb is still on 2 feet fighting, and he has stood still for a second plus, just standing behind it and watching it as the defense jumps on him. Like there's no room for what D'Amico Ryans is trying to do offensively. There's no room for what Cam Robinson is bringing to the table. Now, if you really think he's not ramped up, he's out of shape, he's sick, he's hurt, then get his ass off to the side and get him in shape. Right? He cannot play tackle in week 2 for the Houston Texans. It's got to be Titus Howard at right tackle. It's got to be Ariante Ursery at left tackle. You put Titus Howard at right tackle and let him do his thing. If he gets his ass beat, then you got a high dollar man that's a tackle getting his ass beat. You got to deal with it. But game plan wise, you put him at right tackle and you let him ride. Right? You put Juice Scruggs at right guard, and you hope like hell you second round pick in the second year after you developed him with your new scheme and your new revamped offensive line, he can play better. I don't care what center you put in the game. Laken Tomlinson is good at guard, and Ariante Ursery's at left tackle, and you tell your offensive coordinator, I got a rookie at left tackle, I got to protect him.
So you seem to be very confused by the decision of, all right, Ed Ingram can't go, so we'll shift Cam Robinson over there to switch.
I'm
not shift Ursery over to bring in, bring in Scruggs.
I'm not confused with it. I think it's, again, as I said yesterday, I think it's the organization's fault why we've watched this type of offensive line play for so long. It's not about the O-line coach. We've watched him shuffle 42 different offensive linemen through this thing. It's decisions like this that put you in a bad spot. And Cam is he cannot play left tackle for this team right now. And
Juice has to be a better option at guard than him at left tackle.
Absolutely.
Because that's what it came down to.
Absolutely. 100%. So you look at this, based on the film, I'm telling you, Cam Robinson can't play in week 2 at left tackle. There's no way D'Amico Ryans can let him, whether it's because he's not healthy, he's not in shape, or because he just can't get it done. Given what you're trying to accomplish with this offense and what you preached all offseason, to turn that film on and watch Cam Robinson do what he does, that can't be, okay, that's what we're going to do at left tackle. It simply can't. There's got to be, D'Amico talks about being physical and straining to finish and finishing every play. There's nothing about Cam that does that.
Yeah.
Not to mention, there's a level of play there where, he's hanging on for dear life a good chunk of the time. And you might as well put your rookie over there and let him do that if that's going to be your problem, right? But you got to stay. There's got to be some kind of stability up front for Nick Caley, because it becomes unfair for Nick Caley, right? What happens is, again, if you put Titus Howard at right tackle, he's on an island, you let him play. Right? You put Juice Scruggs at right guard. Maybe you get to a little bit of a step back, but you got to fight. You got to figure it out, right? Your center's good. Your left guard's good. And you got to tell Nick Caley, hey, man, I got a left tackle over there. It's up to you schematically to take care of him. Everything else is on the player. But schematically, I need you to help out that left tackle a little bit. All this other jive, it ain't working up front. That, to me, that's on the offensive side of the ball. That's where this thing starts. That is the initial takeaway when you watch this film offensively, is like, the offensive line wasn't.
Because yesterday you said the line felt a lot, not a lot, but felt better than last year, and now you've watched it.
Yeah,
because when you say the physicality part, that's a lot of what you've said the last couple of years.
I don't think it's as just piss poor play up front.
They did better on stunts.
They did a little bit better, yeah. They did a little bit better. I think when they well, but look, here's the deal. Here's the thing. Like, one of the sacks, right? Jarrett Patterson gets beat. Okay, but Jarrett Patterson's hanging on for dear life. He's finishing. He's straining. He's doing what D'Amico wants you to do. And CJ ran smooth into the guy. All CJ had to do was push up in the pocket and keep the play alive, and it was good.
The commentator said something about it.
That was on the quarterback. That was on CJ. But could the center have played better? Yeah, sure. He could have done better. The tackle, Ariante Ursery got his ass whooped a few times. Rookie, you expect it. Cam Robinson got beat multiple times and sometimes just got pushed straight back into the lap of the quarterback. And then there were some free runners that came through that are communication issues that C.J. Stroud never even saw him coming. And then there's asking a running back, Woody Marks, to step up in the hole in the A-gap and take on a backer, and he gets. He's hanging on for dear life, but he gets beat. And so
you said that a lot.
It's just not. It's not as chaotic of just getting like a some kind of game up front, just destroying the protection. But they're just not as talented. And I think, in my opinion, what has to be done, what gives this team the best chance to play solid offensive football, is Cam Robinson's got to be on the sideline, and your offensive coordinator has to be put in a position where he worries about one guy, and that's Ariante Ursery. When it comes to protection, Your left tackle needs a tight end hip to hip to him, or a tailback or a fullback to his side. That's it. And you can, and then everything else from there, I don't care what you do. I do get Nico the damn ball. But other than there, I don't care what you do from that point right there. That's just that's got to happen. It's got to happen for Nick Caley. It's got to happen for C.J. Stroud. It's got to happen for Titus Howard. It's got to happen for Ariante Ursery. It has to. And now everything hinges on, can Juice Scruggs hold up? You got one guy out there trying to hold up instead of a rookie tackle, a tackle that seems disinterested in even being physical and finishing and earning $12 to $14 million. Nick Caley can overcome one problem. He can't overcome two or three.
As tape drop Tuesday, also on a Texans Ticket Tuesday, Clint went through the film. What did you see in terms of one of the other big differences with this offense, and that is C.J. Stroud getting more control of what's happening out there?
Kiss it goodbye. There's nothing in game one. There's nothing in game tape in game one that tells me that CJ. But it doesn't even, like, it would be one thing if they had. I would rather them have 5 delay of games with CJ Stroud standing at the line of scrimmage trying to figure out who the hell the mic is, and he's running the damn show. And because he's young and he's never done it, it's because there's nothing from an operation standpoint that we watched in that game that tells me CJ Stroud has more command. Nothing.
Oh, you don't even think you didn't really see a difference? You thought it was. You didn't see a lot of changing of things.
No, and there was plenty of opportunity. I mean, there was probably 2 or 3 snaps where CJ, you could tell CJ up there, no, 52's Mike, like he's kind of maybe once or twice. I mean, hell, you look across the field at Matthew Stafford's doing it once or twice in a drive, if not 3 or 4 times in a drive. Like, he's got complete command. Right? And not that I don't expect him to be Matthew Stafford, but I expect us to be moving in that direction. And that's just not the case. I think you can kiss that goodbye. C.J. Stroud was not the ball placement specialist that we've seen him be in the past. He call it rusty, call it because he didn't play in the preseason much, whatever you want to call it, because you sat over here and watched training camp all year and watched the defense beat the hell out of him and never got a clean picture to hit Nick Chubb in the flats, wide ass open. Right, I mean, there's 2 different throws in that game.
Dalton Schultz one.
There's a Dalton Schultz one. There's a Nick Chubb one. There's a who was the other one? There was one more. I can't remember who it was. But they're just throws in the ocean. And here's the deal. I'm moving forward on the drive on Sports Radio 610. I want everybody out there. I'm going to be extremely critical of C.J. Stroud, and here's why. Because and fans. Take it however you want. Again, I know the CJ, the sensitive CJ crowd
Team
out there.
Macho.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll be that guy. Here's the deal. If you want the Texans to win a championship, CJ Stroud cannot miss Nick Chubb on a little out route on the left-hand side out of the backfield on 1st and 10, and now you end up in 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 4.
They can't afford it.
CJ can't afford it. You can't afford it. CJ, you know the back shoulder I was talking about to Nico Collins? It's a 2 shell. You're throwing a back shoulder. It didn't. By the way, it was thrown damn near in the stands. I mean, not really, but in the out of bounds. Like you watch that middle of field safety split. Middle of field's wide open. You got Dalton Schultz on the outside leverage linebacker on an in route. Why are we throwing the ball away really over here instead of hitting Dalton Schultz on the middle?
Wide open, CJ.
Like there's a lot of CJ was not seeing things clearly. Let's put it to you that way, and he was not as accurate as this team needs him to be. This team Ryan, I know we're up against this team. Actually, we're beyond it. This team needs C.J. Stroud to be like the best ball placement specialist we've ever seen. This team needs C.J. Stroud to be Tom Brady cerebral and see every blitz. This team needs C.J. Stroud to be the #1 communicator and get everything right.
So, like we said Friday, he's now seeing this offense, he's going to have to be the thing that's like the fixture. He's going to have to be the thing that pulls it together.
What do I always tell you about when we have the conversations about Tom Brady? The thing about Tom Brady that we can't measure that I wish we could is what percentage of time was Tom Brady right? And I bet it's 98% in his career. He was never wrong, right? Never wrong. And that's how good CJ has to be if this offense is going to produce. Period, point blank. That's just the reality.
He's got to make up for the other deficiencies.
Absolutely, 100%.
We're seeing that even more now.
100%. Yeah. And the organization's got to help him. And what they did what they're doing with the offensive line is not fair.
All right, coming up, the Astros. They get back on the field today, and they are now 2 games up ahead of the Mariners in the West at this point. They
They got the Blue Jays. Blue Jays have been hot as hell. Garcia, Alexander, Javier, they're going in this series, and this gives me a thought about a conversation we can have about the Astros. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You know that, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. If you missed it, good first segment there as Clint went through the Tape Drop Tuesday. And remember, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so make sure you stay tuned for that. You can hear us do the cue to call in the 5 o'clock hour for your chance to win. Remember, coming up on Wednesday, Odyssey Houston Kids Read Radiothon is coming up on Wednesday. We're trying to get new books into the hands of kids in low-income homes in Houston. That's 79% of Houston kids. A $30 donation gives one child in Houston their own library, home library, 6 new books of their own. Text new books to 41444 on Wednesday to donate and help us help Houston kids. That's text new books to 41444 on Wednesday. Clint, the Astros, they were off yesterday after dropping that series to the Rangers, and now they head to Toronto to face a team that will absolutely be in the playoffs, a team that they potentially could see in the postseason. Luis Garcia, Jason Alexander, Christian Javier, they're getting the ball. If the season ended today, Clint, they would face the team that they currently have a 2-game lead over in the AL West. They would face and host the Seattle Mariners in a 3-game wild card series, just like they hosted the Detroit Tigers in the wild card round here at, now the Daikin. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I think one of these guys are the candidate, and maybe Eiffel Tower too. We'll see.
I'll see you in October.
But Luis Garcia, Jim. Luis Garcia, he gets the ball tonight. Jason Alexander behind him, and then Christian Javier. All 3 of them's ERAs are in the mid-4s. Alexander's probably thrown more than the rest. But who would be the guy in a 3-game series right now if they played the Mariners? Who would be the guy that would get the third start if it came down to it?
I'm going Christian Javier.
That's where you are right now?
I'm going Christian Javier. Yeah, look, I think Jason Alexander's going to get game 4 for me. And Christian Javier is going to get game 3. And Luis Garcia, I need to see a little bit more over the next 20 games, 19 games, however many there are. I need to see a little bit more out of him to make sure that he is that what we saw last time out was the real deal. And he's healthy and ready to rock and roll. So it could change. It's a very fluid situation. But right now, I'd give game 3 to Christian Javier. And a big part of that is, look, I mean, Christian has shown some signs of being tremendous since he's come back. We've seen some rough spots as well. But I think I would lean into Christian Javier's been there at this point. I think that the one thing I can say is that I don't feel like the moment's going to be too big for Christian Javier. And number 2, I think he's got stuff that he can afford to not be perfect and get us a dub and get in and out of innings where I think Jason Alexander, you're going to have to get Jason's best stuff in order to – and I don't know if the lights are too bright and the stage is too big in that particular situation. So I'd feel more comfortable with Christian Javier. And Luis is coming now. Luis is coming.
Yeah. Luis and Christian Javier, they have experience pitching in the postseason. Jason Alexander doesn't. But Jason Alexander, you could argue, has pitched the best out of them all. But I think I'm with you. Someone text in. If we're talking about this year, I don't know how you don't go with Jason Alexander. I think the experience factor is a big thing. And especially needing the game now. I know the last time that Christian Javier pitched in the postseason, it did not go well. But still, more times than not, he has been, I'd say, over the years, one of your more money pitchers. I mean, to be honest with you. Whether he's got to come out of the bullpen or start in the postseason.
Well, too, I think for me, I'll be honest with you. I think it depends. Are we talking about a 3-game? Are we talking about a 3-game?
Yeah, 3-game. Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking a longer series, but yeah. No, I answered that right. I'd go Javier. I don't. the fact that we're even having a conversation about Jason Alexander's a huge plus.
That he's
Yeah, I mean, look, I remember asking Luke Morrow of like, hey man, do you think there's a chance he could get a start in the playoff? Hell no. I mean, Luke didn't say hell, but he was like, no, ain't no way. No, I think there's a chance. Like, I think he's been really good. I think there's a chance he could get a start in the playoffs, and I think there's a chance that the team could be confident that he's gonna give us a chance to win a game. But right now, I got to go with the experience, and I got to go with the stuff. And I think Christian Javier has that by a mile on all these guys.
Text line coming in. I will go Hunter Brown, Javier, Alexander, Framber doesn't make the roster.
Yeah, I can't go there either. I'm mad at Framber too, but I can't go there.
Damn. Make the roster. 7 innings, 3 earned. His last outing. Come on, y'all. Said he doesn't make not the rotation, the roster.
Bistros ain't loyal.
His ass in, and even in the roster. All right, coming up, some news. We talked about the loss of Cade Stover and the injury news yesterday with the Texans. There's another injury to a starter. We'll tell you about that coming up next. And D'Amico Ryans, as he spoke to the media today, gives his explanation on the lack of involvement of Nico Collins. We'll see if this makes us feel better once we hear that. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, football is back, baby. Underdog Fantasy is the best place to make picks and win money all season long, right? All season long, being all year long, because we're
290-1000 today.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling through a big show. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we will let you hear from D'Amico. D'Amico spoke earlier to the media, and I think there was a lot there to look at. And we'll cover his thoughts on Nico Collins here in just a second. But we'll play that for you to hear at 4:30 or 4:40, excuse me. And also, a little real or fake, a little bit coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets on this Texans Ticket Tuesday. So make sure you stay with that. Clint, news we talked about yesterday with Cade Stover. He's out indefinitely. We heard D'Amico speak about that. The physicality he spoke of, that's something they're going to miss. They're going to have to upgrade their tight end room, he said. But
Ron,
go ahead.
There's real quick. I don't mean to interrupt your point, but there is a perfect, and I'll try to get it out. I'll try to post it, but there's a perfect two-play sequence. It's one of the runs of plays where Chubb was getting loose in between the tackles, and there's a two-play sequence where I think they ran the same damn play, but he's kicking out Zero, the backside end, who had a hell of a game, and the first time he goes over there. I mean, he leans into him, Ron, and he gives it to him. And he leans up, leans on Chubb, and ends up making the tackle 4 yards down the field, right? They're in the very, very same play the next time, and instead of that guy worrying about going and making the tackle, he's bracing for Cade Stover to hit his ass. And it's a perfect example of, like, if you're just a physical player, how the defense responds is they're bracing themselves and more worried about you hitting them than they are going to make a tackle, and how it changes the game. Unfortunately, I say that knowing we're not going to get to see the guy play for the foreseeable future.
That's just it. D'Amico brought up his physicality today in announcing him being out for a while. He's going to miss some time. But other news, another starter, Clint, their starting center. We saw him walk off. Then it looked really rough because he was carted back, and that is Jake Andrews. Well, it's not as bad as maybe what was thought. It is a high ankle sprain for starting center Jake Andrews. Timetable for return is undetermined per league sources. Could have been worse. For now, Jarrett Patterson is the next man up for the foreseeable future. That's according to Aaron Wilson. So that is the latest there. And clearly Jake Andrews and Jarrett Patterson were in a competition throughout the summer and throughout training camp. Do you get a sense that this is a big change from things? Obviously, we saw Titus Howard and Ursery being the tackles, as opposed to that being Cam Robinson and Ursery, looked completely different than maybe what we were seeing in training camp. Do you get the sense that this is going to be a big change, depending on how long Jarrett Patterson has to be in?
It wouldn't shock me if they didn't make it more difficult than it needs to be, but this is the one position where I think they've handled the roster, the structure, the roster construct, if you will. I think they've handled it right. Like, I'm not worried. You lose Jake Andrews, you got a center that's played a lot of football for you, that's played good football, that knows the offense, that is really the best next option. You plug him in and you move on. It's easy. It's very, very simple. Do the same thing at guard, where if Ed Ingram's not ready to play this week, then Juice Scruggs plays, and you've got the tackle situation that you have with Ursery and Titus Howard. This is not rocket science. I don't think they need to make it any more difficult than it is. Jarrett Patterson's your center, and Juice Scruggs is your emergency center. If you get to a point in week 2 that you've already lost 2 centers and now you got to move Juice over there, hey, then it's survival of the fittest. Just do what you got to do to get 5 guys up there.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a major drop off.
No, I don't think it should. I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be. I don't think it should be. Assuming they don't overthink this thing and try to put Juice Scruggs at center and Jarrett Patterson at guard or some crazy like that, then I think it's an easy fix, and I think the center position is fine. I think they've handled it well, and this should be an easy transition.
All right, so that is the latest there. High ankle sprain for starting center Jake Andrews. We'll see how long he is out. All right, D'Amico, as we said, spoke to the media. You'll hear that in full at 4:40. These were his comments about Nico Collins, and we talked about it yesterday. That was a big thing that jumped out with the offense, is them not being able to get the ball in his hands and allow him to be a big part of this game. Here was D'Amico in his thoughts with his star wide receiver Nico Collins.
Throw it to Nico as many times as we can. Of course, that's everybody know that's a question everybody wants to answer. Of course, we want to get the ball to Nico. He's one of our best players. But offensively, I just think when you go back to the game on Sunday, we have so many plays where we're kind of playing behind the sticks and we're not doing things that we're trained to do. We're not doing things conducive to staying on track and being able to run our offense in that type of fashion. Is going to be hard, to get the ball to a certain player here or there, right? Because you're 2nd and 18, 2nd and 10, 3rd and long. Like, that's not where you want to operate as an offense. So we just got to come back this week, just do the things that we're coached to do, make sure we're staying on track offensively, making sure everybody's on the same page, and we're just putting ourselves in position to make positive plays. When we have those positive plays, then it opens up the offense for us to be able to get the ball to whoever we want to get the ball to.
They're all fixable.
All right, we heard from this second time we've heard D'Amico. We heard from CJ after the game about Nico Collins. I cannot wait for Friday to hear what Nick Caley has to say about this situation, which I'm sure he is going to be asked about. When you heard the head coach talk about that, your thought?
Hate it.
Okay.
Hate it. It's rinse and repeat. It's rinse and repeat from last year.
And they say no.
We ended up in too much 2nd and 18, so it's the players' fault. Penalties, it's the players' fault, right? We're behind the chains, so we get out of whack. We can't call what we want to call, so we can't even because the players can't execute and stay ahead of the chains is why your offensive coordinator didn't get Nico the touches that he needed. I think that should have been a 5-second cut. Get Nico the ball as many times as we can. Of course, we want to do that. I'm not real sure why it didn't happen, but I can promise you that it ain't gonna happen this week. And let's move on. It's not a joke. It's not like here's. It's one thing for D'Amico to say it, guys, but this is all joking aside. This is what I think this is part of what got Bobby in trouble last year. If Nick Caley steps his ass up there, Nick, if you're listening, I need you to listen, man. If you step your ass up there when you talk to that media, and your response to why did we not get Nico more touches in the first game is because we had penalties and we were behind the chains, because we gave up sacks and we were behind the chains, and because our offense, we were just out of sync and out of rhythm, it ain't going to fly. It is a backhanded way of saying the players have to do better for Nico to get touches, and it's not going to fly. It's pouring gas on the fire, and I believe it is a bad approach to what should be an unacceptable, inexcusable reality that Nico Collins had 1 catch and 2 targets in the first half of last week's game. Like, I just think it's
3 catches, 5 total for the game.
Yeah, I mean, and look, and I'm gonna tell you, I don't remember who it was. All due respect, somebody called in the last in the postseason. I mean, the post game post game that Sean and I do, the post game show. You're going to see, man, Nico was running wide open a bunch. There may have been a couple of times, but there wasn't enough times where Nico was running open for me to go, yeah, boy, this was just protection. Didn't allow CJ to get it to Nico. No, man, the plan was terrible as it relates to Nico getting touches.
When I listened to one of the comments that was made all off season with Nick Caley and this new offense is, this offense allows you to get the ball in the players' hands and them doing what they do at their best and what they do best. Mm-hmm. Just gets it in the players' hands.
Which is the very least your offense coordinator should do at the NFL level.
I would imagine with that thought process and with the confidence people had in the offseason with that is something that doesn't continue, because that didn't happen in the game.
Stop being a dumpster fire.
They gotta figure out a way to do that, and hell, you can force it.
Not only did it not happen in the game, Ron, but it's because now we're on to, okay, I believe that, yes, it didn't happen in the game. It was a bad situation. Now we're on to Monday and Tuesday, and how do the guys in a post-game presser and after you watch the film and everything, how does the head coach, how do you respond to that? And if it's going to be the same thing of rinse and repeat, if we just got to execute better, and that's the answer to the obvious, the simple, stupid, obvious things of like Nico Collins getting touches and the O-line being put together better and the right guys on the field and being able to communicate and identify pressures, it can't be the guys have to just play better, right? I mean, it has to be very specific. Like CJ's got to see pressure better. CJ has to be so perfect. He's got to be able to throw the flat route to Nick Chubb in the flats on the money for a 6-yard gain. No, it doesn't sound like much, but it's extremely important, right? I mean, like those kind of things, we can't already be shying away from just saying, no, we got to get Nico the ball, man. Like, we got to be better than that, damn it. As coaches, we got to be better than that.
Yep.
Next question. It's that easy.
Coming up, D'Amico responded to the Stroud lollygagging comment. You don't want to miss what he had to say there. And some interesting reaction and response to questions he was pressed on about leadership with the offense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I know for a lot of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Look, your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Hell, maybe your hair loss has you feeling like your identity's lost altogether, man. Good thing is you're listening right now, and I got good news for you, baby. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment. It starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and y'all, it's guaranteed to grow for life. I know that was a mouthful, but damn it, it's true. With Advanced Hair's FUE, right? The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair Restoration. I'm telling you, it's all true. We've all seen the pills and the lotions that come with these monthly subscriptions. Yeah, those are fine to kind of help you retain what you got. But what we're talking about here with Advanced Hair Restoration, we're talking about your own natural hair permanently in specific areas, right? For Advanced Hair, state-of-the-art facilities along with their world-class physicians, it's not a maybe will your hair grow, y'all. It is guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where you want it. Advanced Hair Restoration is going to take care of the rest. It's pretty simple, man.
cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are rolling through here on a Tuesday, and it ain't just a regular Tuesday. I'll be damned if it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so that means in the 5 o'clock hour, you have a chance. You have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen. All you got to do is be listening to The Drive on Sports Radio 610, and in the 5 o'clock hour, at some point, we will give that cue to call. Tyler will open up the phone lines, and we will hook somebody up with a pair of tickets to Monday Night Football against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So stay tuned for that. It will be it's a huge game, clearly. It is a Texans
It's one of those, yeah.
It is a huge game, obviously, with the division and just overall. You don't want to start 0-2. You don't want to lose at home. So big game on Monday Night Football for the Houston Texans. So stay tuned. Your chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen later on in the 5 o'clock hour. If you missed it, we'll play a little bit here, but D'Amico in full 440. That's coming up next hour, Clint. And I thought there was a couple of interesting comments and things that he was asked and his answers to them. Before we get to the lollygagging comment, I thought it was interesting. Earlier in the presser, he responded to the emotional regulator on the defensive side of the ball. That is Azeez Al-Shaair, and he really went in to talk about it. And then he was asked, who is that person on the offensive side of the ball? Who is the person that is the Azeez Al-Shaair on the offensive side of the ball, the guy that can talk to the group and say anything? Who is that person? Here was his response to that.
It's a whole team, Kim. It's a whole team. I said the one guy that really stands out in that is Azeez, just for our entire team. I think from a standpoint, we have a lot of young guys, and Azeez is a guy who's seen it in different teams. He's been on multiple teams. He knows how I operate. He knows what I expect more so than anyone on the team. So he's the guy that I think that our entire team can lean on.
All right, so he decided that he went with
nobody.
With everybody, I think. Everybody, he said.
And when you go everybody, sometimes you go nobody.
Okay, you're going with the two quarterbacks. Huh?
God,
You got two quarters, you got none. All right, and then he actually responded to the lollygagging comments and the practice issues that CJ spoke about on Sunday after the game.
Yeah, it's never an entire group. That's the one thing about it. So there are individuals that have their moments throughout the week, and the lollygagging, it's a term everybody want to use now. It's for me, it's just our tempo, right, in and out of the huddle, right? We got to get in and out of the huddle quicker so we can get to the line of scrimmage so we can operate and make sure we got checks and things we have to make at the line of scrimmage. Well, to make those checks in a proper manner, right, we got to get out with some urgency. So the urgency piece from everybody has to pick up from the offensive side of the ball, right? The urgency picks up, then we'll be able to operate cleaner when it comes to pre-snap and post-snap.
So the offensive side of the ball. And finally, the follow-up was, hey, who is that person that picks up that urgency? This is the second time it feels like he was pressed on. Who is the leadership person on that side of the ball? Here's his response.
So who are you looking at to say, like,
You're
to
looking
pick
at
that
him.
speed
You're
up?
looking at him. I handle everything. Comes back to me. It's not about me. Oh, I need to talk to a player about doing this or that. We'll get it. We'll get it fixed. It's on me.
All right. Said it's on him. No player. He doesn't look to go to any player. It's on him, Clint. When you listen to that overall, because you came at it yesterday and you said, that's what I've been waiting to hear from C.J. Stroud. That's what I've been waiting to hear. And I said to you, I really am intrigued to hear the response from D'Amico today and how because I knew that was going to come up. Shout out to Will Kunkel and the rest of the crew who kind of got him into that answer. Are you surprised by his response to all of that when it comes to offensive guys on the side of the ball? That, to me, that screams leadership and the comments of lollygag.
Look, there's several things here. One, I hate to pat myself on the back, but we've talked about leadership on this show and the lack thereof on the offensive side of the football for the Texans. We've talked about it tenfold more than anybody I've heard in any media outlet. So I hate to say I told you so, but it is not a surprise that the head coach can't, when asked about leadership, when pressed about leadership on the offensive side of the football, twice ends up landing on himself. Like he's the guy, right?
Yeah,
Number one. So no, I'm not surprised that the answer was a struggle to find, and he ended up landing on himself when he was asked about offensive leadership. Doesn't surprise me one bit. I've talked about C.J. Stroud and whether he does or doesn't have it, and needing to. Does he have it or does he not? I don't know. We need to take that next step. Nico Collins is a quiet guy that just works hard. He's not going to be the guy. Joe Mixon's nowhere to be found. Your whole offensive line is revamped and has no identity at this point in time. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Number two, why didn't the head coach who has been monitoring the offense every single practice we've been at, has been hovering over the offense and watching the offense, why are we talking about sense of urgency in and out of the huddle after 1 week? Why is your quarterback going to the podium and talking about lollygagging and maybe having a false sense of confidence and not having it working up to a standard and not having the grit to fight through negative plays and things like that, and your head coach, who has watched every single snap damn near, is talking about sense of urgency in and out of the huddle? That seems like a very fundamental offensive football thing. We talk about that in Pee Wee football. There's high school football all over the state of Texas. I know it's great football here in Texas, but there is high school football all over the state of Texas right now that they're preaching, hey, man, get your ass in and out of the huddle. Let's go. Get to the line of scrimmage. Don't jog to the line of scrimmage. Get to the line of scrimmage. Run, sprint, get in your stand, get where you're supposed to be, get lined up, right? Like, you've watched every snap. How is that an issue after week one? How is it being addressed after week one? And number three for me, as you mentioned, Ron, I absolutely loved C.J. Stroud in that post-game press conference, through top to bottom, through and through. Again, listeners, if you ain't heard C.J. Stroud in the post-game presser, go back and listen to it. Right? There wasn't no we'll fix it. There wasn't no. I mean, I guess there eventually there was some straight real talk in that post-game presser. There was a young quarterback, in my opinion. There was a young quarterback that was kind of coming into his own, that was faced with an opportunity to hold guys accountable, hold his team accountable, hold his unit accountable, and was doing it. And the missed opportunity comes right here where D'Amico Ryans had two choices. One, you walk out there and you go, hey, he's the quarterback. He's in every huddle. He's leading every meeting. Nobody has the pulse of this offense better than C.J. Stroud. If C.J. Stroud says there's lollygagging and there's a grip problem and there's maybe we ain't working up to a standard, then we got to get that right. I'm going to meet with C.J. I'm going to figure out exactly what the hell he's talking about, and me and C.J. are going to lock arms, and we're going to make sure it's never a problem again on this team. Right? But instead, you go the route of, oh, nah, man, lollygagging, nah. You go the route of being asked about leadership and you don't mention your quarterback. And I think it was a missed opportunity for D'Amico Ryans to show some togetherness with his quarterback the way he has since he's been with this organization and stood up in every post-game call-up huddle where he's the guy. So I think it's just a missed opportunity. I don't know what ends up coming of it, but I view that situation, Ron, and I'm very passionate about this. It's the first time that I've seen C.J. Stroud do something beyond. I mean, we've seen him play great. Don't get me wrong. We've seen that play part of it. But the part of being a true leader and alpha and taking over a program and becoming the face of an organization, to me, this is the first time that I've heard him in a way of like gonna be a little uncomfortable. But I'm gonna tell you exactly what this is about.
The lollygagging,
and it was a missed opportunity in my opinion, from D'Amico. He could have really stood next to the dude and helped push that leadership to another level.
Term everybody want to use now.
YouTube and Twitch, 713-572-4610. What did you think about those comments we played there? He was asked on two different occasions. Basically, did you take it as these are leadership things? Who's the guy on the offense?
No question.
Two different type of guys. He spoke of Aziz, and I mean, he went glowingly.
Ron, he could have very like. Here's the deal. Like, you don't have to compare him to Aziz. You can say, hey man, look, Aziz is in a league of his own. But offensively, we got CJ Stroud, our young quarterbacks coming. He could have.
But at two different times he was pressed. The first time he shrugged it off and said we got a bunch of guys, and then moved right to Aziz again. The last time he cut off Will and said, it's me.
Yeah.
It's me. I see here on the text line, I don't think it was there are no leaders. I took it as he was trying to protect them by saying that the blame is on him and not on the offensive leaders. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. I am.
It wasn't. But let's be clear. Let's be clear though, Ron. Like, he wasn't asked who to blame. Yeah. He simply asked who's the emotional leader on that side of
Who's the guy that you say, hey, yeah, right? And I'm gonna say, Clint, I think we learned a lot there in the stuff he said and he didn't, and what he didn't say.
Absolutely.
And it may be uncomfortable, but I think we get an understanding of where his mind is. His mind, to me, clearly is there's no accident when you're asked, who's that guy on the offense for you? I'm shocked that he did it, but they have been joint. It has been, we're gonna go as far as we go. It will be behind CJ Stroud. I remember he said that against the Colts, that first year they went to the playoffs. He has said it multiple times. As far as we're going to go is for C.J. Stroud, and he's one of the leaders, and we've heard him talk about it. Will and C.J. These are the guys that you look at and follow, right? Who's the guy on offense? Not only did he not bring his name up or hell anybody's name up, basically what he told you is we don't have that guy right now on offense. Now, maybe it's Joe Mixon that he's injured, but we don't have that guy. This is what he told you. Twice he went by. We don't have that guy right now. Wow. I'm glad that's his truth, that's his honesty, but that's what he said. That's basically what he told us. We don't have that guy right now. And he made sure, Tyler, and I know you heard it, to specify on the lollygagging stuff, the offensive side of the ball.
Oh, yeah.
That was clear. The offensive side of the ball. We have to run up and have a sense of urgency to get to the line of scrimmage. This is stuff they talked about with Bob. You got to run up to the line of scrimmage. On the offensive side of the ball, those guys have to have a sense of urgency. He didn't say as a team.
No hesitation making that designation.
So he not only, to me in this, and maybe I'm hearing something else. But not only did he not agree, he didn't agree with CJ on the full team lollygagging and didn't practice well. He specified that to the offense. And then when posed the question of, well, who is that? Who is that type of guy? Twice. Leadership type questions. It wasn't Titus, wasn't Nico, wasn't CJ, wasn't nobody. Ultimately, hey, it's me, dog. It's me. It was, I think he said a lot. Hold on there, show. It's their first game. Yeah, I know it's their first game. Hold on, show.
It's not their first post-game press conference. It's not their first game. This is CJ's third year. D'Amico's third year. Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know, man. That's a
fandom.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is, and that, look, to your point, I think, Ron, a good point. You made several good points, but one of them, like, hey, if that's how D'Amico feels, that's all he can say.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, we've been talking about this for 6 months. Like D'Amico can't make somebody be a hold everybody accountable type of player. D'Amico can't walk out there and proclaim that C.J. Stroud or Nick Chubb or Nico Collins is to act like Azeez Al-Shaair. Like you don't.
But he did it, Clint, and it wasn't.
No.
But I'm talking about C.J. did it. What you talk about holding accountable,
right.
And the response to it from him was not, as you said, man. That's our quarterback who is in the huddle running the beat. He was out there. It was, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this too. And after hearing both guys speak, the film I watched, CJ spot on. I mean, the film I watched, I'm in CJ's court 10 out of 10 times. This wasn't just about urgency out of the huddle. Could that a problem? Could that help? Oh hell yeah, it could. But is that the problem? No. It seems a lot more like what C.J. Stroud, what your quarterback's talking about, than just this whole, sense of urgency thing. Which, by the way, I would argue the way that he's been overseeing this offense, he should have had that nipped in the bud mid-camp if that was a problem.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a little real or fake. It's Tuesday. I pose a question. Or I pose a statement, and you say if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, y'all. Them small town folks building big, beautiful custom homes, and boy, are they beautiful, man.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little real or fake coming up in just a second from the text line. Is 610 still Houston sports leader? Ron got y'all sounding like TMZ. Why are you looking to push this narrative? There is nothing there.
Ain't nobody here reporting on the Kardashians.
Listen,
we probably should. There is a sports slant there.
There is.
Yeah,
pretty consistently, or at least there was at one
There's
point.
Reggie Bush. There's Chris Humphrey.
That is the perfect response there.
And
that was tremendous.
I mean, clearly Reggie got the best. Anyway, I mean, he's no Ray J, but I mean, I've watched Ray J's work with her. Anyway, listen, you can say that we are pushing a narrative. I'm just saying, man, the guy who I believes he is, if not the leader, one of the strong leaders of the team and leader of the offense, came out and took a space of holding himself and the team accountable and stepped out and said the practice wasn't great. They were lollygagging around, is his words. And then the next day, the coach, who you just heard, seemed to go into a different direction. And when he was asked multiple times about, hey, the leadership on that side of the ball, who's that guy for you? He didn't say anybody, including the guy who I think and believes he's one of the big leaders of this team. And I think CJ is.
The lollygagging.
Now, you can say it's a narrative. I'm just saying that was eye-opening. to hear that they have been right there, joint at the hip, and I think still are. This is the first, to me, Clint, the first time I've seen. Oh, they seem like they may not be completely on the same page. And well, I thought it was I don't think that's creating a narrative, but maybe.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. To be honest, not you, just whoever thinks it's a narrative. I mean, it's just the reality of it is you watch, you listen, you respond, and that's my opinions of what we're watching and hearing, and I think to me there's trouble in paradise. I don't think this is just 1 week. Hey, we can fix it. Everything's fixed. I don't think it is. I think you got some major problems on the offensive side of the football. I think you got some major problems with the leadership on the offensive side of the football. And it appears that CJ sees it one way and D'Amico sees it a different way. That's just the opinion that I have after watching, listening, and covering the squad. I mean, that's just where I'm at. They can call it what they want. I don't give a rip.
I don't give a mother duck.
That's just what it is.
All right, let's do this. A little real or fake. You can jump in and respond as well. I say a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. Your feelings have changed about the AFC South after week one. Your feelings have changed about the AFC South after week one. Real or fake?
Real. Real. I think anytime that the Colts, who I had as the team closest to the Texans in this division, they went out and put up 30-plus points and absolutely dominated the Dolphins. Now, you can argue the Dolphins are falling apart. That's fine. Still a talented team that they kept. What did they end up scoring? Did the Dolphins score a touchdown?
8.
They scored 8. There you go. So
it was not that close.
Yeah. So I mean, I think Daniel Jones played well. I think they've always had a above average supporting cast. And I personally really like their head coach and Shane Steichen, and I like what he does offensively. And so, I think, yes, that's real. I think my feelings have really changed about the AFC South after 1 week. Now, it's fluid. It can change again after 2 weeks and 3 weeks and wherever next time you check in. But right now, yeah, I'd be lying if I told you that my feelings didn't change a bit about them top two. The Texans negatively, the Colts positively.
Text line coming in with real as well, Tyler. Real or fake? Your feelings of the AFC South have changed after week one.
I mean, ultimately, maybe, yeah, they changed a little bit, possibly, but if they did, not much. I'm saying no. I try to tell y'all, death taxes and the Duval Jacksonville Jaguars. And, I mean, you got a rookie quarterback in Tennessee. You got what's going on with the Colts. I mean, I don't think you're going to see what you saw against the Dolphins every single week. I think the Dolphins are just a dumpster fire right now. Get things right. AFC South should still be tightly in the grip of the Houston Texans, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm going to say real in a couple of ways. I still believe the Texans are going to win the division. That I have not changed off of that. I didn't have them winning this game against the Rams. I still have them winning the division. I do believe these teams are closer. I will agree with that with you. I do believe these teams are closer, and I mean all of them. I didn't think that was going to be a ball game in the last minutes for the Denver Broncos against the Titans at home. I did not think that. So they competed pretty well against Denver on the road, a lot better than I thought they would. And listen, I know Tyler how he feels about Jacksonville. Jacksonville, they ran the ball all over the Panthers. And I don't think the Panthers are good, but they beat the hell out of them 27-10. And then obviously we saw what the Colts did. Now, again, the Dolphins and the Panthers look like they're going to be two really bad teams, so I'm not changing off of that. But I do think, as you said, Clint, those teams are tighter. All right, real or fake, Tyler, the Bills and the Ravens, they showed that they're the two best teams in football. Real or fake, the Bills and the Ravens, the two best teams in football.
Well, I think Rodgers and the Steelers would have something to say about that. I mean, the defense needs to shore up for Mike Tomlin. But no, after 1 week, I mean, there aren't many up there with them, besides maybe the Steelers. I mean, they put on a show week one, hell of a show. It's hard to say no that they are not the superpower right now in the AFC and in the NFL.
All right, real or fake, the Ravens and Bills, they played 41-40, the two best teams in football. Real or fake?
Golly, man. I enjoy it. I want to say real because I think they're probably the two best teams in the AFC. But, boy, you can't look at that and go, hey, man, I mean, defense just doesn't matter. I mean, they got to play some level of defense. I just got to believe that output, that production. And
this is the league,
changes.
too. This NFL, overall.
But I just got to believe versus like the Texans or, even Kansas City's got a better defense. I thought those two teams had a better defense. But, yeah, I mean, I think right now, I mean, I look at even those two quarterbacks, really those two teams that can go and are that clutch in big moments, like in at least regular season big moments. I got to think that those are the two best teams in football right now. I don't know, man. The Eagles.
I'm gonna say
thought
fake.
You said AFC.
Yeah, in the league. I'm gonna say fake. I think right now, just as you said, man, we got to play defense, right?
Yeah.
And in many cases, it just looked easy. Now, I understand Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry are difficult, right? But they got everything they wanted. And Josh is difficult, but, I mean, I think to me the Eagles and the Packers are maybe playing better than those guys. The Packers look really good on both sides of the ball. And so I would say fake on that. As you said, man, yeah, they played 41-40. They played an exciting game. But damn it, 41-40, man. Like at some point, man, I mean, we just can't give up 15 points that easy, right? Like that was that easy. So they got to go back to the drawing board. I would say the Packers and the Eagles, I would put probably ahead of both of them right now. All right, coming up as we continue, that was a little real or fake. Some news, injury front, some good. There is a returning member to the staff, and we'll let you know the rest of the guys that are trying to get back for the Astros. And there's some early news about a player that could be on the move in the NFL. The Texans' name hasn't been kind of connected with him yet, but should it be? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort, y'all. Let's head east, man. This is a perfect time of year. The weather is absolutely beautiful. Get over to the Coshada Casino Resort. More space, more ways to win.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
An hour from now, you will be able to hear D'Amico Ryans in full as he spoke to the media today. Usually we don't do this a lot, but I think there's some real things. I think hearing that in full to kind of respond and react to the loss to the Rams, heading into the Bucs game, and just some of the things that came out of the post game. I think that's something you really don't want to miss. That's coming up an hour from now. Also, remember, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. In the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen. You can win those coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, some news on the injury front with the Houston Astros, Clint and Tyler. J.P. France, the Eiffel Tower, he's back. Potentially. He is in Toronto. I just want to make sure until we really hear it. He is in Toronto and expected to join the Astros active roster during this series against the Blue Jays. Source tells The Athletic. France has been working out of the bullpen at AAA Sugarland and provides the Astros with another multi-inning relief option. So I kind of like the thought of, hey, man, you're coming up here and we understand the gig. You understand the gig. You're going to be pitching out of the bullpen. Like, we're going to try to get another option there to see if you can be really effective. He has traditionally been a starter and was really good for the Astros a couple of years ago. And then he, obviously had the injury to the shoulder. But he is going to flat be an addition in the bullpen, not in the rotation. So, J.P. France. Been a while since we've seen him with those white glasses. He's back.
Very, very welcomed help, if you will. Hopefully, we'll see what he brings to the table. But good to have him back. I mean, look, we are in no position to doubt or minimize any level of help that's headed our way, whether it's a starting rotation or the bullpen. So I am as stoked as I can be about J.P. France getting back in the mix.
Yeah. All right. Here's updates on others there.
Get your CVS receipt.
Here we go. Caleb Ort. He had the right elbow inflammation. Let's start with the inflammation news. He had the right elbow inflammation. Currently not throwing. Is scheduled to transition to Florida this week. Another inflammation issue. There is Brandon Walter. He had the left elbow inflammation. He is scheduled to undergo surgery on his left elbow and will not return this season. Let's go left hand inflammation. Zach DeZenzo, these nuts, currently rehabbing in Florida after being pulled from a rehab assignment due to a right elbow sprain. So hopefully Zach gets back at it. Spencer Arrighetti staying with the inflammation. He had the right elbow inflammation. He is scheduled, Clint, to receive a second opinion on his right elbow this week. So we'll see. We'll see about that. And obviously not throwing. Josh Hader had the left shoulder issue. He is rehabbing in Houston, Clint, currently still not throwing. And then Isak Paredes, another one of the guys that's out. He is currently working out in Florida, going through hitting, running, and defensive progression. So he is really trying to get back. We saw him on the field at the Daikin last week, taking grounders at third base. So he is trying to get back when it seemed like he was out for maybe the year. And then Bennett Sousa also in that bullpen. His is not elbow inflammation. It's a flexor, strain. He is rehabbing it in Florida, but still currently not throwing.
Yeah, look, obviously Spencer and Josh. Spencer and Josh are the two big. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, maybe this is because of what's going on with the Astros, but I mean, on that list, Bennett Sousa and Caleb Ort are the two that really stick out to me. I mean, I think it's a shot in the dark whether Josh Hader ever pitches this ever
year.
2025. Yeah, And really, those other two guys, Ort and Sousa, could. I mean, they are really could really help this bullpen right now. So those are the two guys that I'm banking on.
Yeah, and guys that I'll be honest with you, were pitching pretty well. Especially for
at least gave you a shot.
Yeah, and then when you combine that with the issues of Josh Hader, you're trying to get it to Brian Abreu, and we had Roflo on, Robert Flores of MLB Network. We had him on, and it was clear, like he was saying the same thing. Hey, the problem is trying to get it to Brian Abreu.
Mm-hmm.
We believe he can close. That is the challenge for them. All right, that is the latest there with the Astros. They will get started in Toronto behind Luis Garcia as he makes the start tonight. Clint, this is rolling around, and based off what we saw from the offense, and obviously there's some injuries there with Christian Kirk and other things, but there was a lack of explosion, and clearly it could grow with some growth of your young guys, Higgins and Noel. They could really take another step up in this. But I saw Mike Florio of Pro Football Focus
rock and roll, meow.
Talk about this after we saw what happened week 1. Tyreek Hill is on track to be this year's Davante Adams, with a trade before the deadline seeming to be inevitable. For now, we're watching just two teams, the Chiefs and the Steelers. I'm asking you, and also understanding today it was just released from TMZ that his ex-wife, who he just got divorced with in April, is accusing him of domestic violence, clearly and obviously not his first rodeo in this thing. But in the report, it says they don't even know if they are charging him with anything. It is just in the report. Do you think the Texans are at a place where they should be checking in on that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I can't look at this as the 2025 Davante Adams. I look at this as more. What year was that Antonio Brown ran off the field? You got him in the Antonio Brown. Yeah, ran out. What year was that, Tom? And everybody in Tampa tried to give him another shot and try to take care of him, and he ends up just running off the field, acting a fool, making a clown out of all of them. Yeah, I think this is closer to.
You think it's closer?
I think it's closer to AB than it is anyway. Davante Adams. So no, I think that the Texans are in a position. I think D'Amico and Nick have done a great job building this roster, and could withstand bringing in a suspect individual, if you will, that doesn't necessarily fit the mold. And be able to survive it for a season or half a season, but not this guy. This guy's, I mean, it's getting arrested on the way to the ballparks. It's getting, wives, are always, there's always some kind of legal issue going on with him. He seems like he is literally on the verge every time I watch him of going crazy. Like, I'm out on Tyreek Hill. I don't even, as bad as the explosion, the twitch, the speed was with the Texans, I'm out on that.
Text line, no Tyreek for us. No, they won't. He's got too much off-field baggage. They got one person they're dealing with right now when it comes to off-field baggage that they're rolling with. Black Greg, no, that ain't the route the Texans need to go. That's a dumpster fire waiting to happen. I'm going to say, on paper, like, I think he's a lot of what they need. I think, as you said, the explosion in Twitch. I'll be honest, Clint, I think I'd have felt different a year ago. I do right now. I think it's a recipe for potential disaster. Just, we're seeing it right now. I mean, there's it seems like they're not all on the same page right now. And boy, Tyreek Hill with a rookie play caller and a young quarterback. It doesn't sound like a recipe, even though on the field, the lack of explosiveness that this offense seems to lack, he would really help. I don't know that I feel like they're set up to handle that. To handle that right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're set.
I don't know if he'll be running on the field with his clothes off, but he would roll through. I think a lot of the guys that are.
Yeah, it's just a risk that's not worth taking right now. Not this early in the season. I mean, if you put together a halfway decent season, you get to a point late where you got a chance to make a run to a Super Bowl, and it's like you just need more playmaking ability on the offensive side of the football, and it's a month, 6-week type deal, and he's available, and these legal issues have fallen by the wayside, then maybe for a short period of time. But right now, 17, 18 weeks, nah. I'm all set. I mean, Christian Kirk's not been back. You've got, not that Christian Kirk is Tyreek Hill by any means, but you've got some pieces coming back that should help you get better than what we saw this past week. I wouldn't panic to the Tyreek Hill level yet if I were them. No.
Yeah, I just don't think it's the best fit moving forward. I do think he will get moved. I definitely think that is. Unless the Dolphins really spin this thing around, I think he and Mike are gone by the middle of the year. And I don't know that it's set up right there for them to take that on. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
I watched a little film, baby. It's tape drop Tuesday, and we got some things we need to cuss and discuss, man. There's some changes that need to be made, and we got to talk about them. We got to talk about them, and it's all based on the film. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, football is back, baby, which means it's tailgate season, right? Nothing like a good old
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Y'all got to be ready to go, man.
Take the drive. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's a Tape Drop Tuesday, y'all. We got some Texans Ticket Tuesday going on as well. We got some tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. You'll see the Texans on Monday night versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're giving it back to the people, so make sure you and all you people stay plugged into Sports Radio 610. We are giving away a pair of tickets. We seem to be doing that a lot lately. We're going to do it today in the 5 o'clock hour as well as Friday at our live broadcast. Friday at BB's in Katy, 406 West Grand Parkway South, baby. Come hang out with us Friday at BB's. Great food. And we'll be giving away a ton of stuff, Academy Sports and Outdoors, but gift cards, but the tickets. The tickets that we'll be giving away with a parking pass, thanks to all of our Houston area Ford dealers. That's Friday. And also Thursday we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings up at in Tomball, 17195 Tomball Parkway. Buffalo Wild Wings. Also, we're going to have D'Amico Ryan's presser, which was absolute fire today. It's must listen. He's had time after his post-game presser, got home, watched the film, talked to his team. The team has an off day today. And then D'Amico, I don't know if they're off today or not. I don't know what they're doing with Tuesday. Got the extra day with the Monday Night Football game, so I don't know exactly what they're doing today. But D'Amico Ryans met with the media today and obviously has to respond to several things. What the hell did Nico Collins, how did he not get more than 5 targets and 3 catches? C.J. Stroud's lollygagging comments. I mean, there's a ton of stuff that D'Amico responded to that as a Texans fan you definitely want to hear. And we will play that in full right here at 4:40, so make sure that you stay plugged in. But it is a Tape Drop Tuesday, and I have had time to really dial in on the offensive side of things. I'll watch the defense tonight, but the offense got combed over today, and obviously scoring 9 points and all the struggles that we saw, this isn't going to be a positive Tape Drop Tuesday for many, okay? I think the biggest thing for me is I probably gave a little too much credit yesterday, if I'm being honest. Watching that game in real time, I thought the offensive line was better than last year. I'm not real sure after watching the film that I feel that way. I'm not real sure that I'm confident in what I said yesterday. I think watching the film, they showed a lot of warts, and I think it starts top to bottom. And I think this is where we have to start with this Tape Drop Tuesday, Ron, because to be honest with you, it's the biggest, most suspect question about this team. The offensive line, right? The organization has done a poor job of putting this offensive line together. I mean, it's obvious right now their approach to and efforts to fix this offensive line in the offseason from a talent perspective have left a lot to be desired. And watching this film, it was blatantly obvious. And here's where I got to start. I'll start at the most important position and the highest paid player on this offensive line. I guess it's not the highest paid, second highest paid player on this offensive line. Cam Robinson, the offseason acquisition to be your left tackle, to replace Laramie Tunsil, to be the guy that you pay $12 to $14 million to, a veteran that you depend on. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it was because he was injured the way he was in camp and he's not over that injury. I don't know if he's still sick because he was sick earlier in the preparation week leading up to the game. I don't know if he just ain't ramped up yet because he missed all that time. I have no idea. I don't know if he gives a rip. And I'm gonna be honest with you.
You don't know if he gives a
rip. You
rip.
heard me? If to be honest with you, watching the film, Cam Robinson's got a lot of quit in him, man. It's not 12 to 14 million good. He's got a lot of quit in him. I'm watching the film with him, and we've heard physicality, we've heard a strain, we've heard finish, we've heard all these different things, technically and mechanically sound. Cam Robinson ain't doing none of it. And he quite frankly, he's one of 2 or 3 guys that are getting paid so handsomely that he should be at the very least doing those things. And again, I don't know why it is. Maybe he's not ready, maybe he's not in shape, maybe he's not healthy. I have no idea. But the tape says you can't play Cam Robinson moving forward.
So you're telling me we got rid of a Tunsil but got a Tunsil-esque like player?
Well, he don't have Tunsil talent.
Not the talent, but that quit in him, which is something that bothered all of us.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think there is a play to contact and then look around and make sure nobody falls on my back of my legs. You know, there is a play to contact, block my guy, maybe get in my guy's way, and even if the running back's still up and churning, I'm just going to stand there and watch the play unfold. There's a lot of that from Cam Robinson, and I'll be honest with you, it shocks me because watching training camp, the one thing I noticed was the offensive line was always finishing. They were always pushing the pile. They were always running to pick somebody off the pile, and Cam Robinson just ain't that. And again, whether it's just flat-out effort, whether there's an entitlement there because he's a veteran, or it's because he's not in shape or he's still injured, I don't care what the reason is.
He didn't play a lot in the preseason.
Bottom line is this. If D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio and Nick Caley, if they want to play winning football, Cam Robinson cannot start at tackle for this football team in week 2. If he's out of shape, get him over on the side and get him in shape and plug him back in when it's time. If he's injured, put him on the shelf, send him to the training room. All right?
You're saying what you saw, he was on the same level of his Ursary?
No. There's the Ursary ain't quitting. Ursary ain't quitting nothing. Ursary's trying to be physical. Now Ursary just ain't quite there yet. He's getting his ass whooped from time to time, but that's to be expected. Look, here's the deal. Cam Robinson can't play tackle for this football team in week 2. The period, point blank. That's it. And it's for Cam Robinson reasons and other reasons, right? Cam Robinson can't play. Ariante Ursary needs to be your left tackle. Period, point blank. End of story. Titus Howard is doing everything he can at right guard. I think he's doing an admirable effort, but it is blatantly obvious watching him that he don't have the skill set of a guard. He's not built like a guard. He doesn't have the play style of a guard. He is a tackle. He doesn't run. He does not have that. He does not have that mentality of being a mass mover, like deep in his heart, and he is a more of a finesse in player, in guy on the line of scrimmage that's gonna play with his athletic ability and do some things out there. He's trying his damnedest. I'm not knocking Titus Howard. I admire the hell out of him for what he's trying to do and the effort he gives. But he's a tackle. He is one of your top 2 tackles on this football team. And if you want to play winning football, you've got to play those 2 guys at tackle, right? And then you plug in Ed Ingram if he's healthy at right guard and or Juice Scruggs at right guard, and you move the hell on.
So basically you're saying having Juice Scruggs at right guard is better for this team than having Cam Robinson at left tackle. That's clearly what they decided.
Absolutely. The way this thing is set up right now, Nick Caley is got to be overwhelmed with the offensive line. You got a tackle playing guard that you need somebody that's built a little bit different, that's used to playing the game a little bit different, and you got a second-round pick in Juice Scruggs sitting on the sideline, or Ed Ingram being healthy would be a different animal. And then you can bump him outside, and you got better play at both tackles. There's no question about it after watching this film that where Cam Robinson is right now, regardless of why, he cannot play in week 2. The other part of that is Titus Howard, if you want to play winning football, is a tackle on this football team, right? And then your suspect spot is your right guard spot. Laken Tomlinson, good player, doing all he can right now, right? Jarrett Patterson, Jake Andrews, whichever one. I know Jake is hurt, so it's Jarrett. Those guys are going to give you everything they got. They're going to play sound football. They're going to get beat from time to time, but they ain't going to quit on you. Right? Your right guard is going to be your suspect position. When you start this shuffling crap around and trying to give your best 5 out there, you clearly have created more problems than you solve. And I don't think there's any doubt about that. I don't think you got your best tackles on the field playing tackle. I don't believe that you're doing right by your rookie tackle. I don't believe that you're doing right by Titus Howard, your right tackle, a tackle in this league. I don't think you're putting your best product on the field given what we just watched, because this ain't no hey, everybody be patient, it's week 1. No, this is week 21 of this crap. This is week 21 of this crap. It's more of the same, and it's more of the whole. We'll fix it. We'll get the best 5 out there. No, you need to get your tackles playing tackle, your guards playing guards, your center playing center, and let's see what that looks like. And I firmly believe after watching this film that the Cam Robinson move, the Titus Howard move, has got to happen. That creates a little bit of at least common ground for Ursery, your rookie. Because here's the deal. You get that offensive lineup out there, and you look at Nick Caley, and you go, Nick Caley, you can put Titus Howard on an island. Whether he holds up or not is irrelevant. Titus Howard is a highly paid veteran tackle on this team. You as an offensive coordinator can go into a game and expect Titus Howard to handle his business at the right tackle position, right? You got a right guard. Again, if we got into trouble, we can Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs, we can flip that back and forth. You got a center that's been center. You got a left guard that can play. And now, guess what, Nick Caley? All you got to worry about from an alignment assignment standpoint, from a pass protection standpoint, all you've got to worry about is making sure every now and then you give Ariante Urshey a little help over there on the end. Give him some different looks on that left side. He's going to be on the left side. Don't worry about it. He's going to be on the left side no matter what. Give him some different formation looks over there. Give him some different motion looks over there. Give him some chips by tight ends and running backs. Take care of my left tackle. That's all you have from a pass protection standpoint. Right? So not only do you put your best offensive line out there, not only do you have 5 guys out there that are refusing to quit and finishing every play, but now you've made it easier for your offensive coordinator as he's designing the game plan and he's protecting against what's going to be a pressure front coming from Tampa Bay. I think that's the first and biggest thing on this film, Ron, that has to happen is the offensive line. It can't consist of Cam Robinson, and they got to make some moves and keep guys in the spots where they've been practicing.
I thought it was a terrible thought and an idea of moving your rookie left tackle back and forth, and I don't think they needed to do that. Yeah.
Well, they got proof right now. Any football guy worth a flip is going to watch that film and go, guys, that was not that ain't it.
Quick question. Yesterday you said you felt like the offensive line overall was better than what we were seeing last year. After digging into the tape, you still feel that way?
I think not as confident as I did yesterday. I still feel like they were not good, but they were better in handling some of the upfront stuff. It wasn't just complete chaos every snap, right? There's still a lack of physicality. There's still a lack of communication. The scheme is still suspect, right? But it wasn't as bad as it was last year. There were moments in the run game where you got some really good push with Nick Chubb, 2 different runs with Nick Chubb, runs of plays, drives, if you will, with Nick Chubb that were pretty promising, and I don't think we saw that much last year. It's more of Joe Mixon doing things on his own. So the offensive line game film is not good. Whether at any facet of it, it is not good. They got to get it cleaned up, and I think it starts with those starting lineup adjustments.
They're all fixable.
No, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that, D'Amico. Week 21, not week 1. All right. I know everybody over there, Nick and D'Amico, and everybody likes to start over. It's a new year. It's week 1. It's a whole new season. But no, it's a whole new season, but the same old problem. So it's got to get fixed. Here's the other thing: is C.J. Stroud, right? It's obvious on this film, guys. We can kiss the C.J. Stroud having more command at the line of scrimmage thing. We can throw it out the window. We can kiss it goodbye. I don't doubt that there's intentions of C.J. Stroud doing more at the line of scrimmage, but they are in such an infancy stage of that you can't even hardly see it on film. So it may show up in a year, 2 years, or 3 years if Nick Caley makes it that long. Yeah. And maybe it'll show up mid-year into the season. But right now, that thing, I thought it was going to be a major factor in fixing the protection and kind of pointing guys out. And hearing CJ talk about having done it in high school and done it in college and how comfortable he is with it and he wants it and he welcomes it, I just didn't – not that he can or he can't do it. I just didn't see it being executed as part of what they were doing pre-snap, right? So I think that part of it for me is put on hold, to say the very least. The other thing here is that I know this is probably not fair, but the reality of it is for us Texans fans, the formula offensively for this team to be a real Super Bowl contender.
Because we watched the defense.
Yes, the formula for this team to be a true Super Bowl contender consists of C.J. Stroud being damn near perfect. And C.J. Stroud was not damn near perfect. That's just the reality of it. I think he was okay for the first rattle out of the box, but the reality of it is he's got to be the ball placement specialist that we've seen him be before. Yeah. There were 2 or 3 different balls that he threw that were just flat out misses. They were throws that you catch them, you run out of bounds, they put you in 2nd and 4 instead of 2nd and 10. And so he's got to make those throws. He did not make those throws. All right, the identifying the pressures. I think C.J. Stroud really forget about the communication piece of it and him having more command. Just C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, when he snaps the football, having his eyes where the pressure is coming from, whether he's got an answer or not, him literally seeing it. There were a few times when he was caught completely off guard, and the reality of it is he can't. C.J. Stroud's margin of error is so razor thin, and it's not fair, but it's the only way that this organization wins ball games right now. And he missed some stuff pressure wise. I think he missed some reads where Dalton Schultz was open and he wasn't even looking Dalton Schultz's way. And I think he missed some throws that he quite frankly makes in his sleep, which again, it's the margin of error is so razor thin. He's just going to have to hit those if we're going to score points.
Yeah. They getting behind schedule. At least right now, what we're seeing from this offense, getting behind schedule is a big deal.
Well,
it's harder for them to overcome.
Ron, if you've got a simple concept and Nick Chubb comes out of the backfield, runs up about 3 or 4 yards and breaks to the sideline, and you got a guy trying to cover him 10 yards off, and you throw it wide to the sideline, you don't just throw it right in his chest and let him go get 6 yards. Maybe he breaks that tackle and goes and gets 20 yards. I don't know. But like that's not CJ first. But secondly, the Texans can't miss 2 or 3 of those in a game and score points, right? I mean, that's the key here is the film made it very obvious that, yes, CJ missed some things mentally, pressure-wise, mentally from a read perspective, and then physically from just missing targets. And, again, whether it's fair or foul is up for you to decide. But it's the reality of it is I don't know how this team wins games if he's not better.
Yeah. He's got to make up for some of their issues, and his mistakes have got to be down. As you said, missing receivers to obviously turnovers. All right.
It wasn't egregious, Ron. It was just the point is just, man, it's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, a couple last year when they were starting the season and they had Nico and Diggs and Tank.
Yeah,
maybe they could. Yeah, maybe they could make up a 2nd down and 10.
Well, that's the other thing. I'm glad you said Nico's name because it reminded me. There is no excuse for the lack of Nico in this game. Zero, zilch, no chance.
Nico
Miss me with every bit of it. I don't. Yes, and then went on to give me an excuse why they didn't. Forget about it. No reason.
Forget about it. And
I don't want to hear it.
Zilch in
fact, it's so egregious when you try to make excuses, you look silly.
You look silly. Hey.
He's going to continue this in the break. Lineups coming up as the Astros are back on the field against the Blue Jays coming up. If they had to start a 3rd playoff game, we know, I believe at least most of you know, that Hunter Brown and Framber would get 2 of the starts. Who would get the 3rd? Would it be today's starter? Luis Garcia? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, All right, welcome back in on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen. All you got to do is be listening to The Drive. They've already hooked you up with somebody with a pair of tickets on Payne and Pendergast in the loop as well, and you will have the final chance to win it today coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. Also, next segment, you'll hear in full D'Amico Ryans. He spoke to the media today, and I'm telling you, you don't want to miss what he had to say. A lot of things there that he had to say that in regards to comments C.J. Stroud made, Nico Collins, a lot of things that you don't want to miss. So that's coming up here in a few moments. But the Astros, they are back at it tonight, and they are in Toronto facing Shane Bieber, who they made. That was their big trade over the deadline with Cleveland. Has been one of the better pitchers in the American League for the last couple of years. They are going to face him. Pena leads off. Alvarez is the DH. Correa is batting behind him at short. Altuve is in at second base. Sanchez and Walker behind him. Jake Myers in at center. Diaz is catching, and then Dubon is also in that lineup in the outfield. So Pena, Alvarez, Correa, Altuve, Sanchez, Walker, Myers, Diaz, Dubon in the lineup. I was just about to say, man, I wonder, is this going to be the lineup? But then again, no. I think even when they get to the postseason, if they play 3 games in that wild card round, I think we may see 3 different lineups.
What's scary
in that bad boy? But it does seem like, Clint, it's either they're finding ways to get Dubon in the game. I mean, he's playing a lot of different positions, but he is in there. Whether it is one of the corner outfield, center, second base. He's been getting a lot of run out there in the lineup. But that's the lineup today as Garcia gets the ball. By the way, Garcia, he is up for this. And I know some of you are going to have your thoughts. Framber Valdez is going to be one of the top 2 pitchers for the Houston Astros when they go to the playoffs.
2 things. Framber Valdez is going to be a top 2 pitcher when the Astros go to the playoffs, and D'Amico Ryans is the Texans head coach. Enough already.
Yes, he's the head coach.
Who will be his catcher, though?
And now his catcher won't be Cesar Salazar. I can tell you that. Guarantee that. But, yes, he is going to be one of your top 2 pitchers along with Hunter Brown. And to be honest with you, that is the best thing for the team. Yeah, he may blow up, but it's the best thing for the team. Gives you the best chance to win. Garcia goes tonight. Alexander goes Wednesday, and then Javier goes on Thursday. Is Garcia, who has just started to get back, has pitched pretty well since he's been back, Clint, is he the guy you think potentially will take that spot as the third starter? If they need a third game to be pitched, you think he is going to be that guy?
Which one did you say, Javier?
Luis Garcia.
No, I think Javier's that guy.
Do you?
I think Christian Javier's that guy. I think for me, there's a couple of things that matter. Because all of these guys have warts, right? Coming off of injury and doubts and things that we're not real sure of. I got to lean into 2 things with Christian Javier. One, he's been there before. I don't think the moment's going to be too big. Now, he may play and not play well, but I don't think it's because the moment's too big. Lights are too bright kind of situation. I think he's been there. And 2, I think when you look at stuff, he's got as good a stuff as anybody. And so I've got to lean into those 2 things, and I would have to go with Christian Javier over Luis Garcia. Now, the tough one is Jason Alexander, who's just been steady Eddie, and it's very convincing, right? But right now, where we're at, I've got to ride Christian Javier and hope that we get one of them good days from the big fella. And if not, you got some of these other guys that can piggyback.
Yeah,
but I'd go Christian Javier to answer.
Text line coming in. Number 3 pitcher, Alexander or Javier coming in from the text line. Yeah, man. If Alexander was like young and just had like serious stuff, then I think I would feel different. Like if let's say Jason Alexander was what Hunter Brown was a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. Young, amazing stuff. You're like, yeah, he ain't been in this moment, but I mean, he's got stuff to sit people down. I might really, think about it. It is hard for me to put Jason Alexander in that spot over the experience those 2 have, and especially the experience of Christian Javier, who has pitched in several big moments in the playoffs, in the World Series, started when they needed him to win. Like he just has so much experience, and I don't think he's turned into to Lance and it's just completely left him, right? I still think he could go. So I love what Jason Alexander has done. I think he has been a savior for this group, especially in the second half. You can almost say Brandon Walter at one point was that guy and then handed it over to Jason Alexander, who's really stepped up for the team. But I got to go with the experience of Javier.
I'd go Christian Javier, then I would go Jason Alexander, then I would go Luis Garcia. I mean, we've seen 1 start from Luis Garcia. I mean, I'm not ready.
I think he's had 2.
Has
right?
he had 2?
Yeah, I think he's had 2.
I'm looking at this deal here. It says has 1, but nonetheless,
it's 1. But he's going tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, I think the first time.
The first one he went 6 innings and he didn't give up any runs. Maybe I'm tripping. Go ahead.
But this is nonetheless the point being is I have not seen enough from him this year to go, boy, I'm going to put him over Jason Alexander. I would go Jason Alexander in the 4 spot based on what I know right now, and see if Luis Garcia can't convince me over the next. Like, I'm probably going to get 2 or 3 more starts before the season's over. And let those 2 or 3 games dictate whether Luis can upseat Jason Alexander. That's where I'd be at right now with the rotation.
All right, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. He spoke to the media, and I'm telling you, you don't want to miss what he had to say. We'll let you hear what the head coach had to say as they head into week 2 against the Bucs.
All right, y'all. Look, if you're in the process of even thinking about selling your home, you'd like to start a bidding war, right? Heck, who wouldn't? Well, let me tell you how you do it. You do it with Fast Track offers from Orchard. That's how. It's a program that flips a slow market into your favor. Here's an example. My man Chris needed to sell his home fast, but didn't want to take a low ball.
50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Remember, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. In the 5 o'clock hour, you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen, so make sure you're listening for your chance to win. It's the final time of the day right here on Sports Radio 610. Also, I love this. I'm doing the same thing punk-ass Jim did on Sunday. Football talk.
A great game?
No. Football talk on Sports Radio 610 presented by Paramount Plus. I heard him do this read. Sylvester Stallone is back, Tony, in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces the most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. And also,
most outstanding way I've ever heard anyone get into a read.
And also, Fire Country coming up next after we get done here in Orchard Park.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I heard old Jim Nance do this exact read I just did on the game on Sunday. I said,
"Oh, did you?"
Yes. I laughed as soon as I saw it come in.
You and Jim Nance sharing clients, man.
Yeah, I want to kick him in his nuts. All right, let's listen to D'Amico.
Shut up and let me do my job,
Mama. Let's listen to D'Amico Ryans as he spoke to the media earlier today.
Appreciate you guys, man. We'll just start off just the injury update. Understand Stover hurt his foot, so he'll miss some time. Really hate that. He's playing tough, physical, exactly how we want it done. So he'll miss some time. So we'll have to, upgrade our tight end room from that perspective. Andrews rolled his ankle, so he'll be day to day. See how that goes. Barrios and Kirk are doing well on their recovery. We'll see how they go this week. No timetable set right now for those guys.
What are some challenges that the Buccaneers? I can't talk.
You're good.
What are some challenges that the Buccaneers present, especially in the passing game?
Yeah, the Bucks. One thing I'll say about the Bucks is starting off watching the tape, man. Baker Mayfield he's playing the best he's played his career. Todd has done a really nice job of working with Baker. And the passing game, they were first in the league in passing last year, or they were top 5 in pretty much all the major offensive categories last year. And it shows they have weapons at receiver. Mike Evans has done it for a long time, continues to shine. The young kid, Igbuka, has done a really nice job making some explosive plays. He showed up big time for them in their game versus Atlanta. And Baker, he does a really nice job of just moving around, scrambling in the pocket, keeping plays alive. You see toughness, you see grittiness from Baker, which allows their passing game to thrive.
I don't want to act like the 2023 game has any bearing on today, because it doesn't. But
you asking the question, so it does.
I want to preface that first. But what was probably like the fondest memory of that, and did you feel like that kind of helped you all's confidence kind of going into that season and to today too?
No, I understand that. That 2023 game was an outstanding game, probably one of the most memorable games of my head coaching career. It was just unbelievable to have such back and forth play, right? The way Baker played in that game, made some big time plays down the stretch there. They were able to score on us in the red zone, and we get the ball back. Luckily, they scored. We let them score quick enough, so we can have a little time left for CJ and the offense to drive down the field. And just remember that drive. It's such a memorable drive. He hits a couple passes short, then we hit Tank on the big 7 route towards their sideline, and then come back the next play, and then we hit Tank, in the end zone. I mean, what a memorable play. One that always resonates in my mind. Just when you see rookies who made the plays that they were able to make at that time, you knew we had something special in those guys.
Coach, against another strong defensive front from the Buccaneers, what are some of the things that you observed after watching the Rams game as far as being able to help the offense get going this week?
Yeah, another great defensive line, starting with Vita Vea. He's a force in the middle. He does a really nice job run stopping. Also, they drop him back in coverage a little bit too. So he's a very versatile player. But their front, it comes from Todd's philosophy. He's going to bring a lot of exotic pressures. There are going to be pressures from safeties, nickels, like everybody's coming, and They do a really good job of disguising it. So we just really have to do a great job as an offense when the picture changes. Like, how are we reacting and responding the proper way, communicating the proper way when the picture changes? That'll be a challenge for us this week.
Aziz called himself the emotional regulator of the defense and the team. Is that something you saw? Yeah, you like that? I thought so too. Is that something you saw dating back to San Francisco, and how do you see that manifest itself now today on the sidelines, I guess?
Aziz he's matured so much as a leader. For me, working with Aziz as a rookie in 2019 and where he is now, I see so much growth, so much leadership in him. I mean, you want somebody to talk to the team, he's the guy. So if it's the emotional regulator, he does that. He has a really great pulse of the locker room because of his connection with everyone. Like, Aziz is a guy, he can communicate with anyone very well. He can encourage you. He can give you some philosophy. He's a wise young man, and I'm happy to have him in our locker room where he can guide a lot of our players.
Can you talk about who that person is for you on offense, who the, emotional regulator is? Is there a guy on offense that, I know it's a whole team, but is there somebody on offense who does that?
It's a whole team, Kim. It's a whole team. I said the one guy that really stands out in there is Aziz, just for our entire team. I think from a standpoint, we have a lot of young guys, and Aziz is a guy he's seen it in different teams. He's been on multiple teams. He knows how I operate. He knows what I expect, more so than anyone on the team. So he's the guy that I think that our entire team can lean on.
A player like Nico Collins on offense, what's the balance between, hey, we want to make sure we get him the football enough, but also not change the way you operate the offense and make sure he's as involved as can be in the gameplay?
Yeah. Throw it to Nico as many times as we can. Yeah, of course, that's everybody knows that's a question everybody wants to answer. Of course, we want to get the ball to Nico. He's one of our best players. But offensively, I just think when you go back to the game on Sunday, we have so many plays where we're kind of playing behind the sticks and we're not doing things that we're trained to do. We're not doing things conducive to staying on track and being able to run our offense in that type of fashion. It's going to be hard, to get the ball to a certain player here or there, right? Because you're second and 18, second and 10, third and long. Like, that's not where you want to operate as an offense. So we just got to come back this week, just do the things that we're coached to do, make sure we're staying on track offensively, making sure everybody's on the same page, and we're just putting ourselves in position to make positive plays. And when we have those positive plays, then it opens up the offense for us to be able to get the ball to whoever we want to get the ball to.
Jerry Patterson is filling in, and you have him in there. What do you see from him? And also just wanted to ask about the possibility of Harrison Bryant helping.
Yeah, Patterson has done a nice job. Patterson's played a lot of ball for us. He filled in last year. He stepped in wherever, guard, center. Patterson's going to give you everything he has, and that's all we expect from him. And I'm encouraged with how he plays.
With staying on track and penalties, how much are penalties about discipline and maybe just like overcompensating for not winning your individual matchup?
Yeah, so many different penalties happen in that game, so it's like, which penalty you want to talk about? It's you have some penalties where you're being a little too overly aggressive at times. Some penalties are technical where you're trying to be aggressive, hands come up a little bit. So things like that happen in the game, right? But the things you can't control for me are the pre-snap penalties, right? Making sure we're in the right formation, no illegal shifts, no jumping off sides when we know. So it's just the pre-snap things. Those are the ones that are unacceptable to me because those we fully control those. So let's get those out of the way, and then let's see how we are. But aggressive penalties are going to happen. We're not losing our mind over that.
Are there things you can do in practice to limit those? I mean, I'm sure you already focus on him and tell him, not to do them. But when you have a game like you did on Sunday with so many penalties, do you do anything different in practice to guard against it?
Guys, most of the time when the penalties happens, it's about poor technique. So if your hands are too high, when we don't coach hands high, your hands are supposed to be low. You just need to kind of refocus yourself on actually doing and training yourself mentally and physically to do it exactly how we're coaching it to do. Right, then you don't have penalties when it comes to hands to the face mask type penalties, holding type penalties, making sure you're in a proper stance, making sure you're playing with low pads. Again, and if you play the right way, then you eliminate some of those just by playing with good technique and fundamentals.
After the game, CJ mentioned that he thought that there was lollygagging, not a great week of practice. You mentioned Aziz as a guy that knows what you want. So during the week, is that something you can recognize that can change? Who are you looking at offensively to say, hey, this is to stop like right now versus come Sunday, like, oh, it just wasn't a good week? Like, how do you stop having a bad week?
Yeah, it's never an entire group. That's the one thing about it. So there are individuals that have their moments throughout the week, and the lollygagging, it's a term everybody want to use now. It's for me, it's just our tempo, right, in and out of the huddle, right? We got to get in and out of the huddle quicker so we can get to the line of scrimmage so we can operate and make sure we got checks and things we have to make at the line of scrimmage. Well, to make those checks in the proper manner, right, we got to get out with some urgency. So the urgency piece from everybody has to pick up from the offensive side of the ball, right? The urgency picks up, then we'll be able to operate cleaner when it comes to pre-snap and post-snap.
So who are you looking at to say, like,
you're
to
looking
pick
at
that
him.
speed
You're
up?
looking at him. I handle everything comes back to me. It's not about me. Oh, I need to talk to a player about doing this or that. We'll get it fixed. It's on me.
You said it before during training camp how much the fans here invigorate this team and seeing them and having them be part of training camp and giving the energy to the team. What are you most looking forward to when it comes to, obviously, a home opener can reinvigorate a team coming off a loss in week one?
For us, we got to go play the right way, right? Fans show up, be excited about what we do here, but for our fans to be excited about anything we do here in Houston, the Texans have to play better. You good? Go ahead.
You answered it. I got it.
All right. You sure? All right.
Yeah, I got one.
You good? Okay. SARS always got to.
Coach, I know that there's only been one undefeated team that has completed a whole season undefeated. I think 1972 Miami Dolphins, right? So you know that going into that, it's going to be hard to win every game. How much do you emphasize, hey guys, it's only week one. We still have a whole lot of football left. How do you tell them, hey, it's just one game, let's move past this and get on and move on to Tampa Bay?
Yeah, SARS, thank you, man. That's the nature of our business, right? You lose, fire everybody, trade every player, right? You win, going to the Super Bowl. Like, then the next week, everything, I get it. Like, that's the nature of our business. It's exciting because you have so many different outlets, so many different people have an opinion. So many people love football. So I love the passion. I love the energy that comes with this, right? It's fun, man. We really enjoy this. We understand the seriousness of it as well, right? But to that point, the realistic point is one game. It's week one. The building isn't burning down. It's week one. We go back and we fix what we need to fix, come out and do the things that we can control. That's the main emphasis for this week. How can we just control the controllables and press forward? And now, when you have a chance to truly compete, now let's see what happens.
All right, that's head coach D'Amico Ryans. He covered a lot of different things, from lollygagging to leaders on the offense and defensive side of the ball. Nico Collins, a lot there as he spoke with the media earlier today. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We'll get you ready for the Astros, but not only that, some of the injury front. They are getting another healthy pitcher back. We will tell you who that is, and some adjustments on the injury front again. Back-to-back days, starters the Texans are going to be without. We'll let you know the latest on all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
I am just saying.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the producer, the face that produces the place. Excuse me. Tyler Milner in the building. 5 o'clock fire is upon you, by the way. T-Mill's Best Bet's coming up a little bit later on. And also, in this hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets. A pair of tickets on this Texans Ticket Tuesday to be in the bullpen for Monday night's game against the Buccaneers. So stay tuned and make sure you're listening. You never know when it's going to happen during the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint. Before we get going on the lineups and in this game tonight, J.P. France, according to The Athletic, Clint, is expected to join the Astros roster during this series against the Blue Jays, and he has been working out of the bullpen in AAA Sugarland, and will look to continue to do that up with the big club with the Astros. For you, J.P. France, what is the significance of him returning to the Astros?
Hell, anybody we can get that's shown some promise in the past is that we can get back in any capacity, whether it's a starting rotation or it's the bullpen is obviously big for the Astros. I mean, look, we've seen J.P. France be really effective at the Major League Baseball level. Yep. We've seen him be a quality starter in this league for a very short period of time, and so the way. Again, the entire pitching staff, not just the starting rotation or the bullpen or the front end, the back end, like the whole thing has been a mess all year long with injuries. And so you get a guy like J.P. France back, again, in whatever capacity that you can get him. I got to believe it's promising. Now, he's coming off of surgery. He's coming off of a long stint away from the game, and he's still ramping up and building up and all this kind of thing. And so we'll see what level of player we're going to get. We're up against it. He's not going to have but a handful of outings, between now and when it really matters. And hell, let's be honest, with the Astros and the Rangers and the Mariners all tied at the top of the division, I would say right now matters. So J.P. France is coming in at a moment with there's potentially some high leverage situations he's going to be put in sooner rather than later. So I don't know if there's a ton of time to figure out what he brings to the table, but it is always good, Ron, to obviously get a guy like that back that we've seen some flashes of really, really good from in some capacity. So
I agree.
I'm here for it, man.
He's been somebody who has had success getting hitters out when he's been healthy. And, again, we talked about it. The name of the game right now with Bennett Sousa on the IL right now trying to recover, with Caleb Ort trying to recover, and then obviously, like you're probably – in the space of, hey, if some miracle occurred and Josh Hader returned, then that would happen. But I think most are the thought of you're probably going to be without Josh Hader, who still isn't throwing yet, and it's September 9th. They're going to have to get creative to get to the ninth inning or to get to their closer.
Yeah.
And he may be another route that they may try to go. Is he somebody that comes in if there's struggles and pitches the 6th and the 7th or whatever they have to do, a guy that can go multiple innings? So, yeah, they just need the arms of guys who have experience and have had a good amount of success getting major league hitters out. Yeah,
they need options, right? And I don't know, out of the Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, who was the third one that we're working with here that we talked about earlier?
Alexander.
Like I don't know
JJ.
I don't know that one of those guys is going to be end up in there with J.P. France sooner rather than later. So I mean, look, we just need options, and hopefully it all comes together over the next handful of weeks.
Well, the lineup tonight, Garcia, as you just talked about, he's going tonight. He will have the lineup in front of him. Jeremy Pena leading off. Alvarez, he's the DH tonight. Correa behind him. Altuve's at second base tonight with Sanchez in right, Walker at third, Myers in center, and Yainer Diaz is catching with Dubon in left. So that is the lineup tonight for Garcia as they look to go in. And to me, this is a good series. This is the second best record in the American League, and they've been playing really well. George Springer, we all know him as Tyler has let him. He is smoking hot. 16 home runs, 9 stolen bases, 66 hits, and almost 40 RBIs in his last 45 games. So he has been rolling. So this will be a good test for those guys going up against another playoff team that you may see later on.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we just heard a lot from D'Amico Ryans as he spoke with the media today. Another big thing coming off of yesterday, you lost Cade Stover's a starter, at the tight end spot. You lost Cade Stover indefinitely. There's not a timetable on him, but it is going to be some time with the broken foot, obviously. And then the guy that we were wondering about was Jake Andrews coming out of the game, as at one point he had to be carted off the field and didn't return. He has a high ankle sprain, Clint, and timetable for his return is undetermined. The thought is it could have been worse, but he is going to be replaced at this point by Jarrett Patterson for the time being. But they could be without not only one of their starting tight ends, they could also be without Jake Andrews. I guess the thought is we saw the offensive line have some shakeup last week, and there were some struggles there. How big of a difference and how much do you anticipate a difference in terms of struggles with Jake Andrews out and now Jarrett Patterson in?
Not much, if any at all. Look, I think they've done a really good job at the center position. Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans done a really good job at the center position in the sense of having two centers on this football team. Two guys that have played center long term, not necessarily in the league, but long term. They played a lot of snaps of football at the center position. And so, I think this is one gets injured, boom, you slide the next center in there, and it's the way it should be. It makes perfect sense. Jarrett Patterson has played a lot of football. He's played a lot of football here in Houston. He's played a lot of football with C.J. Stroud. And so I don't see this being a problem unless they make it an issue and make it more difficult than it needs to be and try to get Juice Scruggs involved in this thing somehow, some way. This seems to be very seamless. Jarrett Patterson, who, again, has been there before with this quarterback, it's as seamless a transition as you can make. Get him to work all week long, and then you go into a game with a guy you feel pretty comfortable with at center. I think this was literally splitting hairs when you're talking about Jake Andrews or Jarrett Patterson, who's your starter from jump. I think this is a true 1A, 1B type of scenario, for being completely honest. I got a lot of I mean, you can argue Jarrett Patterson last year was the one guy that probably played at or above his ceiling the most of the time when he was in there. And so this is one for me that I have zero concerns about, given how they've attacked the center position with these two guys in particular.
Yeah, when you look at those two injuries we just talked about, the two that are coming out of that game, even though you hear it, oh man, you lost your starting center, and you lost arguably, I would say, your second tight end, right? Dalton Schultz is your lead tight end. You lost, one would think, shoot, center, one of the most important parts on the offensive line. I'm with you. I think the Texans potentially feel the Cade Stover loss more than the Jarrett Patterson loss.
Well, I tell you, it's a tape drop Tuesday, and there are a couple of positives to take away offensively, and one of them was Cade Stover. Unfortunately, it's all for none because he's not going to play again, at least for the foreseeable future. But there's a play. There's two actually back-to-back plays, and fans that you watch the game, you'll remember. I think it's the first stretch of run plays when they just turned around and fed Nick Chubb between the guards, really downhill, and he was kicking out an end. It was Zero Bryant, who had a really good game. And the first time he comes across there, he squares up this cat and caught him kind of off guard. Well, he fell into Nick Chubb and made the tackle about 4 yards down the field. The very next play, they run the same play, and Cade Stover comes across there, and you can see old buddy, same guy, is like, I ain't going to take this one on the chin. He's more worried about getting hit in the face by by Cade Stover than Nick Chubb running through the hole, and Nick Chubb went right behind Cade Stover. So it was just a perfect example of when you choose to play with physicality versus kind of just shield and turn your shoulder, it changes the game drastically. And Cade Stover was the one that put that on film in back-to-back plays. Unfortunately, again, that's the player that you lose. So now it's going to be up to Dalton Schultz and more than likely, obviously, Harrison Bryant. Hell, I don't think they got any other options. Harrison Bryant.
He said they're gonna have to improve their tight end room.
Yeah. Well, I think Harrison Bryant and Dalton Schultz can get it done. For the short term, and I just don't know that you're gonna go out there and find, unless you make a trade.
Yeah,
you're gonna go out there and find somebody that's available and ready ASAP.
I know Tyler was saying it. You were saying it when we came in Monday. There was a point in the first quarter that was a bright spot, getting the tight ends. They're starting to get the tight ends open out of that. So we'll see what kind of additions they make before the game coming up on Monday night. But that is the latest there. Jake Andrews, the latest starting player on the offense that may miss some time.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, last Thursday, there was the oddest way to kick off a game. We were up at Kirby Ice House watching it together, and Jalen Carter got ejected after he spit on Dak Prescott. And there was concerns and wonders if he would get any kind of other consequence, suspension, or anything else tied to that. The NFL says Jalen Carter ejection serves as his suspension for spitting. Carter will forfeit his Week 1 game check, which is worth over $57,000. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, but will be available to play in the Eagles' Week 2 Super Bowl rematch against Kansas City Chiefs. The Players Association also notified the league that Carter has waived his right to appeal the punishment. Your thoughts when you watch it? You feel like this was a fair assessment of how things went, that they used that game since he didn't play in it at all. Yeah. That is how they use it as suspension.
Look, I don't have a problem with the game. I don't have a problem with him getting kicked out of the game in the moment. $57,000. I'm sorry. I just will never understand finding somebody that kind of money, even for spitting on a human being. Like it was. I think the detail, he spit on his chest. It was pregame. It wasn't like it was in the middle of a fight and he punched him in the face or he put him in any kind of harm's way. Not in any way, shape, or form condoning spitting on another human being. I mean, I don't know that there's anything more disrespectful that you can do to a man, if we're being completely honest. But knowing the details that we know right now of kind of the spitting back and forth thing, I don't know that it wasn't. I mean, that's completely out of line, out of pocket, no question about it. But I don't know that in his crazy mind that it wasn't some kind of kind of deal. You spit at me, I spit at you kind of deal. $57,000 is a lot of money. I will never in my life understand how the fining system works in the league.
Going to charity.
I mean, look, I get it, man. Those guys make a lot of money, but damn.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
I'm with you, T, but 50,
I know you are.
50, yeah. I mean, it's damn near 60 stacks. I mean, damn. I mean,
hope he's got deep pockets.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, well, he's definitely got that. But boy, it's just, and they're going to get deeper in the next couple of years. But
as long as he can stop doing silly stuff like this,
the getting kicked out of the game, I get, man. The money, Ron, is just is a big number for me. Outside of putting, you put another man's life at risk or health at risk. Yeah. I mean, hit him hard. That's a lot of money for me, man.
Yeah, and I think listen, he didn't play a snap in the game.
Not a one.
So, and if you were going to suspend him, like if this happened in the fourth quarter, and he had been playing, there's 5 minutes in the fourth quarter, then I think potentially suspension may be on the table because, that's. But he didn't play a single down in the game. He's losing, as you said, almost $60,000. I think that is enough. I don't think they need to take any more action. This didn't need to be a 2 or 3 game situation or anything like that. I think it is completely fair, and he should be in that game, and he will be in that game. I got no problem with that against the Chiefs coming up on Sunday. But I do that. He has put himself in a situation where now he's on alert if he does other silly stuff, that these suspensions and and the consequences are going to get worse once you put yourself in this situation. Which,
yep,
hopefully for him, he learns from it, and because he's a great player, one of the best players and best defensive players in the game. As you said, them pockets going to get deeper because of what he has done since he's been there. All right, coming up, I ain't going to lie to you. This is what we're going to do. As soon as we get back, we are going to hook somebody up with a pair of tickets to the Texans and Bucs Monday Night Football game. So stay tuned and listen. As soon as we get back, we are going to give the cue to call. Tyler will open up the phone lines, and you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see your Texans play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, man. I just got me one of them old Drive collector glasses that we're handing out at our Friday live broadcast. And I'm gonna tell you what first thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put me one of them old cold Coors Light I got at the house. I'm gonna pour it off in there. I don't typically like to drink my cold beer out of a mug like this. I typically drink it out of a Coors Light bottle with little mountains on the side of every can, bottle, aluminum pint staring back at me. But I think I'm gonna pour a little cold Coors Light, the cold beer that is made to chill, known as the world's most refreshing. It's got all.
own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon tomorrow on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That is a Texans
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it, baby. The first Ticket Tuesday of the regular season is now caller number 7 for you, CJ Stroud. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. I almost got choked up there.
God bless, brother.
Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. You have a chance to be our winner, to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen. Tyler is opening up the phone lines, and we will get our next winner. You will be the third and final winner of the day, as there was a winner on Payne and Pendergast in the loop, and now right here on the drive. Tyler will take care of you. Hopefully you get this dub here today and you can be there. But as Clint, you said earlier, hey, come mess with us on Friday. You'll have a chance to win tickets as well on Friday, as we're doing that each and every week on Football Friday as well. So come on out and hang out with us then. But your chance right now, caller number 7, 713-572-4610, your chance to win a pair of tickets. So Tyler will let us know who that is. And happy for somebody. Happy for somebody that's going to have their day made right there. And then to the others who are going to be pissed off, I'm sorry. Again, come on out Friday. Give yourself a chance to win. Be like our guy Ron at Talyers. He won the tickets, and so you gotta be there to get them. But hopefully you get these here. All right, Clint. I know for you, you didn't really love, or maybe not even love, but maybe surprised by what you heard there from D'Amico. Today in his press conference, we heard it just now at 4:40, D'Amico addressed the lollygagging situation and then addressed the conversation of who's kind of that guy on that side of the ball that they want to help create urgency. Here it is first, him responding to the team, according to the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, having a rough practice week, or could have practiced better, and lollygagging. This is his response to that.
Yeah, it's never an entire group. That's the one thing about it. So there are individuals that have their moments throughout the week, and the lollygagging, it's a term everybody want to use now. It's for me, it's just our tempo, right, in and out of the huddle, right? We got to get in and out of the huddle quicker so we can get to the line of scrimmage, so we can operate and make sure we got checks and things we have to make at the line of scrimmage. Well, to make those checks in the proper manner, right, we got to get out with some urgency. So the urgency piece from everybody has to pick up from the offensive side of the ball, right? The urgency picks up, then we'll be able to operate cleaner when it comes to pre-snap and post-snap.
All right, as he said there, with the offense getting to the line of scrimmage quicker, just that urgency. And then the follow-up was, who is that person on that offensive side of the ball that kind of creates picking up the urgency?
So who are you looking at to say, like,
you're looking
pick
at
that speed
You're
up?
looking at him. I handle everything. Comes back to me. It's not about me. Oh, I need to talk to a player about doing this or that. We'll get it fixed. It's on me.
All right, what's your response to there, where you heard him kind of going into the lollygagging point and the offense, and then talking about urgency, and then obviously saying the buck is with him trying to get that right on that offensive side of the ball?
Well, look, first of all, I'm on record obviously yesterday, but I want to reiterate. Look, I love the fact that C.J. Stroud was clearly not okay with what just happened Sunday and stepped out maybe of his comfort zone, but stepped out into a leadership role and was like, nah, we got to be better. We didn't deserve to win that damn game. I greatly appreciate that. I would argue that it's one of the better moments for CJ as it pertains to being the alpha on that offense, being the guy that holds people accountable on the offense. I think it was a step in the right direction. So with that said, I think D'Amico's comments today were a huge missed opportunity. I thought D'Amico had the opportunity to say, hey, look, the lollygagging comment, the not being prepared comment, the whatever he meant about the he loves having confidence, but you also have a standard to get to work up to a certain level. Whatever CJ meant when he's talking about grit and not having the grit when negative plays happen and not being able to work through that, whatever my quarterback said, he's in the huddle, man. He's looking these guys in the eyes every single play, every single day. So if the quarterback says it, man, I'm locking arms with him and we're just going to fix it, right? That's the leader of our offense right there. And if he says it, if he feels like he needs to vocalize it, then I'm with him, man. We got to absolutely get it fixed. Like, I thought D'Amico missed an opportunity to have his quarterbacks back. Not that he doesn't have his quarterbacks back, by the way. I think they got a fine relationship. I'm not creating some kind of crazy narrative here. But I thought it was a missed opportunity by the head coach to really kind of encourage his young quarterback to take the bull by the horns and take the reins of this offense. Because I'll be honest with you, I think other than playing great, which we've seen C.J. Stroud do, I think this is one of the more convincing moments that C.J. Stroud has had in terms of holding people accountable and taking over the offense, taking over the room, and not being okay with it. So I thought it was a missed opportunity first and foremost by D'Amico Ryans in that light. And then my question with his response of it's not about a group of people and him kind of leaning into this whole it's about tempo in and out of the huddle thing. Like my response to that immediately is we went to training camp, man. Yeah. We've watched D'Amico Ryans hover over the offense. And by the way, I love that he's doing it, but we've watched him like Hawkeye the offense the entire training camp. Like, if tempo in and out of the huddle was a problem, why are we waiting until after game one to acknowledge that we need to focus on it and emphasize it? You got a brand new quarterback, brand new offensive coordinator who all we've heard about is juice and energy. Why is tempo a problem? Why is urgency a problem? I don't like the thought of like having to address that after it's blatantly obviously a problem. D'Amico's been hovering and really, really keeping an eye on what's going on offensively. So, that I think really this was a missed opportunity and a more what the heck is going on type of response for me.
Yeah. Rob Torres on YouTube says, why are we assuming that CJ isn't the one that was lollygagging and that's why D'Amico didn't say something? Listen, I don't know. I don't know who, they didn't give names of lollygagging or anything.
It very well could have been, but it speaks even more to the issue.
But the two things that jump out to me from that whole thing was, one, he didn't clearly align himself with agreement with CJ about the practice as a team and the lollygagging. It seemed like they weren't on the same page in thinking on that, and he let us know that, and then also that when he was hit multiple times about who's that guy on that side of the offense. There was another time earlier in the press conference where he was asked, who is that guy? Who is that guy on this team and on your offense? Who is that guy that is like Azeez Al-Shire? It felt like a leadership question, and he didn't have a name, didn't say C.J. Stroud, and then ultimately, as you heard there at the end, said it goes to him. Those two things really jumped out to me.
Y'all gotta be ready to go,
that were surprising.
Well, yeah, Ron, I think you hit the nail on the head. It just doesn't surprise me because we've been talking about this lack of leadership on the offensive side of the football for 6 months. And not necessarily that it wasn't there, but questioning who is it going to be. right? Like, obviously, we don't know who that's going to be. And then with Joe Mixon out, it's even tenfold more important, right? Is it going to be Nico? Is it going to be Titus? Is it going to be Nick Chubb? Is it going to be Dalton Schultz? Is it going to be C.J. Stroud? And so, me personally, I'm not creating this narrative. I'm not creating this thought. I've voiced it on this radio station for 6 months now.
But you're not surprised D'Amico didn't say CJ. Yes,
no, I'm not. I am.
Were you, Tyler? I was surprised he didn't say CJ.
I would have thought he would.
No, I would have thought that he would have just to save face, right? But I am not surprised that the head coach didn't immediately jump to putting C.J. Stroud in the same sentence with Azeez Al-Shaair. Like that. Like I've had questions about all of those guys. Like, do they have I'll put my foot on your neck type of abilities? And I think that is, again, to me, that's kind of where CJ was going. It takes everybody some time to get comfortable and come into their own and be that guy. And I felt like that's where CJ Stroud was going. And we'll see what he does moving forward. I hope CJ doesn't backtrack any of his comments, regardless of what anybody in the organization says. I hope CJ says, "No, I said what I said. I meant what I said, and we got to get better."
We'll hear from D'Amico and CJ again on Thursday, and we'll hear from Nick Caley as well on Friday. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets. He will try to get you some cash tonight. The Astros are back at it, so I'm certain they will make an appearance in T-Mill's best bets. And speaking of D'Amico, he spoke about. Well, I think there were a lot of things offensively that got to Clint and got to many of you. I think this may be the number one thing that got to many folks that were Texans fans with this offense, and D'Amico addresses it. We'll discuss that and listen to that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Synergenics and Low T Center, man, they're the original MVPs of the testosterone replacement therapy game. They've been changing the lives of men across the country for over a decade now. And look, over the decades, sure, a lot of other players have entered the TRT game. It's a competitive industry, no doubt about it. But the reality is, Synergenics and Low T Center are hands down the best option. Look, it's not just talk; it's true. It's what they do. They can completely change every aspect of your life, fellas. Fellas, if you've been thinking about TRT, know this: if you want to be better at work, better with your wife, better in the gym, fellas, you can absolutely crush it all. On top of that, you choose what you want: treatments in clinic or at-home treatments, right? Ladies, Synergenics and Low T Center are calling to you as well. They have a long history of helping women find the hormonal balance that brings balance back into their lives, right? So men, women, I'm telling you, ladies, gents, what are you waiting for? Restore your energy like a pro and get on the rest of your life. It's easy, baby. Book your appointment now at trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com. You'll be wishing you did it sooner.
C.J. Stroud doesn't want to hear any excuses after a tough Texans loss to open the season.
You can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. I think we'll be all right, but I think it's a good wake-up call for us.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Metro. I'm seeing delays on 290, the Northwest Freeway outbound. Now, 290 is backed up to the West Loop exit, actually. Next time, avoid these delays by taking the Metro Park and Ride at the North.
ethos.com/radio.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Thomas, who is our winner for the 2 tickets in the bullpen. Congratulations to Thomas, who pulled it off and got it done. And congratulations to all our winners today on all 3 shows right here on Sports Radio 610 on our first regular season Ticket Tuesday of the year. Stay tuned. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. You will hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. He will be on with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. They got 2 hours tonight, 6 to 8 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. And then following them, Area 45. They were off last night because of Monday Night Football, but damn it, they back tonight. They're going from 8 until midnight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, Area 45 back and rolling tonight, and they follow Texans All Access at 8 o'clock. Coming up in a little bit, we will have T-Mill's Best Bet as well, so stay tuned for that. All right, as we teased, one of the biggest things, and there were some things that people had issue with the offense in the game against the Rams, from not being able to finish, not being able to score touchdowns, not being able to score in the second half, issues with the offensive line, pressure, the running game consistently. But I would argue, Clint, the biggest thing that I think may have gotten under your skin and maybe gotten under many people's skin is they looked over there and you looked on the team and you're like, there's no Christian Kirk, there's no Joe Mixon, and the biggest weapon you have is what many people believe is a top 10 wide receiver in this league, and Nico Collins, and you couldn't early get him started and throughout the game. He had 3 catches for 25 yards on 5 targets. And that is Cade Stover had more catches in the game than he did, and 1 less target. And D'Amico Ryans, he addressed it. He spoke and answered and gave his thoughts on the lack of involvement from his top threat, Nico Collins.
Throw it to Nico as many times as we can. Yeah, of course, that's everybody know that's a question everybody wants to answer. Of course, we want to get the ball to Nico. He's one of our best players. But offensively, I just think when you go back to the game on Sunday, we have so many plays where we're kind of playing behind the sticks and we're not doing things that we're trained to do. We're not doing things conducive to staying on track and being able to run our offense in that type of fashion. Is going to be hard, to get the ball to a certain player here or there, right? Because you're 2nd and 18, 2nd and 10, 3rd and long. Like, that's not where you want to operate as an offense. So we just got to come back this week, just do the things that we're coached to do, make sure we're staying on track offensively, making sure everybody's on the same page, and we're just putting ourselves in position to make positive plays. And when we have those positive plays, then it opens up the offense for us to be able to get the ball to whoever we want to get the ball to.
We talked about it Friday. I said if the Texans will lose if they struggle on first downs. First downs will be a big key to this team, Clint, and that seems to be where he is going with issues of getting Nico involved of early downs and putting themselves in 2nd and 3rd and long is as a reasoning of why Nico couldn't get involved like they wanted to.
Well, look, I think overall, I think he's grasping at straws. I think when it's all said and done, that I'd argue you getting 2nd and 18 is probably a better idea to look for Nico than it was on 1st and 10. So I would argue that it's better to look for Nico on 3rd and 8+ than it is on 3rd and 1, right? So I think there's just a little bit of kind of grasping for straws here, grasping for an answer. But I think the bigger picture here for me, Ron, is this is rinse and repeat, right? If you look at what I believe got Bobby Slowick in real hot water and like out of good terms, I think, in the locker room, was Bobby Slowick last year. Every time the offense struggled, it was never, hey, man, I got to be better. I got to do this. We need to do this. It was always, we just got to execute. We just got to execute. Ain't nothing wrong with the offense. Ain't nothing wrong with the play calls. Ain't nothing wrong with tossing the ball into the boundaries. There's nothing wrong with this. Like, there's nothing wrong with the outside zone. There's nothing wrong with it. Was always got to execute. Got to execute. No, I ain't changing it. Got to execute. Like in other words, when you say that, it's like, look, the struggles aren't on me. The struggles are on the players, right? When you look at, and again, I think D'Amico is grasping for straws, so it's a little bit out of pocket here. But again, this is the kind of stuff that got Bobby in trouble. It's not the offense, it's not the OC, it's not the plan going in, it's the players not executing, right? D'Amico said not doing things that we're trained to do, not doing things that are conducive to staying on track. Make positive plays to open up the offense to get the ball to whoever we want to get the ball to. Like, those are all like, nah, it ain't Nick Caley. And I know, look, I know D'Amico's trying to protect his young coach. But at the end of the day, where I think you got to tread lightly is that this group, really CJ and Nico and the guys that are still around, I think there's a good chance that last year Bobby Slowick, a big falling out with Bobby Slowick was that he kept putting it on the players and never changed for 18 weeks. So I think you got to tread lightly here. I don't think any of those are good excuses why Nico Collins didn't get more touches. I think D'Amico, Ron, could have just said, best player on our offense, man, we got to get him more touches. Of course we want to get him more touches. Next question. You know what I mean?
Just to say, Clint, I really don't give a damn how it happens. They got to figure it out.
No question. It should never happen.
I don't give a rip. We can look up and down it, right? Like, you got C.J. Stroud in his prime, Nico Collins in his prime. We've watched Nico Collins not have a soul on the offense around him and still catch 9-10 balls in games.
We have.
I mean, we can look up here. Aaron Rodgers got the ball to somehow DK Metcalf got touches, right? Even late with a rookie, Justin Jefferson had more catches and ended up getting touches in the end zone, right? And I mean, like, we can go around everybody. There are teams that are focusing on dudes that are their top weapons that are getting touches. And if they don't, and especially when they're in their prime, figure it out. You got to get him touches. And it is not, it shouldn't be that easy to take him out of the game. Because we watch it every single week. Hell, we've watched this group do it. Tank out. Diggs out. Nico, 9 catches, 13 targets. We've watched it. For the life of me, Tyler, I don't know how they saw that screen and didn't come back to that one. That one, Bozy, got 9 yards on that screen. I don't know how they didn't come to that one.
How did you go into the game and you thought more about getting 4 running backs touches than you did getting 12 touches? Like, it's wild. It's wild that it happened.
Second down and 10, baby. I'm going to get me 6 or 7. Easy.
I cannot believe that it happened. It's definitely got to be fixed. I hope and pray that Nick Caley's got more sense. Nick Caley, if you're listening, I hope and pray that when you talk to the media this week, it's like, hey, man, I don't want to hear nothing about no chains, staying in front of the chains. I don't want to hear nothing about no second and long, and I was handcuffed, and I don't want to hear nothing other than, you know what? It don't matter what the situation was. It don't matter who we were playing, where we were playing. It don't matter who's healthy, who's not healthy. If 12 is on the field, we have got to make it a priority to get him as many touches as we possibly can. As soon as the ball kicks off, we got to get him touches, period. Like that, Nick, don't come out here, Nick, talking about we got to execute. Don't come out here talking about, well, we got to get everybody involved.
And even if you're going to go to establish Nick Chubb in the run game, in between that, there's got to be a ball coming in.
I'm gonna tell you, Ron. This week, it ought to be Nick Chubb, Nico Collins, and Dalton Schultz. Anybody else? Xavier Hutchinson on a jet sweep? No chance. Right? Screen to somebody, throwing the ball to Dameon Pierce out in the flat? No chance. I mean, it's got to be those 3 guys I mean, a heavy dose of those three guys, or they're gonna have some problems. But the Nico Collins thing just can't happen.
All right, T-Mill, let's hear it. Get us your best bets as you're going to try to help the people make a little cash tonight.
As always, yes, sir.